7th game, 8th game. He's really ruined me that 6-7. Yeah, that's annoyed me. Yeah. We're into our 8th game now. There isn't a lot of games left, as Jackie was saying. It is coming to a close quite quickly now.
हेलो जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम वरहमतुल्लाहि वबरकातुहू कैसे हैं आप सब जिगर्स ठीक है खैरियत से फिट फाट है वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ऑफ मिस्टर नैनो गेमिंग जल्दी से आकर स्ट्रीम को ज्वाइन करें लाइक करें शेयर करें फॉलो करें तो कैसे हैं आप सब जिगर्स हाउ आर यू ऑल आज हम लोग देखेंगे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जो हो रहा है इटली में फ्रांस में हो रहा है ना फ्रांस इटली में ठीक है उम्मीद करते हैं कि आज फलक वाले जीत जाएं तो कल तो टॉप पे थे कल मैं नहीं कर पाया लाइव तो आज हम लोग इनका गेम देखेंगे कि कैसा है इनका गेम क्या करते हैं ये सब ठीक है जिगर्स
explode on the scene. But yeah, do have a very southern playing path here. It's incredibly rough to play around with. Aurora happy with this one. They can get down towards that.
Mohammad Salim, how are you? Said Faisal, alaikum assalam.
Over towards Ferry Pier as well as the yellow. So you wonder if they're going to run into any trouble.
Game start hua hai, guys. Game is started.
Fixated on. But you're right to point out what you were pointing out there, which was the elimination count coming through from Aru.
Yeah, he sneaks into
okay,
that
sir.
top three. He's right there. He can easily push himself.
दुआ करो guys कि फलक लोग आज जीत जाए.
Looking at the match rankings right now, they are pretty stacked. Because I'll tell you what, OG is on top when it comes to the.
अच्छा OG top पे चला गया यारा.
Fourth thrives right below, man.
यार 40 वालों को ये वाला मैच जो है ना चिकन डिनर करना चाहिए गाइस क्या बोलते हो तुम लोग
Yeah, 4 thrives, 61 points. OG just blowing him out of the water right now. But you could definitely tell the difference between 4 thrives.
करण खान हेलो कैसे हो ठीक हो खैरियत से हो
37 eliminations to 46. And if we
इंशाद अफरीदी हेलो ब्रदर हाउ आर यू
15 of those 37 elims are coming through from him. He is absolutely a monster right now, and I really do mean it. It's Aru, the arrow, flying straight towards those targets and playing his team straight too, because that is a difficult
game में
thing
लगा
to
है
do as an IGL
नहीं
to be both at the front.
अला 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 ये क्या हो रहा है अला अला ओजी के एक टीम मेट को मार दिया ये ओजी टीम जो है ना ये इंडिया से ये क्या था पड़ोसियों ये क्या था अला ये क्या था ये एफएल वाले ने क्या किया यार यहाँ पे इन्होंने पिछला मैच जो है ना चिकन डिनर किया गाइस इन्होंने पिछला मैच चिकन डिनर किया ठीक है ओजी वालों ने ओ तेरी खैर एफएल वालों का एक बंदा बच गया एफएल वाले आख तू तुम लोगों की जिंदगी पे बस
head over to the hidden village with Naruto, with our new Ninetales Fury orc skin, which looks awesome by the way.
Sick.
2 separate versions of the same thing, which is crazy.
Revive के लिए बैठ गया ओजी वालों का भी एक बंदा OG
this is some serious frustration coming through from the Flash. They don't want to lose out like this. He's got to keep the reputation high apparently.
Wow. Win gonna go get some loot here.
सादा किंग कैसे हो ठीक हो मोहम्मद अनूर वालेकुम अस्सलाम
So what a crazy way to start things off. Aru running for his life, dude, straight lane.
OG इंडिया दे यस OG इंडिया क्या
Oh man,
I ain't gonna lie though, he was feeling the
अच्छा टीम है वो नया टीम आया अच्छा टीम है गाइस
I mean, he had to pull out the old flick of the wrist with a knife to get that thrown at point blank. The only way to get it done. I mean, he was impervious to blades quite some time. Only the point did it.
Dude, that tickle was so
FL
close.
वाला
He's like, I
बना
can't even
नहीं
run
खेल
serpentine.
यार
Oh,
जोनाथन वाला
like,
टीम
I
जो है
can
ना वो क्वालिफाई नहीं
fold
किया यार
straight away.
तो यूट्यूब
He's
लाइव ही
recovered
करना
his
जी
support real
यूट्यूब
quick
बंद
though.
लाइव है
Yeah,
मैं
he did.
That I respect
एसवी
from the rest of OG.
And they came in
पाकिस्तान
heavy.
का
They know how
पाकिस्तान का
important
तो
it is.
40 है
They know
भाईजान
just how important it
40
is.
40
So to keep him up is
गाइस
a
डबल
good
टैप
thing.
किया करो
We were
साथ
just
साथ
talking about it, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's so ridiculous to see your top fragger also be your IGL.
Yeah.
And you said it yourself,
It
and I
don't
agree.
happen.
It's so difficult, right? You have so much to manage, so much to focus on.
Yeah.
But when you
ओजी
do
वाले
have
नंबर 1
these
पे आए हैं
players that are
गाइस
just superstars that can
Yeah, Beowulf back in the day. That guy
एसवी
was
थैंक यू सो
unreal.
मच जानू थैंक यू
They just don't
ए
come around
गाइस
all that often.
you don't see it. When you do
इस
though,
मैच
talk
में
about the
40
trust
वालों को
you
चिकन
gain
डिनर
from
करना
players.
चाहिए हर एक सूरत में
Reset
क्योंकि
goes,
आज
yeah,
मैं
he's
लाइव
also
दिखा
carrying.
रहा
Yeah,
हूँ
he's also carrying. I think we
Yeah.
gotta listen. You know what I'm saying? So it definitely
I'm a
does
sit
help.
for this.
Yeah, for sure. Like, yes, sir. Oh, we got you. Right, we're coming. And hey, they saw their leader, right, running away
ओजी
from
ओजी
the knife, and they came heavy. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, it just happened to be just a second too late.
Hoops sends some shots over towards Furia. Honestly, I don't think Furia's last game was terrible at all. I think they got fair far into it.
ये बहुत आरामी टीम है
And
गाइस
that was
ये
despite
फ्यूरिया
a
फ्यूरिया
really,
बहुत
really
आरामी
hard
टीम है
start
भाई
for them. I mean, their recall beacon
एसके
was just
दरिंदा
so
चंगे
out of the
जोड़े
way
पखेरे
from the destination. And even then, they were trying to figure out it. I do think them getting in quite late was almost a blessing.
देखो
because they could decide
ओरा
which side they
खतरनाक
wanted to
टीम है
head towards,
फ्यूरिया
but
खतरनाक
time
टीम
to
है और
really
गोट
themselves to
खतरनाक
make
टीम
sure
है
what's happening around the map.
Yeah.
40 taking shots over towards KRX as they do pass on by.
40 वालों गलत
towards
फाइट
those yellow
अच्छा 40
cells
वालों का
on
मैं
Southern
तुम लोगों को
edge.
एक मजे
So
की
they've
बात
got
बताऊं
Forest
40 वालों
sat
का हर
side
मैच में देखो ना
but Enigma Galaxy
40
once
वालों का
again
हर मैच में देखो इन्होंने
already
ये बड़ा वाला गाड़ी
flying
लाया
out
होता
to
है
a new location.
Yeah, a little rotation
और
shenanigans
घुमा रहा
going
होता
on.
है
I want to
बंदे
talk about
को
that point you were talking about earlier, though, right? Furia,
40 दिखाओ
14
है तो
points in the last match.
है एंड पे पता चलेगा ये हमारे हाथ में नहीं होता जीबी ये एक टाइम पे मेरे हाथ में था मुझे इन्होंने अथॉरिटी दी थी फिर वापस ले ली कुत्ते कमीनों ने
Running for his life, saying, "Please stop, guys, leave me alone." And those shots strayed the rest of the team off. But oh my gosh, Bose with the knife.
अब्दुर्रहमान
just
कैसे
said,
हो
"Nah,
ठीक
we're
है
shutting it
खैरियत से
down."
You see, they
Musa
could
is back.
see
How are you, brother?
the death crate appearing. Man, they had even had the vehicle in his face, right? Tires scratching the cheeks.
Oh man, and Bose gets that knock, and I believe Bose picked up that scar from Aru.
Really?
Yeah.
Musa, I'm
because
fine,
he
bro.
was
नाना भाई मैं
otherwise
किसी
he
और
definitely shot him.
चैनल से
Aru
देख
had
रहा
the
हूँ
weapon, but he was just like, no, I can't even
अच्छा
turn around right here. They're just too close.
मिली वालेकुम अस्सलाम कैसे हो
It's a
ठीक
tough
हो
one. It's a tough one. But I mean,
ब्रदर
OG
क्या
showing
हाल है
a
मैं
bit
ठीक
small
अल्लाह
margin
का
of
करम है
progress
आप बताओ
goal, actually. Drops to 69, which is nice. But only 3 players. Yeah, I think it's still doable.
Definitely.
And for OG, they get a really easy start.
जबरान
with
खान
69.
टिकटॉक पर मैसेज किया बाकी नाम से आइडिया यार
Very
रिप्लाई
simple
अच्छा
right
ठीक है
now.
ठीक है
DK though up against Alula.
अला उलू उलू
Quick knock there, and he needs
ए
it. I
गीक
mean,
को भी
4
मार दिया
points. Ula are
गीक मेरे ख्याल से
definitely
सऊदी
moving
अरब
up
का
because
स्क्वाड है
prior to this,
गाइस
they had 21. So
उर्दू ना ना
33 now, that does give them a good
इंग्लिश
boost.
इंग्लिश सुनो भाई तुम लोगों का इंग्लिश अच्छा हो जाएगा
Was there was a good little point gap
ओरा
there
डेर
between
खतरनाक है
that,
गाइस
you know, 6th to the 7th of the
अला
line
गीक
of
खत्म हो गया
placement points. You know, GK, Furia,
यार
they
गीक
had
वाले
a
सही नहीं
12-point
खेलते
gap
इतना
there,
ऊपर आ
and
जाते हैं
just
फिर
went
आखिर
down
में
from
वापस
there.
जो है
So
ना वो हो
for
जाते हैं
Furia to
टूर्नामेंट
get
पे आ
back
जाते हैं
in,
फिर
they can now
अच्छा नहीं
balance
खेलते हैं
themselves
गीक
out.
सऊदी अरब
They
का
still
स्क्वाड
need
है
to win
गाइस
a couple games if they want to push into top 5. And Alula starting off
मिली
really strong
कैसी
here
हो
and now
ठीक
put
हो
themselves in a good spot to at least hit the survival stage. Next zone does pop though,
नानो
and
उस्ताद
it is
सही
going to be
सनम दे यार
in that
गुलाम अल्लाह
red
जमा सही
shelter
नाम दे
Yasnaya
यासीन दे
area.
यासीन
Teams like Aurora coming in all the way from
सुल्तान
the
एजेंसी
military
टिकटॉक
base
कॉइन
are going
चाहिए
to
एक
shut up.
सेकंड
We're
या
looking at this heaven
जीबी ये
area
सुल्तान
though, and it
एजेंसी
looks
को
like
तो
it's gonna
हटाओ
be
इधर से
X-Force rejects that are gonna hold that down.
X-Force
वाजिद
rejects.
खटक केला वारी
Doing their
कैसे हो
best
ठीक
here.
हो पाकिस्तान का
Algiers
क्या नाम है
also moving out the
पाकिस्तानी टीम
way.
का 40 नाम है गाइस 40
These boys need the points more than ever. Circle does shift over towards our eastern side, so we do have like some
भाई
of the
एक
local
प्लेयर का
compounds,
कमबैक
some
करवाओ
benches
किस
over towards
प्लेयर
the
का
eastern edge as well around the forest. Very playable for the likes of Goat as well as Enigma Galaxy who has set up, but you also have these winding roads. For Enigma Galaxy, once again, they're on that 2-2 split.
आप कैसे हो आज इस
They're
टाइम
on
बस
their
जुमे की नमाज के
wildness
बाद आया
early
तो
on.
मैंने कहा कि आ जाओ थोड़ा सा अपने लोगों को ये
Yeah, I
टूर्नामेंट
think
का
the only
मैचेस
team that
दिखाता हूँ
I would love to see more out of right now is definitely Ulf.
नैनो इससे अच्छा तुम शोरूम आते मैं भी आता अच्छा नैनो चिकने कहाँ से हो अरे मलिक हो यार मैं तुमको चिकना नजर आ रहा हूँ मलिक यार तुमने मेरे को चिकना बोला मुझे खारिश हो रहा है यार मोटा जोया पके स्पोर्ट के विचा वर्षा
So if we can see a bit more of that, but maybe there's just some new teams on the block. I mean, for instance, OG just looks like a different
और ये
name to me,
यूएलएफ वाला भी
honestly.
खतरनाक है लेकिन वो है मैं तुम लोगों को एक चीज बताऊं ना 40 वाले बहुत मजे का गेम खेल रहे हैं बहुत मजे का चीफ 102 का चीफ 102 का कमबैक कैसे करवाऊं भाई मैं अच्छा तुम लोगों को पता है इस हर टूर्नामेंट में जो है ना तुर्की वाले बहुत आगे होते हैं तुर्की वाले के 3 स्क्वाड होते हैं गाइस इमरान खान अमन ने लड़ गया अलग है अब्दुलरहमान क्वेटा में जर्मनी से हो
we've never seen the lobbies just so well balanced, right? In years past, we've seen, you know, a few dominant squads, other squads that are just kind of struggling, but now at this point, anybody.
No, इससे तो तुम अच्छा खेलते नहीं यार खतरनाक टीम है यार फलक आया है फलक यार फलक का गेम फलक का गेम अलग लेवल का
in some of them. I think Thunder Talk has a lot more in them to give. It shouldn't ever come down to AJ looking to win a 1v4. But again, it just shows
मैं
that
कैसे
there is
करवा
potential
सकता हूँ हमें
for Thunder Talk. But you're right, it is
नैनो
fairly
किंग 2022 बस
slow
हमारा
moving.
दौर चला गया गाइस
Balance
तुम लोग
towards
सपोर्ट भी
B.
नहीं करते हो यार
This is a high-ranked game, right?
Yeah.
This is a high-ranked game. You know, no one's pulling any punches right now. You best get out
जोन
of the
आहिस्ता
way.
आहिस्ता छोटा हो रहा है 40 वालों ने बहुत खूबसूरत जगह ली है गाइस बहुत खूबसूरत क्यों अब्दुलरहमान जर्मनी है ना क्वेटा में ओके अल्लाह हाफिज फैसल
wondering what OG's next move is going to be.
That's going to be the question, right? What is OG going to do? What's Ulf going to do? It looks like Ulf, they were in the Yes9 field. They don't get blessed. They're going to go ahead and do a huge wraparound here to reposition. Well, let's look at go. Yeah, Thunder Talk.
ए गोट वाले ये क्या टट्टी स्प्रे था तुम्हारा यार इससे अच्छा स्प्रे तो मेरा था यार आखो गोट वाले ये क्या था
Up close and personal with Jean catches him slipping, and that is Thunder Talk out. Another rough game for them.
Yeah, I mean, Go's just too good of a team. That's all there is to it. They got the Jackie blessing.
That was it, honestly. Once that happened, it's over.
He's wrapped them in the golden jacket.
40 वाले ने भी एक एलिमिनेशन निकाला है बहुत अच्छी जगह पकड़ी है 40 वालों ने अरे जी 40 वालों ऐसे ही लेकिन यार ये घर खतरनाक होता है एक घर में मत रहा करो यार ये दूर दूर रहा करो एक दूसरे से
But hey, if you can have 16 Elim games with a chicken dinner, bosh, you're good to go.
Yep. And it was kind of crazy because we saw in PMMI GOAT
Abdul Wayam जी भाई कैसे हो ठीक हो
able to really honor it in the way that they wanted to, but they come here into the World Cup and at least at this group stage they're looking good, right? Second place so far after these eliminations they have. Hey, just a little bit more work and they can end up on top.
A little bit more work, yeah.
मेरा तो दिल आया हुआ है तुम पे तो गांड देनी है मलिक
Because
on top of group stage, yeah.
on top of group stage, right?
They got a long way to go.
Long way to
They want that.
नहीं था मेरा फ्रेंड कहाँ से ये मुझे याद नहीं है ब्रो
They would go straight to finals in the current position they're in. They wouldn't play the group stage out.
लेनी है नहीं मलिक को यार तुम अभी बच्चे हो बड़े होगे ना कोई ऐसा 8-9 इंच का होगा फिर ठीक है ऐसे छोटे छोटे मोटे लोगों को मैं नहीं देता ऐसे बड़ा चीज हो काला ब्लैक फिर मजा आता है यार
with the wonderful John and Jackie.
Yeah, dude, crazy prize pool by the way, man. It's so wild. You know,
कितने बंदे अब भाई अभी बंदे बहुत ज्यादा रहते हैं 51 बंदे आए नॉर्मल गेम प्ले नहीं है भाई ये टूर्नामेंट का गेम प्ले ठीक है मिली तुम क्यों हंस रहे हो 40 को चिकन जरूरी है गाइस जरूरी है इस मैच में
Some cars.
Yeah.
Say it that way. Yeah.
Let's get it going.
Which would be cool. Again, I think that money should be reinvested.
Mr. Nano love from here.
But also, let's say you were the team, right? What's the first thing you're reinvesting into?
As a team?
Yeah.
God, get those boys a better scrimming area.
Yeah, that'll work.
Give me the refrigerated drinks. All right? I want
विनर को क्या मिलेगा? विनर को विनर को भाईजान ऐसा है कि अगर पाकिस्तानी टीम जीतेगा तो विनर को एक इनाम मिलेगा और अगर कोई और टीम जीतेगा तो उसको मेरा एल मिलेगा.
Yep, you gotta have it all, I mean, to really make it happen here. And that's the thing, is like, I've had the pleasure of looking at some of these top squads set up, and you know, teams like Alpha 7 who live together and have for years.
They did reinvest in a really good way, actually, from all the wins they went through. Go on, sorry.
No, I mean, a lot of these guys, I mean, for those that don't know.
अबे भोसड़ी के मलिक तुम इधर आ जाओ 6 महीने में दूसरा मलिक ना आया फिर बोलना.
Exercise programs, they play for 6 to 8 hours a day.
आपको क्या मिलेगा इसमें? मुझे मलिक की गांड मिलेगी.
Millions of dollars in prize pool on the line, right? You got to give your players as much advantage as you possibly can. And one thing I do love,
6 महीने में कैसे? ओ पावर है ना? पावर.
So many different squads will see like, okay, a bad performance, no change.
यार ये एक घर में ये लोग पसते हैं ना, ये वाला काम खराब है. ओए चुप करो, मैं कंसंट्रेट कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है? मैं तुम लोगों को गेम दिखा रहा हूँ. हेलो हेलो हेलो, ग्रेनेड चेक करो गाइस. फोर्थ राइव ने एक बंदा नॉक किया गाइस. फलक ने एक बंदा नॉक किया, जल्दी से फिनिश करो. अला बच्चे, अला बच्चे. इंशाल्लाह इस मैच के बाद जो है ना फलक लोग टॉप पे आएंगे, कंफर्म गारंटी के साथ. इसको बोलते हैं ग्रेनेड गाइस. ये सारा फाइट जो है ना ग्रेनेड पे चलता है. हम लोगों का जो है ना ऐसे ही घूम रहे होते हैं. इसको बोलते हैं गेम. चेक करो, गाड़ी में अभी तक आए नहीं है, फिर ग्रेनेड फेंक रहे. हाँ शादी सच में, ये जो ऐसे बातें करते हैं ना वो होता है. चेक करो गाइस, इसका ग्रेनेड चेक करो, ठीक है? डायरेक्ट ऊपर वाले कमरे में फेंकेगा. चेक करो. ओ तुम लोग भी खुश हो, हम लोग गेम खेलते हैं. लेन मेरा गेम खेलते हो तुम लोग. पूरी जिंदगी जो है ना तुम लोगों की गुजर गई सेंसिटिविटी बनाने में. लोग टूर्नामेंट में पहुंच गए और तुम लोग अभी भी बोलते हैं सेंसिटिविटी कोड दे दो.
Goes out the window, goes way too far. In fact, Maple's just going to drop down, get towards the other building. This is a cheeky play. You have expected to get blasted on the approach. Smaller building.
गाली नहीं दे. साकिब मजाक कर रहा हूँ यार, गाली नहीं है.
I mean, you love to set it up, but they're really going to have.
इसको गाली नहीं बोलते हैं, इसको प्यार मोहब्बत बोलते हैं साकिब.
Been making a lot of noise so far, and Enigma Galaxy, they're looking to turn that music down.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy putting that work, and we saw.
फलक वाले किधर है? फलक वाले साकिब कैसे हो? ठीक हो यार? इंग्लिश वालों, फलक वालों को दिखाओ ना यार, ये तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो?
You know what I'm saying? And you know, sometimes you gotta build up those team building exercises, get that synergy going.
You telling me they did? That's why they were there ping pong the whole night.
That's what they said.
सारा दिन गुस्से में रहता.
And it looks like it's working out right now because they are in a good position in the zone.
Did you just expose their secret sauce?
Maybe I just did.
ये गया, एक बंदा गया. अला बच गया कसम से. ओरा वाले का फाइट चल रहा है गाइस. ओरा वाला खतरनाक टीम है, बहुत आरामी टीम है ये ओरा.
That's what we were doing outside.
Exactly.
Yep, as well.
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about here. You got to pull out all the secret sauce.
मैं इधर किल मैसेजेस चेक कर रहा हूँ कि ये किधर है. ये एक और भी गया.
On the roof, getting these little bank grenades in, causing a problem for Gaming Stars. Yusuf gonna have to do something. He's only got the pump shotgun. Oh, he didn't turn to check his back and gets.
हला IQ वालों ने ULF वालों को मारा.
Are just making it happen here.
यार ये PUBG वालों यार, IQ ये PUBG वालों ये फलक वालों का टीम लेकर आओ ना यार. ये तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो यार?
You don't even check the corner there and
गोट वाले भी वो पे आए, टॉप 2 पे आए और ये किस्सा खराब। इरशाद वालेकुम अस्सलाम। अला 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 अला, खुद को नेट किया तू। टॉप, ये टॉप बहुत खतरनाक प्लेयर है। टॉप और डॉग ये बहुत 420 प्लेयर है। ये ओरा का नहीं है, टॉप और डॉग हमेशा हर एक टूर्नामेंट में तुम लोग चेक करो एमवीपी यही दो होंगे। ये अभी नहीं खेल रहे ना, तुम लोग चेक करो एंड पे जब टूर्नामेंट का लास्ट मैचेस होंगे ना, ये नंबर 1 2 पे यही लोग बैठे होते हैं। लेकिन इंशाल्लाह अभी फलक लोग जाएंगे आगे जाएंगे। फाइट चल रहा है फलक लोगों का। यार ये फलक लोग हमेशा ओपन में क्यों फंस जाते हैं? 40 वालों तुम लोग ओपन में क्यों फंस जाते हो हमेशा यार? ऐसे तो नहीं करो। ओ हो, ये देखो यार, ये देखो ये देखो ये देखो, यूएलएफ तुम्हें टू ही मारेगा अगर तुमने इधर कुछ किया। जीजी जोसेफा आईक्यू यार, जीजी ऐसे 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 5 बंदे मारे हैं। वाह, ये चिकन डिनर कंफर्म 40 वालों का है गाइस, कंफर्म। अला उज़ैफा ने कॉर्नर किया, क्या बात है उज़ैफा। जीजीज हैकर इन द चैट, हैकर। गोट वाले बहुत एग्रेसिव खेलते हैं आरामी लोग, बहुत एग्रेसिव खेलते हैं गोट वाले। अच्छा फ्यूरिया के भी 4 बंदे जिंदा है यार। जब तक ये बंदे जो है ना, ये 2-3 स्क्वाड ये खत्म ना हुए हो ना, बस समझ लो कि चिकन डिनर जो है ना रिस्की है, रिस्की। ये बाकी टीम से मत डरा करो, जब तक ये 2 टीम जो है ना। यार क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग? 40 वालों क्यों रश कर रहे हो? यार T24 नॉक हो गया। ये गलत है ना, नहीं क्यों जा रहे हो यार तुम लोग? क्यों जा रहे हो? मैंने तुम लोगों को बोला भी कि मत जाओ उधर यार। सिर्फ आईक्यू जिंदा है यार। नहीं करो यार, ऐसे नहीं करो यार।
Trying to hold on to that top spot. Now they got some good solid points. If you look at them right now, they're at 71. That is a good almost 20 points away from 6th place. If they end up strong here,
गलत खेला ना, बहुत गलत खेला। ये लोग जब निकल गए थे मैंने बोला ना कि गलत जा रहा है।
I'm going to go drop over here, you guys drop over there. I'm going to get knifed up. It's going to be okay. You guys got to play on a 3 and we'll see if you can make it work. Remember everything I taught you. And it looks like they're doing it proud right now as 3 players. They hold off 4 thrives. Leave IQ as just 1. Maple still going miraculously, by the way. Can't believe it.
और वालों को चेक करो।
he's going to go ahead and take at least one.
इरशाद गुड मॉर्निंग।
He'll take that. As Aurora and Mansion are completely hard stuck. You got Enigma Galaxy staring at him. Yeah, look at that Satan from downtown. He's got some good coverage here. And this is outside of the circle, so I'm not surprised we're going to see Enigma Galaxy just kind of wait it out. Look to maybe get these last 3 eliminations and then push into the zone from there. You got Coops up
चलो
close and
टॉप में
personal.
तो आ जाऊँ।
Keeping an eye on things, but you got to be careful. You cannot.
ओरा वाले जिंदा है यार, ओजी वाले नहीं मार सकते हैं ओरा वालों को। इनका गेमिंग एक्सपीरियंस बहुत ज्यादा है ओरा वालों का, लेकिन फंस जाते हैं यार ये बेचारे। ये देखो फ्यूरिया वाले उधर बैठे हुए हैं। गाइस 3 टीमें जो है ना खतरनाक टीमें हैं, 3 टीमें। गोट, ओरा, फ्यूरिया, मतलब बाहर की टीमों में। 40 तो खतरनाक है, वो तो टॉप पे है, ठीक है। जो बाहर की टीमें 3 खतरनाक टीम है, गोट, फ्यूरिया और ओरा। अभी आईक्यू थोड़ा सा वो करे यार, टॉप में आ जाए। डॉक्टर जोया वालेकुम अस्सलाम। अगर इस बार जो है ना ओजी वालों ने चिकन डिनर किया, बस समझो फिर किस्सा खराब हो जाएगा। ये कौन सा टूर्नामेंट है? पता नहीं है लेकिन टूर्नामेंट है। अले
we'll see where exactly it's going to go ahead and shift onto. But they got coverage right now. Protect those vehicles. That's so important.
Penadol, thank you so much. How are you?
So keep those protected. Wait for that next zone. You
Hey,
got 77 still up from GOAT, trying to soak up some more.
40 वाले यार, वो 40 वाले गए हैं यार.
Where are we headed?
एक बंदा जिंदा है 40 वालों का. IQ. या वो भी चला गया. IQ किधर है?
They're looking for the turkey here, dude.
Hey, the OG fans were happy about that one. I heard some claps happen the second that zone shifted. Let's see how this all works. Yeah, they are looking for that turkey. 3 in a row here.
IQ's in there. Yeah,
on the drive. 477
IQ's
stuck out,
in
and they
there.
actually pass him up completely. They're driving straight towards OG.
OG वाले गए. नहीं OG वाले नहीं. ये गैलेक्सी टीम इतना अच्छा टीम है लेकिन इतना नहीं है. ये फ्यूरिया वालों को देखो गाइस, क्या ये सेक्सी गेम खेलते हैं ये लोग. कैसे हो पेनाडोल?
IQ last player up for 4 thrives as well. OG are hurt though. That nade looks good.
गया. अला.
Barely
OG
getting out of the way of that one.
ये गया.
He finds a nice headshot there. That one stung. He knows exactly where they are. This nade is an eviction notice saying hello and goodbye. Gets the knock on a tanky. आतंकी को मार दिया. एक और भी गया. अला IQ उधर से मर गया. यार ये OG वाले ने पाकिस्तान वालों के साथ क्या दुश्मनी पकड़ी है यार कि वो उसी को इधर अपना फाइट ले लो ना. तुम मर्द के बच्चे हो, ये NGX को मारो. उधर तुम उधर जाकर दूर किसी को मार रहे हो. शर्म नहीं आता तुमको? ये आखिरी वाला भी नेट से गया. एक और नेट करो. एक और नेट करो. इसकी टूई पे एक और नेट करो. जल्दी करो वाले. एक और नेट. ये अपना टीममेट को रिवाइव करेगा. फ्यूरिया वाले किधर है यार? फ्यूरिया के 4 बंदे जिंदा है. लैंड मेरा कोई उससे चिकन डिनर निकालेगा. ये देखो रश किया. आ गया. आरामी लोग आ गया. Silence gets another knock there and the finish actually Coops down to his last
place. Coops गया. वो दूसरा गया.
Hops in the vehicle, hits the passenger seat, ejects, gets himself.
तुम लोग इनका गेम देखो किस तरह के गेम खेलते हैं ये लोग. ये भी क्या? वो देखो इसको बोलते हैं नेट. चेक करो गाइस. इनका प्लेसमेंट चेक करो तुम लोग. फ्यूरिया वालों का कैसे टच खेल रहे हैं एक दूसरे के साथ. OG वाले भी गए. ये चिकन डिनर फ्यूरिया का है गाइस. फ्यूरिया का डब. ये भी गया. ये देखो फ्यूरिया वालों का तुम लोग गेम चेक करो. हमको पता लगता है गेमिंग एक्सपीरियंस है. इन आरामियों का तुम लोग गेम चेक करो कैसे टच बाय टच गेम खेलते हैं.
They get the chicken dinner. But speaking of breaks, X-Force rejects, right? They stopped into heaven. They held that position. Zone ended up getting locked onto them. And for a team that was
पता नहीं इंडोनेशिया के कि मलेशिया का
gives them an opportunity, right? That could be that door open for them to at least get to survival stage.
यार किस्सा खराब है गाइस. किस्सा खराब है. अभी देखो इस मैच में इनको कितने पॉइंट्स मिलते हैं. डायरेक्ट कहाँ पे आते हैं. ठीक है. ये OG का टीम है. फ्यूरिया ब्राजील का है. अच्छा मुझे लगा जर्मनी का है.
But yeah, for Furia, they were very quick to the mark. I think that's the main thing from Furia. They analyzed and saw where the opportunities were there, pushed over the top.
इसको बोलते हैं गेम गाइस. इसको बोलते हैं गेम. फ्यूरिया वालों ने क्या गेम खेला है चेक करो. और एक हमारे लोग ग्रेनेड जानते ही नहीं है कि ग्रेनेड है क्या. ठीक है ना. स्मोक का हमारे जो है ना टीममेट्स को पता होता है ना. ग्रेनेड का पता होता है. बस ऐसे ही आगे जा रहे होते हैं.
whatever we can. Those kind of rotations, you're going to have a sacrifice, right, just to be able to even get there. But they did.
विनर इनका स्पॉन्सर भी रेड बुल है यार ओलो इनका स्पॉन्सर रेड बुल है गाइस फ्यूरिया वालों का स्पॉन्सर रेड बुल है मुझे भी कोई ऐसा स्पॉन्सर मिल जाए आहा हा हा मुझे भी कोई ऐसा स्पॉन्सर मिल जाए रेड बुल मॉन्स्टर ये वाले ना मजा आ जाएगा मुझे कौन से मुझे कैसे कैसे लोग मिलते हैं भाई रेल पास दे दो भाई 60 यूसी दे दो भाई थोड़ी सी गांड दे दो इस तरह क्यों है पाकिस्तान वालों को यार पाकिस्तान वाले रिस्क में है गाइस पाकिस्तान वाले वो है अगला किस अभी भी अगला स्टार्ट हो गया सारे मैच का स्ट्रीम करोगे यार इरशाद देखता हूँ यार मैं तो मजदूर बंदा हूँ मैं तो दिहाड़ीदार मजदूर बंदा हूँ ठीक है अगर काम आ गया तो चला जाऊंगा अगर नहीं आया तो नहीं सारा करूंगा सब्र करो अल सब्रुन जमीलुन कितना सेंड करो पैसा अभी कसम का उमर शाह सेंड करोगे अस्सलाम वालेकुम अख्तर जुमा मुबारक किफ हालक وين أنت روح في الأجمان और ما في روح في الأجمان और ठीक है क्या हुआ अभी 10 मिनट में मैच स्टार्ट होगा गाइस ये पेनाडोल मेरे को स्पॉन्सर करेगा गाइस ये थाईलैंड का है
đối với em thì ngày hôm qua bọn em thật sự là chưa làm tốt.
In my opinion, yesterday, to be honest, we haven't done a very good job on the maps, I would say.
Oh my God, कोडू यार ये लड़का और लड़की कोडू है या ये दरमियान वाला लंबा है नानो मेरा गिफ्ट तुम्हारा गिफ्ट इरशाद शू नैनो तुम चले जाओ यार मुझे छोड़ते नहीं है ना इरशाद वो मार्क एक्स दे दो मुझे यार फलक जान सर जाते हो को गलत है वो को तुम लोग कसम खाओ तुम लोग गेम देख रहे थे या नहीं देख रहे थे जब ये लोग गाड़ी में बैठ गए ना जब 40 वाले गाड़ी में बैठ गए मैंने क्या बोला तुम लोगों को सच सच बताओ मैंने बोला ये गलत कर रहे हैं वल्लाही गलत कर रहे हैं
I would say we were
Penadol, what no?
pretty luckier than the first maps, and we also like have our own experiences based on the first map. So we did a good job on the second one, and I think like based on that.
नहीं वो जगह पुश करने का था ही नहीं यार उस जगह पे इन लोगों को जगह नहीं मिल रहा था ना अला अला पेनाडोल मेरे को ये लोग नहीं छोड़ते हैं ये वाला कब भी यार पाकिस्तान आ जाए मजा आ जाएगा गाइस ए मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ मैं यूएई की तरफ से जो है ना वो करूँ अपना टीम बनाऊं वैसे भी तुम लोग मेरी कदर नहीं करते हो गाई इस टाइम मैं दुबई में हूँ अभी 5 मिनट में गेम स्टार्ट होगा गाइस You don't miss me. I miss you day and night. Why I don't miss you? You know, in my dreams, you all coming. मैं बांग्लादेश की तरफ से ओके ओके बस ठीक है नैनो मुझे टीम में ले लो और मैं सऊदी से बनाओ बनाओ तुम लोगों का बाप का माल है हर जगह से बना रहे साद वालेकुम अस्सलाम भाई तुम लोगों को छोड़ेगा कौन है इतने टीम्स बनाए यार मेरा बहुत ख्वाहिश है कि अपना टीम बनाऊं लेकिन पैसे नहीं है यार। मैं ऐसा टीम बनाऊंगा ना, बात सुनो, मैं ऐसा आरामी टीम बनाऊंगा ना, एक जो है ना हर एक प्लेयर को अलग अलग जगह पे छोड़ूंगा कि जाओ इनको मार के आओ, बस हर एक प्लेयर अपने हिसाब से खेल रहा होगा, 1 वर्सेस 4 करता रहेगा। बलोच अहमद नहीं बना, मैं किधर करता है कम, मैं अपना तरीका बात सुनो, नैनो मुझे रोलेक्स गिफ्ट मिला, सच बताओ इरशाद, तस्वीर दिखाओ, तस्वीर कौन सा मॉडल। बात सुनो गाइस, मैं तुम लोगों को एक चीज बताऊं ना, मैं अगर किसी दिन टूर्नामेंट में गया ना, मैं बस एक काम करेगा, मैं चिकन डिनर के लिए नहीं खेलेगा, मैं बस देखेगा कि कौन सा टॉप पे है, उसी पे जाकर उसको मारेगा, बस खत्म, फिर मुझे कोई मारे ना। मैं एक एक अलग अलग मरेगा, नहीं मरेगा। माल है बैंड रखो यार, बोले यार एक है, तुमको क्यों बैंड दिया? बसीर लाला आई लव यू टू ब्रो। नहीं गाइस, एक चीज तुम लोगों को मैं सच बताऊं, सीरियस लाइव खड़े हो, दकम जी ने लाइव खड़े हो, और तुमने ये सुबह स्ट्रीमर के खिलाफ वीडियो क्यों अपलोड किया है? के वाशल के स्क्रिप्टेड, कहाँ से स्क्रिप्टेड है? अभी मैं तुमको
John looks so sweet just taking a nap right now. One team that was not allowed to take any naps today was
पीटीजी लाला। नहीं माना, पीटीजी लाला बोट है, पीटीजी लाला किधर है?
They are bringing it. Oh, they were sleeping day one.
पीटीजी लाला अगर टूर्नामेंट में चला जाए तो फिर वो फिर सिर्फ चीखेगा, ओ पका रे अजाब अख्तर।
making sure they clear their backside and then just pushing into heaven, playing the high ground spot, and we'll have a clip later on of how they wrapped up that game properly. But
पहले से नियत खराब
to see Brazil is showing some presence here in this group and 16 points. Oh,
इसमें कॉल का ऑप्शन नहीं है क्यों नहीं है? रुको करता हूँ ना तुमको कॉल, सबर करो, बैठो इधर ही बैठो, एक है कमेंटेटरी करो, कमेंटेटरी ठीक है। इरशाद तस्वीर भेजो।
all the way down to the team that's in 6th place.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for Orangutan to come in today with a win and then a second place. As far as the match rankings
रुको
go,
एक एक को बुलाते हैं, एक एक को,
just 14
एक एक
points
किधर
is a
गया?
big amount to be coming in to the first Erangel for. I mean, we got 2 more Erangels for them to come on through here, but yeah, Furia able to really just wrap things up.
Ruh, welcome.
Big ups to X-Force Rejects as well.
Ah.
And they kept it. Oh no. Oh dear. Yes, the replay coming on through.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम व रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू, कैसे हो? ठीक हो यार? यहाँ पे इन्होंने बहुत वो किया, बच गए कसम से, ओजी वाले बच गए। कितने बनते हैं? 4000 थे।
It's a very dangerous game of tag with knives. Who does that?
This shows the camaraderie, you know.
देखो मैं तुमको एक चीज बताऊं, ये गेम का उसूल है, ये गलत नहीं है, एक है ये गलत चीज नहीं है, ठीक है? ये क्यों गलत नहीं है, मैं तुमको साफ बात बताया। अब एक बंदा टॉप पे बैठा हुआ है, लोग कोशिश करेंगे कि उसको नीचे लेकर आए, फिर खुद जो है ना उधर ऊपर जाए, ठीक है? वो गलत नहीं है, लेकिन 40 वालों ने जो रश किया वो गलत था, बहुत गलत था। उस जगह पे रश बनता ही नहीं था यार। वो लड़ रहे थे, वो लड़ रहे थे भाई। तुम लोग क्यों जा रहे हो? ना जोन आ रहा है ना कुछ आ रहा है, तुम लोग क्यों जा रहे हो यार आगे? तुमने सुबह ये 40 वालों के लिए वीडियो अपलोड किया, तुमने कहा स्क्रिप्टेड, मैंने उधर तुम्हें नीचे कमेंट भी किया कि अबे लोड़े स्ट्रीमर तो मैं भी हूँ।
pushes them out of that bottom 3, which is exactly what they need to do, but is it something that they can sort of carry on into these next matches? I do feel that they rotated incredibly early. They don't have the utility to sort of back up these fights that were happening.
और सुनाओ, और
which any sort of grenade, I think they would have taken that home. So it was a little bit difficult, too early of a rotate for them.
अच्छा यार, ये पबजी वाले बैन बहुत ज्यादा देते हैं।
I think this is exactly the game that they were needing to now push them forward into the next couple of games. You know, if you've had kind of a rough day, you do just want to get into the top 5, have a survival game, be assured that you actually can get in there, and then you can come into the next game.
इरशाद तस्वीर भेजो इरशाद नहीं 1650 नहीं उसका बर्थडे था कल उसको रोलेक्स गिफ्ट मिला है यार हमको तो पूरी जिंदगी किसी ने कुछ भी नहीं दिया यार
So I'm hoping for big things coming in from them.
Yeah, and for exports, honestly, I don't agree with what people were saying.
Comment पढ़ा कर
They got lucky; they were able to defend it off against a lot of people. But moving on to some of the other squads, I actually know we got a clip about Furia that you've been wanting to see, Max. Oh, you know what? Before you even show it, let's how about
कौन इरशाद खूबसूरत है
passive, but the thing is,
तुमने देखा है इरशाद को
because they were playing that to win it.
I just wanted to see a win from Furia. Genuinely, that's all I wanted.
They gave it to you.
After yesterday, we didn't get it. But
यार माशाल्लाह ऐसा खूबसूरत गाड़ी है इसके पास लेकिन मैं मुझे दे नहीं रहा है यार
X-Force reject, but no, they put themselves between the outskirt of the circle and the middle portion of the circle, meaning X-Force reject, even the side of NGX, Orangutan are all going to be forced naturally into their position. So all you have to do, set up a very solid defense. And you do that, by the way, with an MG3, which is the best weapon to have for Mr. Silence himself. Our
यार वही 57 है कि कितना है
They now see the number of players is down to just 2. Just nade it down, take home that win. That was literally a perfect finish in terms of execution from good old Furia.
Yeah, and see, that was I just want to touch in that. That was a great sort of overview of what I was sort of explaining. Like, they didn't need to leave that position. Furia obviously capitalized on that, which is excellent from them. But yeah, I mean, Exports reject should have just waited.
Yes, we're looking at the overall here. Orangutan now with 80 points, and this is what I'm talking about. Like,
ओजी ने 2 चिकन डिनर किया एक चिकन डिनर कल किया ना एक आज किया शायद थैंक यू ब्रो अच्छा मैं तुमको एक मजे का बात बताऊं ओए ये भी एक बंदे ने कमेंट किया उससे याद आया ना नैनो ग्रुप का एक्सेस दे दो मैं मुझे पोस्ट करना है ना मैंने मेरा ग्रुप था ना फेसबुक पे तो बहुत ज्यादा फॉलोअर्स थे उसमें वो एक बंदा जो है ना दीनी चीजें उसमें अपलोड करता था मैं जो है ना वो था वो पता नहीं कैसे मॉडरेटर बन गया था ना मुझे इस चीज का आइडिया नहीं है पता नहीं कैसे मॉडरेटर बन एक दिन भोसड़ी वाले ने पोस्ट डाला था मेरा ग्रुप सेल कर रहा था अला मैंने कहा इसके साथ में क्या करूं डायरेक्ट मैंने उसको डिलीट किया मैंने कहा ये क्या है यार कल को पता चले ग्रुप सारा चीजें सेल हुआ है
I wouldn't be too scared for them, at least as they don't make in the bottom 3. We're fine. Ulf will come back eventually in this tournament.
I was going to say, I don't want to flex out my Turkish just yet, all right?
We're not there.
Let's hold on to that one.
नहीं TDM के प्लेयर सुनो ये
talk about some predictions here because for everybody currently watching at home, you can go to the EWC.
नहीं खतरनाक गेम खेल रहे हैं बात सुनो सच में बहुत खतरनाक गेम
If you do end up winning something, make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26.
नहीं खतरनाक प्लेयर है
Who's going to be winning the next game?
Winning the next game is going to be 4 Thrives.
Enigma Galaxy.
हमारा ऐसा सीन है ना मैं तुम लोगों को साफ बात बताऊं हमारे पाकिस्तानी लोगों का ऐसा सीन है जब वो लोग थोड़ा सा वो ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो जाते हैं बस फिर वो किस्सा खराब हो जाता है ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट कभी भी नहीं होना है अभी इधर जो ये लोग रश कर रहे थे इधर ये लोग ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट थे नहीं भाई इस तरह का नहीं खेलना है
Right, you are 7. I've got the defending champions of PMWC joining me on the main stage here. I've got Yangon Galacticos. Smile, let's have a quick chat. You know, cast your mind.
और ये लोगों का एक दूसरा गलती तुम्हें बताया जो मैं ये 2 दिन से नोट कर रहा हूँ ना 40 वालों का ये हमेशा ओपन में फंसते हैं एके ये हमेशा ओपन में फंसते हैं हाँ
What's the plan coming into this year's PMWC?
अभी 3 नंबर पे ओ जी लेकिन ये जो है ना तुम लोग अभी सिर्फ ये 2 मैचेस चेक करो ये फ्यूरिया वाले और ये ओरा वाले ठीक है ये चेक करो ये लोग कैसा खेलते हैं ये लोग कैसे टॉप पे आते हैं यार इनका फ्यूरिया गोट और ओरा ये 3 टीम ऐसी है कि ये अगर मतलब 3 मैचेस हार भी जाए ना इन लोगों का जो वो दिमाग है ना कुछ लोग ऐसे होते हैं कि जब पॉइंट टेबल में नीचे आ जाते हैं ना एके तो फिर उनको प्रेशर में आ जाता है इन पे प्रेशर नहीं पड़ता 3 मैचेस ये हारेंगे इसके बाद 3 मैचेस के बाद देखो ये फिर से टॉप पे बैठे होंगे हाँ भाई जल्दी करो बसड़ी के एक तो यार ये पबजी वालों पे मुझे गुस्सा आ रहा है यार इन कमीनों पे यार गलत कर रहे हैं यार
And if you could say anything to your fans who are watching and preparing themselves for
भाई मैं पबजी वालों को मशवरा दूंगा, इधर मेरे कमरे में एक लड़का बैठा हुआ है, वो सुर्ख कलर का चड्डी पहनता है, उसके ऊपर जो है ना वो कपड़े बना, ऐसा मजा आएगा ना। हाँ मोहसिन वो काला वाला नहीं, कोयला वाला। तुम्हारे सारे बातें रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है, मैं उसको बताऊंगा, सबर करो। और लाना तो ऐसी जान पे। नहीं नहीं उधर बैठा हुआ है, म्यूजिक लगाया है यार, मेरे साथ सारे डम है यार, सारे मरासी है, इधर म्यूजिक लगाएगा, डांस शुरू करेगा। अगेन मैच अभी बस शुरू हो रहा है। ये थोड़ा सा गिफ्टिंग करो भाई, गरीब बंदा हो, जूस मूस पियूंगा। हाँ अच्छा, तुमको मैं एक मजे की बात बताऊं, ये जो सर्वर ये लोग बनाते हैं ना, हालांकि ओनर ये जितने भी मोबाइल ये लोग प्रमोट करते हैं, ये इतने अच्छे मोबाइल नहीं है, ठीक है, लेकिन ये लोग ऐसा सर्वर बनाते हैं कि वो कमजोर मोबाइल में भी लैग नहीं होता है इसमें, तुम लोगों को पता है ये बात? हाँ
But this is
हाँ
going to be a crucial one. OG up to 80 points now. I think it's going to be difficult to
नहीं नहीं ये मोबाइल भाई बात सुनो, ये चुपके से बताता हूँ ताकि पबजी वालों को पता नहीं चले, ठीक है, ये जितने भी मोबाइल में ये लोग खेलते हैं ये सारे टट्टी मोबाइल है, ये लोग हाँ ये लोग जो है ना अलग से सर्वर बनाते हैं, यहाँ पे लेग मैग नहीं होता, ठीक है, लेग मैग नहीं होता। मोबाइल अगर तुम लोगों ने गेम के लिए इस्तेमाल करना है, आईफोन इस्तेमाल किया करो और रेड मैजिक का इस्तेमाल किया करो, बाकी जितना भी कंपनी है टट्टी है, किसी को बताना नहीं है कि इन्होंने ऐसी बात किया, कसम से मेरे को। हाँ
Let's get it going here, and we can take a look at the top players. Yeah, top with the most damage. Wow, 4,357.
आ जाए वो कार्डो पिला। ओके सलमान आता हूँ।
Fortunately, we don't see Aurora on top of
इस मैच में 40 है। हाँ क्यों नहीं है 40? नैनो भाई आप कौन सा काम करते हो? भाई मैं ये वाला काम करता हूँ। शौकत अली और दानियाल वालेकुम अस्सलाम, कैसे हो? ठीक है।
Absolutely. Now I'm looking now towards the bottom of the leaderboards. RRQ in 14th. Now RRQ qualified on a technicality.
ए भाई डबल टैप भी किया करो, ठीक है भाई, पश्तो में बात करो, पश्तो में सबको समझ नहीं आता। ओजी नाम है इंडियन टीम का गाइस। अब्दुल वाहिद कैसे हो? ठीक हो, खैरियत से हो?
But we do have Naruto games, Naruto skins in game at the moment. We've got the Ninetales Fury Org there as well, so you can draw for the Naruto character set 2 and become a sage yourself.
वो वीडियो अपलोड तो करो, मैंने क्या करना है? अचार डालो इरशाद। ए साइलेंट लव आया है। साइलेंट लव यार ये क्या है यार, 27 लेवल बनाया है। आख तू ऐसे 27 लेवल पे जो तुम मेरे को गिफ्टिंग नहीं करता है। रोको इरशाद तुम्हारा वीडियो अपलोड करता हूँ।
I have the same answer.
What is it?
Rasen Shuriken.
Ah, very nice.
I had like such weird deja vu for a second. Damn, let me.
Silent एक दाना तेरा लंडे चाहिए।
Give me a second.
Okay, now you know what?
Give me 2 seconds.
You know what? I'll tell you, it doesn't have a couple seconds.
यार साइलेंट थोड़ा सा गिफ्टिंग करो यार, नहीं करो। काला फुल वो डंबर नहीं है, वो जो रोड बनाते हैं।
Battling it out, back and forth. Reverb is going to get thirsted. Sitting did survive. And he looks like he is going to crawl to safety. Are you kidding me? So
14 अगस्त कब है भाई? 14 अगस्त जो है ना अक्टूबर में।
Push from X-Force rejects. One little mistake. That's all it takes.
Absolutely. X-Force rejects leading 1 there.
अच्छा कैंप अभी उनको यार ब्रिज कैंप का क्या जरूरत है?
I actually have this tattooed on my back, but it's the dead demon consuming seal.
यार
That one
एक अगर इस टूर्नामेंट में हम दोनों होते ना कितना मजा आता.
Because I would knock myself in game using that.
Maybe lock down your lunch so no one takes it, right?
I know.
और मैं तुम्हारे नीचे.
I have to.
That's right. You know what?
वाला कसम से मैं तो दूसरे दिन ही बस खुदकुशी कर लेता.
I'll go with the flying Raijin, dude.
मैं तो दूसरे दिन ही खुदकुशी कर लेता. भाई मेरे साथ टीममेट नहीं है, मेरे साथ जो है ना
Anytime you need me, I can have you marked, pow, and I'm right there. But what can
मैं
I
भी
say?
नहीं नहीं इरशाद तुम नाराज बहुत जल्दी होते हैं. तुमको मैं कुछ बोल लेता तुम नाराज हो जाते. साइलेंट थैंक यू सो मच ब्रो.
But it is also the first time we've actually seen it down towards Sosnovka. I mean, it's these players duke it out on day 2. Down towards the south side of the map. Thundertalk already making their cross right now. Enigma Galaxy.
silent.
They're just not holding it. I think they were much more concerned with having a spot right now.
دخل كنت love you وايا كان دا تسوق gifting كي يارا.
It is good, but we want to see a bit more for themselves. They don't want to end up dropping out on a catastrophic turn of events coming through towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, top
वो बख्ती रहमान वाला दिल भी बनाता ना.
better for sure. And
भाई 40 वालों के लिए इतना मुश्किल नहीं है. बस ये वाला चिकन डिनर करे और एक और चिकन डिनर करे बस 40 वाले जीत गए हैं.
that gets shut down in just a game alone. Especially when you got Furia climbing up the leaderboards. They have 54. They're within easy range of Enigma Galaxy.
अच्छा ओजी वाले का कितना 80 पॉइंट है. देखो कमीनों ने 80 पॉइंट्स ले लिए यार. 60. अच्छा ए बात सुनो 40 वाले कितना खूबसूरत पॉइंट पे है. 69 40 और गोट वाले.
My boys have got the double.
Double hovercraft.
69 guys 69.
Advantage on Sosnovka. You want to keep those up as long as possible.
लाइव कब आना है गिन सारा. तुम्हें अभी लाइव क्या मैं
Especially if
तुम्हारे
you
लिए
hunt down one of those welding guns, man, that's going to be so good for them here towards the end. And it looks like out of 2 teams that are already in military base, Four Thrives and Enigma Galaxy are mighty close to each other here. Meanwhile, KRX is going to be storming the beach here in a little while as well. So that's going to be interesting to see. A lot of teams want to take in that position there.
Yeah, KRX actually heading over towards the slope, moving upwards towards Four Thrives' position.
अच्छा सोचो मैं अगर इस टूर्नामेंट में होता ना ये जितना भी बात सुनो अगर मैं इस टूर्नामेंट में होता ना ये जितना भी लोग है ना मुझे पता है ये स्टार्ट में ही एहतजाज कर लेते कि भाई हम लोगों ने नहीं खेलना. हाँ ये तो एक करे भाई ये तो एक करे यार ये इसके साथ हम लोगों ने नहीं खेलना. भाई इनको सिरे से गेम आता ही नहीं है. गेम कैसे होता है.
Oh, look at this. Goat going down. Killer Joe is out. Moxie is hurt. So X-Force rejects do cross the bridge. They head to Novo, and they end up getting the better of Goat. Meanwhile, look at this. They're on a glider, getting themselves a position in this next circle.
Yeah, it's sad to see as well because it's going to be Fuchsman as well as Force.
यार देखो नहीं तुमने मेरा टूर्नामेंट का गेम देखा नहीं है. एक सीरियस बोल रहा हूँ. नहीं तुम याद चलो मैं तुम्हारी खातिर किसी टूर्नामेंट में एंट्री करूंगा ना. टूर्नामेंट में मैं एक जमाने में आईजीएल था. ये मजाक में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कसम से सच बोल रहा हूँ. ये कंटेंट बनाने से पहले ये बहुत पहले की बात है. ये जब पबजी नया आया था ना उस टाइम पे ये टूर्नामेंट्स होते थे. ये वाले नहीं आईपैड के प्लेयर्स के मतलब मिक्स टूर्नामेंट्स होते थे. मैं इतना खतरनाक गेम खेलता था ना इतना खतरनाक वो होता था ना मेरा प्लान होता था ना. कसम खा के बोलता हूँ कि जब मैं कंटेंट बनाने लगा वो बंदों ने बोला कि भाई तुमको पैसे चाहिए तुमको लीडरशिप चाहिए, जो भी चाहिए हम तुमको देंगे, ये कंटेंट छोड़ दो, हमारे साथ यही टूर्नामेंट में ही रहा करो। मैंने कहा नहीं भाई, मैंने अपना कंटेंट बनाना है, लोगों को मैंने इंटरटेन करना है। उसने कहा बस चलो, फिर उसके बाद मैंने छोड़ दिया, वरना मैं तो बहुत खतरनाक, मैं इधर स्टार्ट से ही मैं तुम लोगों को बोल लेता कि मैं किधर जाना है किधर नहीं जाना है, ऐसे जोन पकड़ता हूँ मैं। ये तो मैं ऐसे ही गपशप के लिए खेलता हूँ यार।
Right now, obviously the center of airstrip is pretty strong. Good place to play. You could even head over towards C block too. Not a bad spot. Worth playing going forward. KRX with the double hovercraft have a ton of capabilities to move in, but it seems like they may have ditched them somewhere.
भाई देखो, मैं पहले पीसी का प्लेयर था जब नया नया पबजी आया था, फिर उसके पीसी पे क्या करेगा वो, दरमियान में ऐसा होता है ना कि वो लॉबी नहीं मिलती ना। नहीं पीसी पे वो नहीं है। मोबाइल पे खेलना आसान है गाइस।
They rung the bell on this one, and Aurora starts to move up. Reaper's already down. Joel trying to hit some mad shotgun shots. I don't know what he was thinking.
السلام علیکم اختر څنګه جوړه په خیره وختي راسه کنه چې سبا ته نن شپې ته یو څه مسالې دي هغه نسته کنه چې وختي لاړ سو وختي راسو یار شپه به هم ثابته پاتې سي په ځان راورسو.
Man, tough cross and a bad time too. Match number 3 here for the second day. Aurora in fourth place.
बताओ.
Going out like this is going to be tough. It's going to really be those last 3 matches for Aurora if they're going to make it into the top 5. So worst case scenario for Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, Flash, Udia all pop off here. You can see Maniac looking for some cheeky angles. Look at him go. He's going to be able to try and jump all the way to the top, and he does. So Maniac busting out his parkour skills, showing people this is how it's done. This is how you get up on top. And Ulf's going to have to be mighty careful. His footsteps are pretty loud, though. Let's see if they can hear him up there.
Doc's like, what the hell, man? You're making a lot of noise.
Aura वालों का 3 player गया यार.
Coach didn't look too happy. We saw that little coach's corner. Let's see if Doc can make him smile. As Rolex is like, hey,
मोहसिना शुक्रिया.
There's no way.
Nobody's here, right?
Are we trigger discipline on this one? That's crazy.
Oh, GG's Doc.
And he did get shot in the back, right?
ये MVP गया अल्लाहु अकबर. अरे समंदर में चला गया.
And the coach corner, no reaction.
ये तुमको पता है कि हर एक टूर्नामेंट में ये डॉक जो है ना टॉप पे होता है MVP पे.
He did, right? Yeah, I was like,
my boy just stood on the stairs.
Just saying, you know what? If I'm going down, this is how I'm doing it.
I'm convinced I'm parking stuff.
I'm safe. Oh man, Yusuf getting caught
Man.
Jumped down? I thought he was on top of the whole.
If
he was on top of here, interesting.
यार मैं सऊदी के स्क्वाड के लिए वो थोड़ा सा वो ये नहीं है गीक वाला.
We're going to see Ulf just hard commit.
Alula's coming in here as well.
Ulf got a lot of points to grab. I think they're going to hold on to the spot for a lot longer.
I mean, why not? I mean, Ulf right now, feels like people are feeding them points. Ulf's like, they're not even trying to make this difficult for us. They're just...
We'll take it.
It's just meals, free meals.
No, बहुत है कि. अच्छा तुमको पता है कि ये जो है ना ये तुमने बोला कि तुम अकेले जा रहे होते हो और इस तरह से वो ये सारी चीजें ना कि गन उठाते हो बस भाग रहे होते हो. ये आदत पता है ये मेरा क्यों हुआ है ऐसा आदत, मतलब मुझे टीममेट के साथ खेलना आता ही नहीं है टीममेट के साथ. नहीं रश ये मैं तुमको एक चीज बताऊं. 2020 21 22 23 ठीक है, इसमें मैं सारा का सारा सोलो वर्सेस स्क्वाड खेलता था. 2020 और 21 में तो सोलो वर्सेस स्क्वाड ही खेलता था. बूट कैंप उतरता था. ओ हो क्या मजा आता था यार. अब सैनोक बूट कैंप का वो वाला माहौल एक बार फिर से स्टार्ट हो जाए ना, मैं ये और गेम सिरे से डिलीट करूंगा, लगाऊंगा ही नहीं. हाँ
gets a knock.
Tournament है
First
tournament.
onto one of the players from RRQ, so maybe a little bit too greedy on that rotation.
أخوانا خلقوا
I
توخى.
would say you should assume the players are going to be playing down towards these very much coastal edges. I think it's a very typical area to work with as well.
तुम्हारा कैरेक्टर आ रहा है PUBG में. हाँ, डम्बर मोहसिन प्रो मैक्स.
So far, the top will get themselves at least one off the back of that. A lot of teams are
डम्बर मोहसिन प्रो मैक्स. ये माशाल्लाह इतना सफेद है कि रात को ये नजर नहीं आता और जितनी भी चोरियां होती है रात में उसमें इसका हाथ होता है.
ए खाना खराब क्यों ऐसे बोले गांडू में तेरे साथ होता पूरा रात क्योंकि मैं चोरी करते तुम भी साथ में है ना
तुम्हें तो नजर आता हूँ तुम नजर नहीं आते हो ना.
इरशाद मेरी जान कैसे हो इरशाद
कसम बात सुनो एक ऐसे गंदी मैं तुमको रिकॉर्डिंग पे सुनाएगा ऐसे गलत बातें तुम्हारे खिलाफ बोल.
नहीं मैं ये ऐसा बंदा नहीं है पीछे नहीं बोल सकते. आई एम श्योर.
क्या यू आर श्योर?
एक ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते.
शर्त लगाएगा.
शर्त लगाएगा.
आज दो चलो ठीक है. कितना दरहम शर्त लगाएगा?
फिर वो दरहम
मैं गरीब हुआ है.
चलो एक वो लगाओ कोई भी गोल लगाओ मैं पूरा कर दूंगा.
लगा हुआ है ना एक दाना वो जहाज लगा हुआ है और दिल लगा हुआ है. छोटा वाला 10 दिल है माना 10 दिल है 10 दिल के क्या. ओए 40 वालों ने ब्रिज अलग गोट वाले फिर से फंस गए. लव फ्रॉम सिन.
एक तुम गलत बात करते हैं हाँ. मशीन को बोल ओके
आओ गरवाई मोहसिन को मैंने हमेशा बोला है कि मोहसिन काला है तो क्या हुआ दिल वाला है.
यार देखिए मैं काला हूँ यार देख मैं काला हूँ.
तो एक सेकंड तुम इधर मेरे साथ बैठो. ये नहीं है काला चेक कर. नहीं इसमें फिल्टर नहीं लगा हुआ है क्या? तो बगैर फिल्टर के वो चेक कर. एक दिन मुझे बोल रहा है नैनो मैं तुमसे सफेद.
देख
रुको खतरनाक फाइट है ठीक है. तुमको समझ नहीं आएगा फिर भी देख.
इसलिए मैं कब से देख रहा हूँ मैं.
असल गेम जो है ना ये अला वो फलक ने जो है ना एक दाना नॉक किया.
मतलब इसमें आप नहीं है.
नहीं ये सिर्फ ब्लर है. ब्लर अला यार तुम्हारा इतना मुर्दारखोर शक्ल है वो कैमरा भी ब्लर हो गया. इसको हटाओ
यार तुम गलत बात कर रहे यार. तुम्हें कितना खूबसूरत बंदा हो तुमने ब्लर किया तो.
अच्छा एक दिन मेरे को बोल रहा था ना एक दिन मुझे ये बोल रहा था ना कि नैनो हम सब में जो है ना सबसे खूबसूरत मैं हूँ.
ठीक है ना यार के मैं गलत बोल रहा हूँ यार. यार मैं नहीं
किस तरफ बैठो तुम आ जाओ लाइव पे बैठ जाओ. ये गोल तो पूरा कर. भाई सबको छोड़ के मैं बस आपका फैन हूँ. थैंक यू वॉल्फ. 40 वाले हैं किधर यार? नहीं किधर 3 काली है यार. 40 वालों का वो एक किल चोरी हो गया. किधर काली है? 0 किसने नॉक की है? अला ओजी गया.
They're shown for about 2 seconds. We realize they're very sad, and then we take them away.
Dude, they're just sad or serious, dude. They're just like...
I think the production should keep the coach corner cameras up for a good 50.
नहीं ऐसे नहीं बोलते हैं गाइस एके इस तरह नहीं बोलते हैं अच्छा खेल रहे हैं लंड पे चढ़े भोसड़ी के
like in the middle of a fight, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. As Silence putting some shots downrange, holding this position. This is a tough circle here.
81
go down south. That airfield is there's not
फेल वाले फ्लैश वाले भी जिंदा है ये भी अच्छा खेलते हैं फ्लैश यार इनका बात सुनो इनका वो बहुत खतरनाक होता है कि स्प्रे फ्यूरिया वाले वाला
Enigma Galaxy, this is not a horrible spot to play in. They just have to be absolutely proactive. They're down towards the south side of the fence.
लो पे अच्छा खेला जाता है ना
looking to crest into the building alongside with KRX. Can QXZ hit a nutty grenade? Pops it back in.
इनका जो है ना गेमिंग सेंस और रिफ्लेक्सेस बहुत तेज होते हैं ना
My goodness me, they were fast to this location.
इनका जो है ना बात सुनो सेंसिटिविटी इनका रिफ्लेक्सेस इतना तेज होता है हमारा टीम का ऐसा होता है ना कि हम लोग जा रहे होते हैं कहीं पे सामने गाड़ी होते हैं हम ऐसे फील आती है हमें कि हमने दूल्हा दुल्हन बिठाया हुआ है वल्लाह कि तुम्हारे लिए फायर भी करे अला फ्लैश वाले रश कर रहे हैं
It's up to them to win this fight. Oh, great teamwork there with a 2v1. They are fully taking advantage of GK, catching them off guard.
वो सेफ फाइट ले रहे हैं ना
them to push, and if you're GK, it's kind of your fault there. You had to make sure that you got at least some shots onto them coming on in, but they were able to fully push this easily. And now with that bounce nade, Team Flash is pushing up little by little.
It's a naughty pincer they came in with. Zeus around the corner, still on fire.
वो फ्लैश वालों ने क्या रश किया यार मुझे गीक के लिए वो हो रहा है
But he crunches back down on them with a couple of shots through from the DBS. Lovely to see here from the Flash, but yet there's only one stairway to get up on that building.
Zoya, thank you.
On both sides, it's hard to deal with if you don't have a player on the bottom floor, and that team was already hurting. So it's a good identification from Flash.
40 वाले हैं किधर एक नॉक है
Building is best aggressed upon.
यार ये लोग 40 वालों का गेम क्यों नहीं दिखाते हैं साइलेंस बचा हुआ है
just keeping an eye out so nobody pushes up on them for free. And that little mistake allowed Team Flash to just push up and get it done. Silence throwing a smoke right onto himself here. We know that was on purpose.
हुज़ैफा अच्छा खेलता है गाइस उसमें 14 नहीं 5-6 मैचेस आज 6 मैचेस
got the pumpy and a nade. This has to be a special one, but the door's closed on him. Oh dear.
Oh, and that nade's gonna knock
फ्यूरिया वाले के अच्छा मैंने इनको अभी यही बात किया ना राजा सोहेल वेलकम ब्रो मैंने इनको अभी यही बात किया ना है कि मैंने कहा दुनिया कहाँ से कहाँ तक पहुंच गई है लोग जो है ना 8 साल के बाद अभी भी सेंसिटिविटी के पीछे घूम रहे हैं फ्यूरिया के जब तक तुम लोग अपनी सेंसिटिविटी नहीं बनाओगे यार तुम लोग गेम नहीं सीख पाओगे
Was not the chef in that scenario, that's for sure. But now we have Enigma Galaxy down towards that southwest side. Their basic big task here is pretty much to hold everyone out coming through.
वो अभी मैं उनको देख रहा था ना फ्यूरिया वालों को उनका स्पॉन्सर जो है ना एक रेड बुल है ना तो ऐसे ऐसे स्पॉन्सर्स है हमारे ऐसे स्पॉन्सर्स आते हैं बोलते हैं भाई रॉयल पास तो दे दो 60 यूसी तो दे दो थोड़ा 10 रुपए का गांड तो दे
over towards Sitting and Thunder Talk.
Thunder Talk just can't catch a break
here.
They need to do something crazy if they want to just even get to the survival stage.
सच बोल रहा हूँ यार कौन सा ऐसा बंदा है जो इधर आकर हमको शेयर मारता है पूरी जिंदगी मुझे एक शेयर मारा है वो भी मेरे दोस्त ने मारा है यूनिवर्स तो छोड़ो अला
But look at our leaderboards here. We got so many people in the top.
ये ओजी वाले किधर है ओजी वाले
Leaderboards are going to get crazy. Up on top. Scarface with so much lay of the land here. Throwing the nades. Not trying to give away
check करो
and gets the lock onto Lord. He's got another though.
ओ आई के 40 वाले बहुत सेक्सी जगह पे आए हैं, बहुत गलत जगह पे आए हैं. यार बहुत गलत जगह पे है भाईजान. आईक्यू कवर दे दो ना आईक्यू.
Aaron will finish off Satan. Kelsey takes a big hit here. But for Ulf, this is a large game. 8 eliminations coming through. And almost impossible.
Rajaswell, thank you so much, bro.
Making happen here.
Oh, they needed this one. They needed
Ala,
this
GG's.
so bad. 24 gets the knock on a
GG's.
Scarface.
यार ये यूएलएफ वालों को मार देना एक बार. यार नेड मारो 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 मारो. GG's ये भी नॉक, ये भी नॉक, ये भी नॉक, ये भी नॉक. एक और एक और एक और. गया 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 गया. यार GG's फलक. लास्ट है. यार GG's फलक. यार क्या मजे का गेम खेला कसम से. एनजीसी कोप्स. यार ये कहाँ से आ गया. ये आखिरी बंदा है यार. ये कहाँ से आ गया यार. ये इसको तो मारो यार. इसको यार आमी को.
RRQ just sweeping up the dust after that one. That was wild.
यार बाकियों को तो छोड़ो. ओजी का भी एक रहता है. चलो 7 किल किए हम. बस इस मैच के बाद जो है ना वो ऊपर आएंगे. टॉप 1 पे जो है ना 40 आएगा. जिंदा नहीं 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 वो है. ये मैच अभी अगर खत्म हो जाए जो भी हो जाए ना है कि वो आएगा. सिर्फ ये फ्लैश वालों ने अगर चिकन डिनर किया ना बस फिर ये आ सकते हैं. वरना नहीं है. फिर वापस टॉप 1 पे वो आएगा. ये किसी ने रश किया उधर से यार. ये स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर था भोसड़ी का. हुज़ैफा ये स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर था.
Dude, he be fooping right there. Foops, man, just holding it down. He ain't moving at all, I'll tell you that. The second he walks out, he's done. Honestly, just go out the blue zone.
ओजी वालों ने किल नहीं किए ना. रुके हुए उसके पॉइंट. वो मर जाएगा. एक बंदा है उसका. उसका एक बंदा. वो एक बंदा क्या करेगा टूर्नामेंट की लॉबी में. राजस्वेल थैंक यू सो मच ब्रो.
It's a hard push. I mean, there is this tiny ridge line you can play, but by the time you show your face, that happens.
Yeah, the second he even looked out. The second he even looked. Oh,
check this setup out.
लेकिन मैं इस बात पे हैरान हूँ. मुझे एक चीज तो बताओ. अफरीदी ऑन टॉप आया स्ट्रीम्स. मैं इस बात पे हैरान हूँ. ये हुज़ैफा किधर था. ये लोग कैसे 3 बंदे रश कर सकते हैं.
Look at that. And then the nade busts all those gas cans. They wanted to make sure they had the perfect setup if they did push in. But now we're going to see KRX get beat up by 4 Thrives. Trying to make something happen. Team Flash, though, punishing up and wiping them out. KRX not able to make the push.
फ्लैश वाले खतरनाक खेल रहे हैं गाइस. 10 किल किए फ्लैश वालों ने 10 किल किया. हुज़ैफा ने भी वहां से 1 किल निकाला. जीजी हुज़ैफा. हुज़ैफा ऑफलाइन है. हुज़ैफा का नेट चला गया है. हुज़ैफा ने वीपीएन कनेक्ट किया था. नेट चला गया था इस वजह से नहीं आया. ये एक और किल भी ले सकता है हुज़ैफा. नहीं 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 हुज़ैफा इधर नहीं. पीछे से बंदा आ रहा है भाई. यार हुज़ैफा ये वाला चिकन डिनर तुमने निकाल दिया ना. तुम्हारे गोट क्या चूमने के लायक होंगी. हाँ 60 करोड़ वाली.
Get a little bit of coverage here, but there's just nothing. It is all wide open field. Everybody just hugging the edge for the little bit of coverage they have.
You can see this is one of the most disgusting.
अच्छा ऐसे नहीं. मैं एक सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ ना. तुमने एक चीज नोट किया है. ये जितने भी टूर्नामेंट के प्लेयर्स है सिर्फ पाकिस्तान के नहीं जितने भी बाहर के भी है वो एक तुर्की वाले थोड़े से मोटे मोटे बाकी सारे मोटे क्यों हाँ यार उन मैं तुमको एक चीज बताऊं उन बेचारों को अभी भी कोई नहीं जानता पता है कैसे बात सुनो नहीं अभी इतना इतना टॉप लेवल पे जो है ना ये लोग खेल रहे हैं ना वर्ल्ड क्लास वो गेम खेल रहे हैं ना अभी भी इन बेचारों के 1 लाख फॉलोअर्स है और जो स्क्रिप्टेड सारी चीजें बनाते हैं उनके मिलियन मिलियन है
get themselves towards a position to get a direct qualification through to the finals in the top 5.
40 finish.
Playing off the back of the loot crate.
हाँ.
Has the ghillie suit. Might actually be
खैर 40 का मसला नहीं है 40 इस मैच के बाद जो है ना वो टॉप पे आएगा ना वापस नंबर 1 पे 40 वाले आएंगे
It's all up to RRQ here. They needed this win so desperately, especially with only 3 matches after this. They're trying to make
मसला नहीं है उन्होंने
top 5 and a chicken dinner here could be the beginning of that. But well, Team Flash, they're pushing themselves big up the leaderboards. Here we go. It's just win. He's got a rock, but it ain't gonna be big enough. It's
लेकिन ये टॉप 1 पे अभी चेक करना वापस 40 वाले आएंगे ठीक है मैंने पॉइंट्स गिन लिए हैं
At this stage of the day, but the fight is not done yet. They do not want to drop back down towards that bottom 3. There is still a chance of it happening, but right now,
Umar Utradi, thank you, bro.
Yeah, I mean they definitely are. They didn't breathe well enough to where we saw no pop.
78 किधर से आ गया भाईजान?
All right, good. You know we're alive. Okay, let's see what we can do though before we really get happy.
But Flash, honestly, they played well. I think the aggression onto that compound.
PRQ ने किया चिकन डिनर.
That was gorgeous. Really well set up, honestly. I think there's been
9 kills है 6. कितने थे ना? नहीं तो 1-2 पॉइंट्स उसके भी देते हैं ना टॉप पे आने के लिए. यार मुझे ओजी वालों का इतना मसला नहीं है मुझे जो है ना ये 2 स्क्वाडों से बहुत डर लगता है एक ये ओरा और वो है हाँ वो गेम प्ले पे वो आरामी बहुत कर रहा हूँ वो जिस मैच में 4 बंदे जिंदा थे ना समझ जाओ बस गया लोबी गया अलोन भाई अगला मैच 5 मिनट के बाद स्टार्ट होगा और फिर वो बहुत जालिम है दरवेश उनका गेम तुम लोग ठीक से देखो इतना हर एक प्लेयर उसका जो है ना हरामी हर एक प्लेयर यार लेकिन मैं तुम लोगों को एक चीज बताऊं ना पाकिस्तानी टीम वालों के बेचारों का किस्मत काम नहीं करता ये भी है क्या हम लोग अफगानिस्तान से टीम बनाएंगे वो क्रिएटर हब नहीं है ना उनके पास वो पबजी के साथ ऑफिशियली अभी आया है ना अभी आया है देखो भाई 8 साल वो बहुत खतरनाक प्लेयर है अफगानिस्तान के भी बहुत खतरनाक ऐसे प्लेयर है ना वो कंटेंट नहीं बनाते हैं अभी अफगानिस्तान में टोटल कितने कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स है तुमने देखा है नहीं है ना सिर्फ नथिंग आया वो भी कंटेंट बनाता है वो नहीं खेलता गेम नहीं खेलता ना मतलब टूर्नामेंट्स और ये वाला गेम नहीं खेलता नथिंग है ना बाकी कुछ है जो यूरोप में बैठे हुए हैं लेकिन अफगानिस्तान में जो ऑफलाइन जो गेम है ना ऑफलाइन जो स्ट्रीमर्स हैं और वो है स्ट्रीमर्स नहीं जो गेम खेलता है बहुत खतरनाक गेम खेलता है एक मेरा दोस्त था वो बाहर था ओहो वो जो गेम खेलता था ओ तेरी खैर हाँ 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 तेरे ऐसा कोई फिलिपीनी मेरे को नहीं मिलेगा जो मेरे को अपने साथ रहे। नैनो मेरा नाम ना बताना किसी को वरना सब मेरे फैन हो जाएंगे। बिल्कुल नहीं जी, भी नहीं बताता। अफगान ने बोला है नल अच्छा प्लेयर। नल के मैं जानता हूँ यार, वो इदरीस शरीफी के उसमें, इदरीस शरीफी के स्क्वाड में जो खेलता है नल, वो अच्छा गेम खेलता है। मैं तुम लोगों को एक चीज बताऊं, राजा सोहेल थैंक यू सो मच ब्रो। मैं तुम लोगों को एक चीज बताऊं गाइस, गारंटी के साथ बोल रहा हूँ, गारंटी के साथ, पाकिस्तान के जितने भी स्ट्रीमर्स हैं ना, जितने भी स्ट्रीमर्स हैं पाकिस्तान के या बाकी मुल्कों के, जो जितने भी स्ट्रीमर्स हैं, ये कोई भी टूर्नामेंट नहीं खेल सकता। जितने भी लोगों की तुम लोग वीडियोस देखते हो, चाहे वो पाकिस्तान का है, अफगानिस्तान का है, बांग्लादेश का है, ये लोग टूर्नामेंट के प्लेयर है ही नहीं। मैं भी नहीं हूँ भाई। हम लोग इधर जाएंगे, सबसे पहला स्क्वाड उधर आएगा, मिस्टर नैनो गेमिंग नॉक बाय दिस, एके नॉक बाय दिस। इनका ये गेम लेवल ही अलग है। हम लोग देखो, हम लोग 4 बंदे जो है ना, एक अपार्टमेंट में, मतलब एक कमरे में या एक जगह पे हम लोग जाते हैं ना, यहाँ पे 4 बंदे एक जगह पे, तुम लोग इनको देखोगे ही नहीं। एक साइड पे उधर बैठा होगा, एक दूसरे साइड पे, और चारों के चार एक दूसरे को कवर कर। ये इतना आसान काम नहीं है। ये ऐसा है ना, ये लोग मैथमेटिक्स, इन लोगों के कमरों में ये जहाँ पे रहते हैं ना, हर जगह पे जो है ना, ये एरेंगल और इनके मैप लगे होते हैं। इनको एक एक पत्थर का पता होता है, ये हर एक मैप का एक एक पत्थर पता होता है कि किस जगह पे कौन सा पत्थर पड़ा हुआ है। ठीक है, ये इस तरह का गेम है। हम तो चर्ची लोग हैं भाई, हम लोग भूल जाते हैं कि हम लोग इधर कौन सा जगह। हमारे स्क्वाड में कोई चोकराबाज है, कोई चर्ची है, कोई क्या है, कोई क्या है। उधर शेख को हम लोग लाएंगे, बात सुनो, शेख को हम लोग लाएंगे भोसड़ी का। उधर ये डॉग खूबसूरत भी है, डॉग को किल अपना दे देगा, फिर आखिर में बोलेगा भाई वो तो चिकना था, चिकना, इस वजह से मैंने अपना किल दे दिया। हाँ, जब मैं आपकी टीम में होता तो आपको फाइनल विन करता। हाँ इरशाद, पीछे की तरफ से। समझ में आ गया, इस तरह से गेम नहीं होता है। हमारे साथ वो टर्कीबाज लोग है कसम से। मैं
Their pushes had more support, and the team appeared more connected. That growing coordination was on full display in the final match.
PTG लाला, Who is चोकराबाज? जयान है, बहुत से चोकराबाज लोग हैं। जयान भाई कैसे हो? ठीक हो यार? जयान भाई आप बहुत ही बेवफा बंदे हो यार। जयान, मैंने इतनी वीडियोस आपको भेजी, इतनी वीडियोस भेजी, आपने जवाब ही नहीं दिया सिरे से। हाँ वो वाले, वो कल मैंने इंस्टाग्राम पे देखी थी। नैनो बहुत बिजी हूँ आजकल। अच्छा जैन, नहीं पूरी नहीं, कुछ है उसमें? नहीं मैंने सिर्फ थोड़ा सा देखा ना। वो जो बोलता है तुम शलवार पहन के क्यों नहीं आए? तुम पूरी भेजो मुझे, अभी भेजो मुझे पूरी। नहीं आ रहेंगे बड़ा। जयान भाई अल्लाह आपको खुश रखे। और सुनाओ कैसे हो? ठीक हो? जिंदगी खैर से गुजर रही है? 14 नंबर 2 पे है, बस 2 पॉइंट पीछे है। नहीं तो तुम लोग बात सुनो, मेरे को एक चीज बताओ ना, तुम लोग अजीब बात करते हो यार। ये लोग ग्रेनेड करते हैं, एनिमी के 4 बंदे उड़ाते हैं, हम लोग ग्रेनेड करते हैं, अपने ही टीम में उड़ाते हैं। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह जयान भाई, अल्लाह का करम है यार, शुक्र है अल्लाह का।
from crushing Keys. But talking about keys that don't want to be crushed, RRQ,
Acha.
the team that needed those points, the team that needed to be able to get out of the top 3, I think with that win, they should be able to.
मुझे इजी पैसा भेज दो फैसल को रॉयल पास नहीं चाहिए. दानिश लगारी नोट रुको नोट स्मोकिंग ब्रो. बच्चे आपकी स्ट्रीम देखते हैं बाकी एज यू विश माय लव. भाई जो बच्चे मेरी स्ट्रीम देखते हैं जाकर उसका शलवार का जेब चेक करो, उसमें बीड़ी पड़ा होगा. बीड़ी आप लोगों को मोलोटोल दी है आग लगाने के लिए. आप लोग मोलोटोल से कारोबार शुरू कर दें. आजकल के बच्चे वो वाले बच्चे नहीं है भाई. कसम से तुम किसी बच्चे को बोलो गाली दो, ऐसे ऐसे इंटरनेशनल गाली देंगे जो तुम्हारे कान ऐसे बुंग इस तरह करेंगे कि ये कौन सी गाली थी यार. यहाँ तो मैंने आज तक कभी सुना ही नहीं था.
Galaxy there trying to just survive against their grenades, and also 4 thrives coming in late. But what a clutch from this guy. But eventually can see the circle very open.
भाई टोटल कितने दिन होते हैं पबजी वर्ल्ड कप? 2 दिन या 3 दिन? 6 मैचेस होते हैं गाइस. आज मेरे ख्याल से लास्ट डे है. आज मेरे ख्याल से फ्री फायर वाले भी हैं. फ्री फायर का बहुत है. फ्री फायर स्टार्ट नहीं करते हैं कि बहुत बड़ा प्राइस पूल होता है. कसम से इतनी बड़ी कम्युनिटी, इतनी बड़ी कम्युनिटी है फ्री फायर की. लेकिन एक और मसला है ना फ्री फायर का, फ्री फायर वाले जितने भी है गरीब है. हाँ ये वाले इवेंट से हुआ है.
Is there any club championship updates?
Oh, no. But
ना भाई मिस्टर खान 302 बहुत अच्छा खेलता है, स्ट्रीमर है. अच्छा नानो भाई. हाँ साइको माई बोलो. नहीं भाई मैं तो GTA 6 शुरू कर रहा हूँ गाइस. नहीं है मेरे पास पैसे. एक बंदे ने वादा किया है एक मैं तुम्हारा फैन हूँ, मुझे भी रॉयल पास दे दो. अच्छा बात सुनो है क्या, मैं भी तुम्हारा फैन हूँ, मुझे रॉयल पास नहीं दो, गांड दे दो. किसने बोला सलामत है? अभी भी देखो माउंट, अभी भी जाकर देखो माउंट एवरेस्ट उसमें से दिख रहा होगा.
average point for yesterday, just eliminations alone, and for a squad of this caliber, I mean their first few games to only achieve sort of like 10 points, which is not bad compared to some of the other squads, but it's unusual coming out of this match. And they were able to have that control over the western side. They had that little bit of defense. They were able to sort of get the car and place it on the hill against 4 thrives, but they were so incredibly grouped in that contention. It just took one of these opening nades from 4 thrives to be able to eliminate that, and then they just didn't have the ability to maintain that spot. And this squad should be able to do that. I mean, at the end of the day, it was about 8 eliminations coming out of that match, something that they need.
Ajay, thank you so much यार. रुको भूख लगा. तुम इनके साथ बात करो, मैं एक सेकंड में.
Bottom 3 max, we got Alula, Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming. Thunder Talk has been pretty much non-existent, so I'm sorry Thunder Talk fans, I'm just gonna skip it. Gaming Stars as well. Alula at one point showed us that they could maybe even try to push for the top 5. That's not the case right now, as they're currently sitting at the bottom 3.
I gotta say, unfortunately for the side of Alula Club, it's just 2 players doing most of the work for their side, so I need to see presence from the other 2 players. Hopefully it'll be enough, because right now, 7, it's a 2-point difference between those teams in the bottom 3 and the teams just above them. So Alula, it's not game over, but they need to get these points on board right now. Their non-games literally are 0-pointers. You can't afford to do that at PMWC.
Yeah, you cannot afford to do that kind of stuff at PMWC, especially with 3 matches left. You can either make it to the grand finals, you can make it to survival, or you can end up going home, going into this final 3 minutes.
Oh, bro, thank you. What's this?
What's this? What is? Thank you, James.
I will not throw my
even give us a thumbs up. I threw my.
किस चीज पे? ये इरशाद का हैप्पी बर्थडे का केक है यार, ये थोड़ा सा खाते हैं, भूख लगा है.
There's something inside. Let's open it.
There's a Giga Rare one.
Oh my gosh.
The mysterious, the joyful.
Wait, y'all ready for this?
Is that the clan or can't?
Lace, wait, you're ready for this?
I want the pink one.
Max is already going.
Oh my god, you guys are already ripping it.
Sorry, we're littering right now. Don't worry, we'll pick it up after this.
Oh, there's more packaging.
Oh, I thought I got the special one.
Oh, there's a card in there too.
Oh, did I just get the one I wanted? Oh, no.
Hey, I got the pink
That's the one. Is that what we get? Let's open it. I'm gonna have to put this down.
I think I got the pink one. Sorry, spoiler alert.
खुद का रहे हो
Not good at opening blind boxes.
तो क्या करूं तुमको खिलाऊं
If you like ASMR, here you go.
मैं किंग हूं
Yeah, boy. Wait, did we get twinsies?
नहीं ये कल मैंने वो इरशाद के लिए काटा था
Please let me open this. Yes. Yes.
एके बात
The
एके
of the day. Because we're now heading to the final
एके बात सुनो
of PMWC at EWC.
ये जो अभी मेरे पास एक गिफ्ट आया था स्पाइडरमैन वाला ना
This is awesome.
नानो आपने क्या सोचा मुंह में डालूं केक हाँ ये जो मुझे पबजी का बॉक्स मिला था ना अगर पबजी मेरे हाथ में था और मैं क्रिएटर्स को गिफ्ट भेजता ना तुमको पता है मैं बॉक्स में उनके लिए लोड़ा डाल के भेज ये लो भाई तुम लोगों ने बहुत अच्छा कहा ये हाँ ना
Yeah, right now, hot contest on the bottom bubble, and it's going to be a real fight for them to try and join some of the teams maybe in the survival stage, not to mention the top 5 going straight to those grand finals. We're going to be heading over into Erangel for the last time of Group A. As the plane path sends on over, looks like we're coming from North George, cutting down towards Novo way, towards that military base. We saw that military circle finish in the last match. It did get a little bit messy around the runway. Let's see if we can tidy things up here.
Yeah, see how we're looking and what sort of sauce we're going to be cooking with into our last 3 games of today. And obviously for some teams, John, that's the brutal reality of the situation. It's not just the last few games they're playing today, it could be the last few games they played this entire tournament. And obviously for what we've been building up for throughout the season, throughout this year, back-to-back grinding for some opportunities to really arrive in Paris, France here at EWC 26, John. If it's taken away from you in the space of 12 games, it's going to be such a
गरीब बंदे का कोई हेल्प नहीं करता यार ये जीपी का क्यों तुम लोग हेल्प नहीं कर रहे हो मैं सिन से हूँ भाई दानिश लगारी लव यू मैं टीएमजी आमना का फैन हूँ क्या बात है
33 points to 35. They need to jump up a little bit further. It's a little bit further to go for the teams beneath them as well, but it is still all to play for as we enter the back half of the day.
फलक टीम प्लेइंग यस ब्रो प्लेइंग यार भाई मेरा असल में नहीं करते हैं यार ये लोग गिफ्टिंग नहीं करते हैं मैं टीएमजी आमना नहीं वो मास्क और ये चीजें नहीं मैं चाइना जाकर प्लास्टिक का वो भी लगवा लूं नहीं करते हैं ये लोग
rough circle so far. John, I don't know if you'd agree, mate. Past day, especially today again.
बहुत बकवास
This is one that I imagine
बकवास सुनो
going to look up and go, you know what? It's not that bad. We love a late rotate, guys. This is the dream. Yeah, grab some of those.
बस ओजी वालों के बुरे दिन ओजी वालों के बुरे दिन शुरू हो गए हैं
Late into the game, or at least try to. Looks like Flasher on the hunt.
कलर जेट ब्लैक
Out of the window he goes. Went for the spray down. Doesn't quite connect on the first one. Reload. Leaning out the windows, 3 players in the car, trying to chase them. But it looks like X-Force rejects are wily to it.
यार ये वाला फाइट अलाउ नहीं होना चाहिए जब तक लूट ना हो ठीक से
As he leans at the back seat with the boys tracking nicely. That's going to be the bonnet over the top of Reverb to get their first Elim hard hammered in. So not ideal for reject.
गाली नॉट गुड अच्छे लोग लव यू
Far from it, yeah.
हाँ एजेंट बात सुनो एजेंट देखो भाईजान ये गाली नहीं होती गाली ऐसे होती है ना गाली ये नहीं होती है गपशप है मजाक है गाली माँ बहन की गाली ये वो हम लोग तो अपने अभी मैं के को गांडू बोल रहा हूँ इसमें क्या गाली है यार एक है ही गांडू मैं क्या करूँ इसका
Saverni to grab everything that they want. And if you guys want to grab everything that you want, make sure that you're joining the Uzumaki Naruto event to make sure you can get the chance to draw those beautiful skins that have been added to the game over the course of it. And see if you can take the top spots here. Well, you have to wait for that probably. Next qualifiers.
Yeah, maybe another year, maybe another time. But obviously for the squads that are battling it out right now, I do like the point that you established, the idea.
है कि मेरे को इतना बड़ा, मेरा कोई इतना बड़ा फैन होता, मैं बड़ा वाला रॉयल पास सेंड करता, सोचता भी नहीं.
Find some safe ground, get yourself truly looted rather than just with scraps when things kick off and you're forced to run into a team on rotate. Well, that would be a lot easier if you had all 4 players. Even one at a pivotal point like this.
यार वो जीबी का कमेंट पढ़ा करो यार, वो बोल रहा है मेरा कमेंट इग्नोर कर रहे हो.
Being rude, John. They need the extra level right now. You need the full squad. 3 players, this is going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, they are only 2 points ahead. They definitely.
और कंजल से तवाई. मैं तुम लोगों को बताया गाली किस चीज को बोलते हैं.
To be able to add another point to their tally, try and solidify themselves in towards the top 5. Because of how the plane path was sat, it did exacerbate those vehicle drops, which is why you see that sort of
इनकारी समझो क्या.
And then trying to break out to the east, you kind of are going to expect it on a situation like that where you start all the way out on that northwest side. So, yeah, brilliant stuff for Team Flash to be able to hunt that one.
यार ब्रिज जोन किधर है और वो लोग ब्रिज पकड़ रहे हैं. 40 वालों यार थोड़ा सा दिमाग से काम लो, अगर नहीं आता है आ जाओ मुझसे मशवरे ले लो यार. एजेंट अलग गिफ्टिंग खोराता हुआ क्या यार. यार पबजी मोबाइल में जो वो है ना फैन फॉलोइंग इस तरह से नहीं, इंडिया वाले एरिया में ना जोनाथन का बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग.
Opportunity that they might run into some bystanders and possibly get a read on it. Avoid early interaction if possible with.
वो जब सुनो, वो जब लाइव आता है ना YouTube पे, उसका 3 लाख का वाचिंग होता है, ठीक है, 3 लाख का. हम जब लाइव आते हैं जो देख रहे होते हैं वो भोसड़ी वाले भी ब्लॉक करते हैं.
Yeah, absolutely. They have
किधर और तुमको पता है नहीं सपोर्ट है. और पबजी का डाउनफॉल कब हुआ? जब इंडिया में पबजी बैन हो गया था ना. वॉच स्टेफ गेम जाओ मना, स्टेफ सारा बोट लॉबी खेलता है. बोट लॉबी तो हम लोग ऐसे ही लीव करके चले जाते हैं. हमारे लोगों का ये मसला है ना भाई, है के बात सुनो, हमारे लोगों का ये मसला है, बाहर के लोगों के उठाते हैं, अपने लोगों को छोड़ा हुआ है.
They're looking much more coordinated today. They're looking like they really have it figured out in a lot of situations, I think it's safe to say. Quick refuel there, 4 thrice as I forget some target practice in. Getting ready for it. And I'm assuming, yeah, I'm just going to top that one up right to the tippy top, and off he goes. Falak on the road again. Falak was kind of crazy with it at the end of that last match, right? Sending forwards over towards, I think it was Nick McGalaxy to try and sweep through. Obviously, no, sorry, it was Coops who took him down from Nick McGalaxy. But yeah, it was really quite nutty.
नहीं समझते हैं ना. अच्छा दूसरी बात तुमको मैं बताऊं. नहीं भाई वो इनको समझ नहीं आता, वो इनको समझाना फालतू है कसम से. हम लोग तो तक गए. अरे तुमको पता है वो स्टार कैप्टन भी तो मुसलमान है, तुमको पता है?
He can hit that switch, but he's so damn slick with it in firefights that honestly, I'm pretty excited seeing him giving it. He started off day 1 with an absolute fanfare performance.
बिल्कुल स्टेल्फ लाइव रोड कर. हम लोग तुम्हारे लिए लाइव दरिंदा गेम खेलते हैं, तुम लोग हम लोगों को नहीं मानते हो. अफरीदी 804 इसी खुशी में एक दाना शेयर तो मार दो यार. ये तीसरा मैच है, 3 और मैच रहते हैं गाइस. ये इसके बाद बोंडो मैप स्टार्ट होगा, सॉरी रोंडो मैप स्टार्ट होगा यार. वो बहुत खूबसूरत मैप है, लेकिन घर ज्यादा है, उसमें खेलना बहुत मुश्किल है.
You're more going to look to prioritize the eastern side of this circle right now because it's so much more mobile.
भाई मेरी एक बात तो सुनो है कि हम लोग जब लॉबी खेलते हैं, अच्छी लॉबी में लॉबी जल्दी खत्म होती है जो अच्छे खेलने वाले प्लेयर होते हैं, ठीक है. हम लोग जब एक गेम निकालते हैं, अच्छा गेम निकालते हैं, हमारी गांड पड़ जाती है बंदे ढूंढते, ठीक है. एक बंदा हम लोगों को बंदा नहीं मिलता. मैं इस बात पे हैरान हूँ कि इन भोसड़ी वालों को ये बंदे मिलते हैं कहाँ से ये मारने के लिए. मारना तो आसान है. देखो गाइस, मैं तुम लोगों को आज एक हकीकत बात बताऊं, या तुम लोगों को अच्छा लगे या तुम लोगों को बुरा लगे। देखो हम लोग गेमर्स है, 8 साल से गेम खेल रहे हैं, स्ट्रीमर्स है, सब कुछ है, ठीक है। तुम लोगों को मैं आज एक हकीकत बात बताऊंगा। पुराने जितने भी प्लेयर्स थे, लेवेनो, सीवो, स्टेफ हुआ, एक पांडा भी वही काम करता था, पांडा हुआ, और वो टकास गेमिंग हुआ, ये जितने भी प्लेयर्स थे, ये लोग उस टाइम पे एक हैक आता था, ठीक है। ये लोग क्या करते थे, अपनी आईडी पे स्पेक्टेट के लिए आते थे, स्पेक्टेट पे वो लगाते थे वो हैक वाला, और दूसरे आईडी पे नॉर्मल खेल रहे होते थे, इस वजह से इनको किल ज्यादा मिलते थे। समझ में आ गया?
As time ticks away, it's going to get less and less likely that they can make it unscathed. However, they have managed to send forwards a scout. And actually, the compound to the south of that bridge looks
भाई
fairly uncontested.
आईपैड गेम में जो मैं बोलता हूँ कि अच्छा गेम खेलता है ना, जो अच्छा गेम खेलता है आईपैड प्लेयर में, नहीं पाकिस्तान में तो डोरेमोन है, हाँ आईपैड में बहुत खूबसूरत गेम खेलता है। और दूसरी बात यह कि बाकी अगर देखा जाए कि कौन अच्छा गेम खेलता है आईपैड, राइडिन का ऐसा हरामी अभी तो बहुत है, लेकिन राइडिन, हाँ वो तो अभी नए आए ना, वो तो नए आए। साइको, थैंक यू सो मच ब्रो, राइडिन का बहुत हरामी। पाकिस्तान में जो मैं तुमको एक चीज बताऊं, पाकिस्तान में जो अच्छा गेम खेलता है ना आईपैड पे, जो एक किस्म का मतलब जो सीरियस में बोला जाए कि अच्छा गेम है ना, वो डोरेमोन का है। हाँ वो टॉप का गेम खेलता है। हाँ डोरेमोन अच्छा गेम खेलता है। SF वालेकुम अस्सलाम। अफगानिस्तान में भी देखो, अफगानिस्तान में बहुत अच्छे अच्छे प्लेयर्स हैं। नथिंग कंटेंट क्रिएटर है, वायरल है, वो अच्छा गेम खेलता है, नथिंग बहुत अच्छा गेम खेलता है। लेकिन अफगानिस्तान में ऐसे टॉप के प्लेयर्स हैं, हम लोगों ने देखा हुआ है, हम लोगों ने खेला हुआ है उनके साथ। वो सोशल मीडिया यूज नहीं करते कसम से। वो अगर सोशल मीडिया पे आए, ये वीडियोस डाले, या जो है ना, ये जितने भी तुम्हारे प्लेयर्स है, इस तरह के 10 बंदे वो खा लेंगे। इस तरह के प्लेयर्स है अफगानिस्तान में। मेरे साथ कुछ दोस्त थे, एक कंदारी लोग थे ना, कंदार से थे, ओ इतना खतरनाक गेम खेलते थे ना, इतना खतरनाक गेम। यार आपको पता है पाकिस्तान का नंबर 1 प्लेयर मैं हूँ। Pinadol, hi, welcome back.
Some really cheeky angles being held there. The two ghillie suits on the inside of the building, not going to matter too much, but it does probably feel a little bit more insulting when you see a little bush Wookiee coming around the corner, taking those shots at you. In the meantime, we saw a player earlier drop from X-Force Rejects. It looks like they may not find too much more.
Yeah, I
rotate towards the wizard tower here. This is very central in those Yaz fields. It is completely isolated, and SafG has nades for days. He's got one more, and he puts them to bed.
Man, that's clean. Straight on target, lines it up, knocks them down. 10 points for that one. As he'll be walking away with his head held high if this was basketball. Right now it's PUBG Mobile though, and they're living their movie. 2 elims chimed in. They did lose easy for Bad Boy, so it's a 3-man squad from this point forward.
So they can get done with that. I was keeping track of the Enigma Galaxy rotate that we saw, the wide split. The forward duo actually rotated back around the side and re-injected from that south edge, and now Enigma Galaxy sit on the south side of this one.
दूसरी बात यह है कि ना, अरबियों का ये ऐसा सीन है कि एक तो इनके पास डिवाइसेस की कोई कमी नहीं है, इंटरनेट का कोई कमी नहीं है, कमरे का कोई कमी नहीं है, अच्छा ठंडा एसी में बैठे होते हैं माशाल्लाह। अब जैसे ये पेनाडोल को देखो, अफरीदी थैंक यू अफरीदी। नहीं गशीम तो प्लेयर नहीं है भाई।
Suppose the paralysis by analysis on that one, overthinking it just in case. We'll see if they take a bit of time for a slightly longer rotate on it. Right now more of a
भाई तुम लोग किसी दिन इसके लाइव में तो जाकर देखो यार इन लोगों के। 719 खूनी मेरा हुआ कड़ा सवाल।
potential fight versus 4-5s is something where Killer Joe loves to stick his
नहीं
face into the mix, but look who gets the first knock. Falak out swinging. And the flash.
ए रुको फलक लड़ रहा है
Falak on the broadside though, and a team flash to crack him open.
एफएल वाले तुम्हारे मैं गांड मारूं बहुत सड़ी के अला आईक्यू बचाओ यार जीजीस टॉप्स तुम्हारे ये चिंग चिंग वाले आंखें का मैं ये देखो ये सारे इनके पीछे आ रहे हैं कि यही तो मसला है इनका यार मैंने बोला भी इनको कि खुले खुले में मत किया करो यार कमरे में किया करो लेकिन ये लोग फिर भी खुले खुले में करते हैं अला मारो इसको तो मारो इसको तो मारो इसको तो मारो
banged out in the field, John, as KRX clean up on
Alpha.
the limb.
No possibility of recovery there. Playing a player down now as well. Two players down now for Flash. KRX looking to hunt down a third as Zeus heads out into the blue with his comrade on the east side. Really getting hounded out of town now. 3 circles in. We're about to see that next stage coming through, and as soon as you start getting knocked in the blue zone, it's not going to work out well for you. This central area, Ulf's compound, super important. With this next circle shift coming on through, if it heads out to the east, okay, it's going to guard a lot of access for the teams on the north, out to that west side as well. But I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy here, and I'm thinking they found themselves in a pretty solid spot, as have 4 Thrives. Geeke as well, holding down that area, could potentially be on to a winner. But Thundertalk, slap bang in the middle, might just have what they needed because X-Force Rejects, they're down and out already. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Thank you so much. Love you.
As well, with Alula finally making their push down. We had that split from either side of the squads of AGAL. And Alula being thrown into the blender.
एक मेरा गेम कैसा है यार तुम लोग सारे जो है ना जो भी अपना गेम की तारीफ कर ये 2 रुपए किसने भेजे हैं मुझे मोहम्मद नवीद मेरा गेम का तारीफ सच बताओ झूठ मत बताओ हाँ
because the circle has just started closing. AGAL on the west edge, that slow west side swipe is going to work out well for them in terms of staying alive, but the west insert may be a little bit more tricky. Ooh. On board with Furia as they take a tumble, but it's 1-for-1.
R3B, what can he do here? Closing the gap with the shot.
भोसड़ी के आरामी बोलना जरूरी था कांडू ये किसी तारीफ थी
It's only a solo that barely might survive.
ये लोग बस मूवमेंट वाले हैं ना मूवमेंट
as they are down and out.
एम बनाओ एम प्यार है प्यार
7 eliminations they found. They are making that break for the survival stages here and now in match 10. Takes until double digits apparently, but an inch is as good as a mile when it comes to
नहीं वो तो ठीक है मुझे एक चीज बताओ है कि एम के अलावा गेम में और है क्या
a buffer between them and the 2 teams beneath them who have already been eliminated from this match, which is brilliant news for them. And they might be chasing down Geeke and potentially RRQ.
और दूसरा बात जो है ना है कि दूसरा बात एम कंट्रोल करना इतना मुश्किल काम नहीं है लेकिन नन जायरो खेलना बहुत मुश्किल काम है
history for yourself. We got the POV of Force right now. There was that further backside from Foops and Moxie that were watching the rear. They're going to move up onto him.
नहीं मैं नन जायरो प्लेयर है मैं देखो जिंदगी में वो काम करता है जो कोई और बंदा कर नहीं सकता है मुझे काम ही ऐसा पसंद है जो कोई और बंदा ना कर पाए लेकिन उस
do need to get that healing done nice and quickly. It's just not going to be quite enough. The plays over.
नहीं हाँ वो जब जायरो पे आया तो वो हो गया वो मैं तो जायरो देखो जायरो तो मैं इस वजह से नहीं खेलता हूँ ना अब मैं रिलैक्स बैठा होता हूँ एक हाथ में मेरा कश होता है कश मार रहा होता हूँ दूसरे हाथ में आईपैड होता है बस अला फलक को फेंक
line as KRX may have their attention diverted down to the south side.
Oh, they're so low though from the sustained.
देखो गाइस पीसी प्लेयर्स में जो सबसे अच्छा खूबसूरत आरामी गेम खेलता था ना वो जीरो नहीं है जीरो वो बूट कैंप बहुत खूबसूरत खेलता था ओ भाई हॉक्सी जोन में जाओ यार वो वाला स्क्वाड किधर गया है क्या लक्सी और जक्सी वाला
He's taken quite a heavy chunk out of the team there. KRX going to have to try and recoup something out of it because they do only have 3 players now playing into the match. The circle's going to push them away from their position.
तो यही तो गेम है ना
is a major roadblock for them as well. This 2-1-1 split
यार ये वाला
right now. It feels a little bit greedy, but with Aaron on the oversight, they know those knocks have come out to the east side.
बुल वालेकुम अस्सलाम
They're trying to guard out Orangutan. I think the Kelsey will be the first to move.
अत्रो इज बेस्ट ओ भाई खुदा का खौफ करो तुम लोग मेरी बात क्यों नहीं सुनते हो तुम लोग गेमर और कंटेंट क्रिएटर में फर्क होता है गेमर और कंटेंट क्रिएटर में फर्क होता है हम कंटेंट क्रिएटर है गेमर नहीं है मार दो ये आईपैड जमीन से एक तो तुम लोगों को समझाना बहुत मुश्किल होता है यारा
also does need someone to move out and pick
Ragnar अच्छा player.
The rest of the team are further out to the northwest and it might just be too far for them to go. Giving up on their compound, that's a really tricky decision to make and Aurora and Goat are going to
ओजी वालों का भी इस बार सारे जिंदा यार ये ओजी वाले किधर मरवा रहे होते हैं भाई आ जाओ इधर फाइट ले लो
Good splash damage into the back. Force fighting from a distance. Moxie so low as Fuchs gets knocked and Force living.
ये तीसरा भी गया वो उसको ग्रेनेड का गोज ने मार दिया दाऊद साहिल थैंक यू ब्रो अला ओजी का फिर से नाम ले लिया तूने दो गए ओजी के तीसरा भी गया अला बच्चे नीचे आ जाओ ओजी वालों नीचे आ जाओ और डॉग जिंदा अला ओरा के 4 प्लेयर जिंदा है गाइस ओरा के 4 प्लेयर जिंदा है ओजी वालों को छोड़ो ओरा वालों को देखो ओरा वालों को ये आरामी स्क्वाड है भाई ओजी से मत डरो वो आखिर में डायरेक्ट नीचे आ जाएंगे ये वाले आरामी है ये वाले
Anything but safe in the position he's left in. Trying to clamber over the top of the bonnet. Low on health, about a quarter of his HP remaining. Shots on target as well to keep things uncomfortable.
ये टीम खतरनाक है ये टीम इनके साथ 4 वर्सेस 4 का फाइट बहुत खतरनाक होता है गाइस यार देखो डॉग इसका अला नॉक हो गया इनके 1-2 बंदे टपक जाए ना फिर मजा आएगा 40 वाले के चारों प्लेयर जो है ना जिंदा है भाई एनजेक्स वाला नहीं है यार गैलेक्सी स्क्वाड इतना खास स्क्वाड नहीं है ओरा खत्म हो जाए ना ओरा की 2 प्लेयर खत्म हो जाए फिर मसला नहीं है फिर 40 वालों के लिए चिकन डिनर इजी है 40 वालों से फिर से जोन निकल गया तीन रहता है एक और मर जाए ना इनका फिर सही है
It's going to get messy pretty quickly. Top with the eyes locked on as well for the exit side towards off. TTG just trying to keep their tails tucked between their legs, sitting pretty for at least an opportunity that's given to them. KRX that suffered heavy damage from that backstab. Alula making it uncomfortable did result in the downfall of Binny. So only a triple threat left. Vehicles for the rotate.
Rana Assalamu alaikum assalam.
Not the best of health, but you'll take it. If it's the only thing on offer. KRX in probably the most difficult position here. Depending on their timing though, because Fourth Thrives and Ulf are both going to have to move. The question is where do they target? And if you can find a cheeky little insert into the back of a third-party fight, something like that, KRX might have a better time of it. But it looks like Ulf are much more preoccupied with clearing out that backstop because they haven't taken that move just yet. And KRX might just be walking straight into the fight. They want to try and take it down, Jackie.
They want to get stuck into this one, battling down the ditch, but let's see if they can withstand the blows from Ulf. Scarface lines up one, Kaus buckles to Oxy. There's a reply from Falak as well from range onto QXX, so he's able to steal away
GG's. GG's Falak, GG's. Third party karo, GG's.
Squads. Panic stations now for Ulf. They've got to play medic, John. And 4 Thrives, their eyes are lighting up.
4 Thrives are already sending out. They are on the hunt. Hazaifa and IQ following this one down to the bitter end. As only remnants of these 2 teams on the north side will still be.
GG's Uzefa, GG's. Oh yeah, देखो आगे.
Push OG off the top spot as well, and they are back in first
Ala,
place.
nerd.
They got 4 players alive, playing from
Oh,
outside the
GG's.
circle. They'll need to find a route in.
Living the dream right now. Further damage done. Meanwhile, we switch over to the POV of Aurora. Nice nades on target. Satan takes the brunt of the damage. Ulf still attempting to fight versus 4 Thrives, but they're silenced as they cut their way through them.
यार एज कंटेनर इंशाल्लाह 40 वालों का.
Ralph can't withstand the fight from Joel. Good play with a shotty. And he's got space to be able to calm this
Dead Agent 14 के सब प्लेयर. Oh वो तो हैकर है. राजा सोहेल वो तो हैकर है. Doc knock.
Why not? Aurora down to 1. Just Yol remains. Doc is a goner. There is no way that he's going to get that player back up. Surely not. Has to try and play on this high ground. The zone will keep him.
ये इंशाल्लाह 40 वालों का एज कंटेनर.
Stim up first. Allow the blue zone to creep in. Doc. Yeah, he's not coming back. That's going to be confirmed now.
TTG वाले कहाँ पे?
AGAL will take that point. Coops, the solo.
नहीं वो नहीं TTG वाले. ये लास्ट पे चेक करो एक स्क्वाड.
Let's see if he's going to do the same thing here, but they are on opposite sides of the circle. Might be a little bit harder.
अला T24 नो क्या? उज़ेफा भी नो क्या?
It's not going to go well though. They do take a tumble. Falak's down 2.
Yeah, this is looking brutal now. 2 players removed. It's all on IQ. Brains at the operation as he sprints through the smoke.
अला IQ. नहीं यार ये किस तरह का गेम है यार?
AGAL withstand the fight. Shut down 4 Thrives. And can they reset from this? No one in immediate vicinity to attack.
भाई इतना है सारे टॉप के स्क्वाड खत्म हुए हैं. तुम लोगों को इतना एग्रेसिव खेलने की क्या जरूरत है? उधर जाकर कोई जगह ले लो ना यार.
Alive. The pickups coming through on the east side is going to potentially give them a threat here, but this flex out needs to go well. It's only against 1 player, but that 1 player is Yol.
यार थोड़ा सा टॉप पे तो है, लेकिन मसला ये है कि थोड़ा सा ज्यादा टॉप पे जाए ना, फिर आगे गेम इजी हो जाएगा.
TTG as well, right? It feels like you're in such a risky position in terms of the overall standings. You've got to get out there and give us a little bit more of that confidence, but still trying to grind this one out. All the way to the bitter
नहीं यार ये ऐसा गेम मेरे को नहीं है पसंद guys.
4-on-4 firefight, I suppose. Thinking about AGAL as more their big competition than risking it versus Yol.
I mean that high ground would have been great.
सारे स्क्वाड खत्म है और रहता कौन है यार?
I feel like there's a lot of merit in trying to keep that hilltop going for you. You're right, it could have been dangerous, but I don't think you're going to win tournaments if you don't like the danger. And that's just not what's happening. AGAL making the cross against the duo from Nick the Galaxy, and that's how you want to hold. A nice little opening spray down, but 2 players unload right next to the compound. A third on the flip side as well. Maple, look at
और ब्रेंड का भी अच्छा गेम है.
HP as well. Immediately catches him on the egress, and now Coops is looking for more, but what has he got left? Because Lord is down, and now Coops is the next to follow.
Really cleanly played there from Maple. Nice setup with the molly, instant switch to the rifle to hold the angle. Joel, meanwhile, has been crouching around all the commotion, but he's found Jimmy, dispatches him, and we get into that final 4-on-4 head-to-head. AGAL looking slightly more green around the gills with a single knock onto the roster, leaving them with an effective 3 to fight back versus TTG. Jimmy already got a bit of his power rising off the back of the knock onto Joel. What more can he do here? Nade's chucked out for defensive maneuvers. They're committing to get this res off, and there's no aggression to punish with the advantage.
The nade's not quite connecting for Thunder Talk. This is sort of getting a little bit messy, but look at this flex out on the east side, sitting, trying to find an angle, but regroups back in. They're sort of putting themselves on the northwest side of this circle. And not as much pressure as they might need. They do know the full lay of this fight, though. They know where all of these players are for AGAL, so the full information is there. They would hear those vehicles. They would spot the runouts coming through. With Jimmy's angle there on the high ground, they might just be able to do something here. But 5 eliminations for AGAL, 3 eliminations for TTG. These are some fairly quiet games from these 2 potential winning candidates.
Scary as well, man, looking at the setup on the angle. I felt like that was your one opportunity, at least, where you had an advantage in the engagement. Now, as time ticks by, it was a nice setup from XEZ on the top side, just scanning over the periphery of the building.
They've got nades to play with as well, so if you crash onto this, TTG are going to have a bumpy ride through, dumping some of the defensive utility out as well. A few Molotovs into the field.
Trying to hold on to a little bit more for later on when you get closer, when you get forced into known nade range. Much more tricky around the buildings. I mean, when you don't quite know exactly where they are, you can argue that it would be good to put them in now and maybe find an opening knock against AGAL, but they're going to look to try and levy that later on. Liu
डायरेक्ट 100 पे पहुंच
was
जाता है.
a massive benefit for them. It means that they have this outpost all the way on an off angle. It's covering off so much ground and limits Thunder Talk's position really heavily. Not following through for that flush may have just been a crucial mistake for Thunder Talk.
On the other side of the coin, it's a play that could pay dividends for AGAL. This is the worrying duo setup as well.
अभी ये देखो AGL वाले पे जोन आ रहा है और ये लोग उधर ही बैठे हुए हैं.
Towards the fence just as it stops on the mark. XCZ still looking on the top side for the peek up.
कैसे नहीं है?
That's the nades in as well, and you're starting to take damage here. The shoe could be on the other foot, John. It looks very uncomfortable from TTG, and the double nade on target. Flower and Maple blowing away too. Suddenly you were at panic stations.
Down they go with their backs to the wall. What more have they got? It's all up to Sing for Thunder Talk, but he does find an answer for one. Let's see if he's got any more. A 1 versus 4 would be necessary. He's going to start out well, but it's not going to go his way. Thunder Talk cower on the northwest.
ये बेचारे 10 चिकन डिनर करेंगे फिर आगे आएंगे.
AGAL take the top spot. 19 points, 9 eliminations. A nice close down for them.
A big result in the final.
Da real nano da ka AI da AI da.
TTG paying for placements for so long, hoping that it would pay off, but that one moment, John, where it felt like you had a chance to commit to it. It was the biggest opener they found in the space of that 5-minute final game sequence. Didn't commit to it. Comes back to haunt them.
Absolutely. I mean, not committing to try and take down Zhol's position out on that west side. I think that they could have done a lot more there to use that high ground. They would have been able to spot the AGAL run up towards the Nigma Galaxy duo. They would have been able to do so much more damage, maybe even flush Liu out, and then flex out towards the east side. They had such a massive opportunity to do that with Sighting moving into that area earlier on. It felt like they kind of threw that one all away, to be honest, Jackie. And when you're at the bottom of the tables, you need to be throwing caution to the winds, not throwing it into the bin.
Yeah, it's brutal, man, because obviously that's the thing, you know, it's everything to gain, nothing to lose in those kind of moments with how close we are towards the end of the day too, being down towards the bottom side of the standings. An opportunity present itself, but the indifference there, that paralysis of just overthinking the situation twice towards the mid-game, and then like you say with the late game as well. Yeah, it feels like that's kind of the difference maker, man. You know, hindsight's 20/20, John, but in those moments, a new pair of glasses may be needed.
Absolutely, or at least contacts at the very least.
Yeah.
Because they need to be seeing clearly. Some shifts coming through towards the bottom of the tables as well. Some players, some teams.
नानो थोड़ा ऊपर होके बैठो खाली बाल नजर आ.
Survival stages. Couple of our teams towards the top as well, making a bid to confirm themselves, to lock down one of those 5 direct grand finals qualification spots. So really interesting. Moving out of Erangel now, we're going to be moving over to Miramar.
नैनो कॉल मी. यार मोहम्मद खान तुम मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड हो जो तुमको मैं कॉल करूं.
The desert is going to be more rotationally focused. We say that all the time, right? So
नहीं मैं कश मारूं.
the smarter players are going to be able to bring something to bear.
अच्छा बात सुनो, तुम इनको वो करो, तुम चीज भेजो मुझे, मैं बात सुनो. ओए साइमा रुको, साइमा तुमको मैं कॉल पे लेता हूँ, सब्र करो. अच्छा बात तो सुनो, तुम तो तंग होते हो, तुम थोड़ा सा बीक मिक मांगो, मैं तब तक आता हूँ, ठीक है?
Solid comms, they knew what they'd done already. As soon as the comms go silent, you know that they've got it locked down.
Yeah. Seemed happy, seemed confident with how they played it overall. Good shutdown towards the end. I like the position as well, where we had that 2-2 setup. Yeah, XZZ basically just on the top side, looking over the ledge of the hut. The way you had Liu as well further out, like you mentioned, just giving them so much more map control that really did give them that extra edge.
Yeah, well, that is what you need to try and find. I mean, how many nades were in the pockets, do you reckon? For TT, right, when they went down? It felt like they could have used that utility a little bit earlier on. Sure, it's not like the perfect place, but I don't think such a thing really exists when it comes to this. You do just need to be throwing those downrange. There was more that they could have done. It was not to be. And credit to AGAL for being able to leverage that advantage, right? They were able to read into that. They were able to send out, right, and grab their player back up because they felt, oh, yeah, they're not putting pressure on us. Let's just go for it.
I know that's the thing, right? It does kind of feel like we're really egging on this one point, but when you look back at it in hindsight now, that was the pivotal moment of it's the big edge they had. Following everything else that went on from there, John, there was no advantage taken. It was very sort of, cowsome in the setup they went for, hoping that effectively they'd find a pick on contact. Doesn't go that way when you're eating shrapnel. So yeah, the one opener that did give them an edge, not followed through on. That indifference certainly hurting them in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the rotations around that west side as well worked out well for them, right? Because remember, early on I was talking about AGAL. Oh, they're going all the way out west.
True.
And they were later into the zone. They played a slow game. They played the only team really to go for that sort of thing. And it's obviously worked out well for them in this instance, but I feel like if another team was in Thundertalk's position, might not have been as easy, but either way, they do manage to make it work. So yeah, very, very smart stuff coming through from AGAL, looking to try and get one of those spots for themselves as well. I'm loving how close all of this is, Jackie.
I know, it has been exciting, right? Obviously a little bit different to the usual spin of things when we're at such a prestigious event like this with the back-to-back games. The fact we're going into a day two with a risk of not only having teams qualifying through, having that sort of, our dream moment, this is great, but the sheer defeat, the sheer panic of sitting there and realizing that's it, 2 days of play and it's over, mate. You're thinking about airports, John. You're not thinking about trophies, about the history, about actually giving that solidarity to your organization with a big result after what's been quite a grind to get here for some of these teams.
I mean, at the end of all of this, right, we do crush the keys, but if you're in this sort of situation, you can't let your mind be crushed already. There is still an opportunity, I think, for any team to make it into at least survival stages, given how we were sat before this. And for the final 2 matches to be so important is pretty important. It is going to be good news. We're going to be jumping down for an interview with Al-Ola.
Yes, we do. I've got Quick here from Al-Ola Club Esports here for a very quick interview before we go into our final 2 games here on the Qiddiya City Grid. Sandstorm, thank you so much for joining us as well to help translate. Quick, let's talk about what the issues have been so far over the last 2 days, or the points of contention. What's been stopping you guys from gaining momentum over the past few days?
اول شيء شكرا على تواجدك معنا كويك، وحابب اسالك بخصوص الاداء خلال اليوم الثاني. احكي لنا ايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟ يعني بين انه مو عندكم مثلا اي نقص بالامكانيات او القدره، لكن يعني في عندكم مثلا نقص من ناحيه الفرص انكم تبنوا عزم في المباراه، فايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟
والله المشاكل يعني ما عندنا مشاكل انه استراتيجيه وجن سكيل، عندنا يعني كل شيء موجود، بس عندنا انه نحتاج ندخل بالجو، وجاي ندخل بالجو، وان شاء الله الجيمين الباقيه انه راح نأدي اداء ونتأهل.
I want to say it's not that we have an issue when it comes to our tactics, our strategies. We just need to get into the flow of things. And with 2 games left, we're hoping to be able to get into it and get it done within the next games.
I mean, speaking of getting into the flow, even that last map on Erangel, sorry, you guys appear to have better flow, better pacing. You coming down through the north side of Circle, obviously it pulled away from you guys. You took out Furia, everything seemed to be good. And then the pacing slowed down. What happened?
هلا بخصوص المباراة الماضية كان مبين انه في عندكم يعني بوش قوي من المنطقة الشمالية، قدرتوا تشيلوا فريق فيوريا، كانت سرعتكم كويسة، لكن بعدين بطأتوا وتم اقصائكم بالزون. فايش كانت المشكلة وقتها؟ هل مثلا كانت روتيشن بطيئة، ولا ايش المشكلة اللي مريتوا فيها في الجيم الماضي اللي تم اقصائكم من وراها؟
اخذنا قرار نشيل RRQ، بعدين دخل علينا تيم فيوريا وقتلناهم، بس اول ما خلص الفايت انه ما عندنا وقت نجمع انفو ندخل على الزون. رحنا يمين شفنا كوتيم ضغط علينا، رحنا بوجهنا لقينا تيم، رحنا يسار تيم لازم علينا، ومتنا من كثر الضغط علينا بالسيارات.
After we were able to make the push and take down Furia, we tried to rotate in multiple different positions, but every direction we took, there was always another squad waiting for us. So yeah, the fighting did benefit us, but it was a little bit late towards the end. So yeah, it became just too difficult for us to actually find a place that was open and wasn't occupied.
Yeah, I mean, going into these final two games now, it's kind of crunch time, isn't it? You're in that bubble of potentially going into the bottom three. You're currently out of it. Are you going to be able to stay out of that bottom three spot? And how are you guys feeling? Are you feeling positive for these next two games?
هلا بقى عندكم اخر مباراتين اخر فرصتين عشان تقدروا تتاهلوا وتكونوا موجودين ضمن حاجز التاهل للسرفايفل ستيج فاحكي لنا على كيف احساس الفريق كيف شعورهم وهل جاهزين وهل عندهم الامكانيه انهم يضلهم متواجدين ومتاهلين للمرحله الجايه من البطوله.
شعورنا دائما انه نحو الافضل انه ايجابيه وما عندنا اي سلبيه انه احنا نقدر راح نتاهل بس عندنا مشاكل نريد نحلها وها هي ما يعني متاهلين الثقة موجودة الحماس موجود كل شيء موجود.
I want to say as long as we are in the right mentality and we have the right state, we're in the right state of mind, we can accomplish what we want to, and hopefully within these last two games, like I said before, we'll get into the flow of it, and we believe that we have the ability to qualify, and we'll prove it in the last two games.
I like that, a bit of positivity. Thank you so much, Quick, for joining me in this interview. Sandstorm, you're a legend. Thank you so much. We have another interview here on the Qiddiya City Grid before we throw it over to the studio, so let's go over to that one.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Barney. I am with Aaron, one of the superstars, the young superstar from Ulf here, to talk about some of the games that have gone on so far here for them. And my question to you guys is, obviously, it's been a bit of an up and down results so far from you guys. What do you think about the overall games from today as well as your performance?
Bugünkü maçlarda yine iyi performanslarınız da oldu, kötü performanslarınız da oldu. Genel olarak bugünü biraz değerlendirebilir misin?
Bugün çok iyi de oynamadık, çok kötü de oynamadık. Ortalama puan çektik bence. Çok hatamız var. Onlardan ders çıkarıp son iki maç inşallah iyi puan çekeceğiz.
As you said, we had ups and downs today as well. But we know our mistakes and we hope to learn our lessons from that and finish on the top in those last two games.
So let's talk about that then a little bit. Obviously, a lot of top fours from you guys so far, but no wins, no chicken dinners just yet. But we're used to knowing that Ulf is always a contender for number one and always able to get them chicken dinners on the board. So will there be any adaptations in these next two games, or what are you expecting?
Henüz bir win almadınız ama Ulf'u biliyoruz, her zaman birinci sıraya zorlayan bir takım. Top 4'de de çok oynadınız ama hiçbir win gelmedi. Bu son oyunlarda stratejinizde herhangi bir değişiklik olacak mı?
Yani bir değişikliğimiz olmayacak. Aynı oyunumuza devam edeceğiz. Sadece hatalarımızı telafi etmeye çalışacağız.
We will only keep playing our own game and we will try to learn our lessons from the mistakes that we made.
All right, fair. Thank you very much, Aaron, for joining us here. That is us done for here down on the stage. Time to head back into the games here for more PMWC.
Promise you all some more updates while we've got them, because we swung by the Allianz Vault. We grabbed Trav to give us a little bit of some insight into what's been going on, because you guys are already 3 days into your group stage, so break it all down for us.
Yeah, as you say, we're in day 3 at the moment, which means the brackets have kind of reset, the groups are back to the start, and the players are on the same standing again.
Okay.
But the same can't be said for some of the clubs. Team Falcons coming into day 3 of competition with 3 players left alive. They came in with 4, so lost 1 along the way. But other than that, the biggest competition, you're looking at Twisted Minds.
Sure.
Arslan Ash has pretty much done everything you can in this game. So he's just 1 EWC win away from being the GOAT.
And that is just a crazy statement.
That's huge.
But over, obviously, we see AGL competing across quite a few stages this week. Zubair is one of the favorites to take this competition now. He beat the favorite in his group. So he's kind of taken that pole position at the moment, and I'm really liking AGL to go far here.
That could be massive.
Exactly. And like obviously in the position they're in on the club championship leaderboard as well, a couple of big wins, they'll be leapfrogging above the rest. Vitality, however, haven't had the best couple of weeks, to be honest with you, and they've put all their faith in one player, Jean Ding. So it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to get it done. He's been looking kind of hit or miss so far, but obviously with it refreshing and being now in the similar standing, he might have a chance.
So this could be really interesting when it comes to our club championship standings. Obviously, like you mentioned, we've got AGAL in 3 out of the 4 stages this week. One of the teams we're paying attention to in PUBG Mobile, you mentioned Vitality. We've got them. We're going to see them tomorrow kind of to kick things off for their group as well. So lots of these clubs could get some massive points this week, kind of shake up the overall leaderboard because so many clubs are chasing Falcons right now at the tippy top of it. So still lots of action left in store for all of you at home. And of course, when we have some winners, some more points on the board, or some big changes, we'll make sure we're keeping you updated on all of it.
See, I told you Glitter will be able to deliver with the club championship updates. Also, shout out to Trav for letting us know what's going on his stage. But I'm joined by none other than Mr. Black. He went from casting and now here at the studio with us. And none other than Neptune as well, the 7WG. We got to talk about that last game. AGAL putting themselves in contention for that top 5, Natura.
Isn't it nice? It's so nice. I mean, we've been wanting AGAL to do something for how many games has it been? 8 games so far? Something like that? Yeah, 10 games, even worse. No, they're doing a very, very good job. I am enjoying what they're doing. But to go in a little bit more in depth, right, I really liked how they did that South wraparound, and I think that's really going to be something that we're going to see, hopefully, from them a little bit more as they're being able to actually, you know, think outside the box a little bit, do those wraparound rotations, able to see those opportunities and do it all over again. So maybe in Miramar, it will be happening. But 19 points, I think that is the incentive that they need to do that again.
Yeah, solid from AGAL to maybe, hopefully, they'll be able to make it to that top 5. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in those upcoming final 2 matches. One team that we actually ended up seeing there that they ended up getting good placement points, but not eliminations, Thunder Talk Gaming. Absolute bless, but honestly, does nothing with it.
Yeah, bro, why did it take the weaker Chinese team to let the stronger Chinese team win? What was that about?
I don't know.
That wasn't cool.
Thunder Talk Gaming was camping insanely. They were there for the longest time.
Okay, however you call it that, though, because you came out, you said X-Force in heaven, we're not camping.
I didn't say they were not camping. I say it wasn't just lucky, though. They were holding off people. What do you mean? They were holding off Furia. They were holding a bunch of other people.
Yeah,
but for this one, Thunder Talk, they were legit just camping.
Okay. I agree with that. I mean, to be fair to Thunder Talk, though, they need some points. Okay, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
You gotta do.
Okay, you can't hate too much.
No.
I tell you what I do hate, though. I'll tell you what I do hate.
What do you hate?
I really do not like Enigma Galaxy's push onto Volcano versus Aurora. That was a throw. That was probably the biggest throw I've seen in quite some time, actually. There was no reason to leave where they left from. I mean, if we even just roll the tape back to what we were just watching just then, AGAL won from when Enigma Galaxy was playing from.
That's true.
Like, we could just sit there all day. We could sit there all day, twiddle our thumbs, and we would have won the game. All right? Aurora has to come off the ridge side into plain view. Got shot by someone else. So I don't really understand the call there. And we're still hitting these strange 2-2 splits. I think sometimes it works really well. Other times, not so much.
Yep. And that one, it didn't work whatsoever if you are Enigma Galaxy. One team that does need the points and was able to put up good points there in the last match was Alula. I really enjoyed the way that they were able to kind of rotate towards the north. And right now, we're seeing an amazing performance out of this squad that's trying to make it to survival at least.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. I was watching them versus RRQ, I think, over in the garage area, and it was actually really, really nice to see that aggression come on through. It was a very strong sort of presence that they put themselves into, moving into the garage area over there, because it wasn't a direct push. There was a solo of RRQ in the garage, but it wasn't direct full-on push onto an opposite team. It was just such a strong presence with those vehicles that it was like, hey, we're actually going to be doing something. It's intimidating for the other teams. That's what you want to see from teams more often. And yeah, Alula did a really great job of that.
Well, I think this lobby is quite well balanced so far. Seven.
Very.
It's very well balanced. The thing is that there are some squads where the gameplay feels a little less intentional overall. That's what kind of worries me in a big way at the moment, is that for OG, I do think there has been some times where, you know, they'll find a good spot, they have some good rotates in, and then it feels intentional from there onwards. Like that's a passivity that they go for, and it tends to reward them in the late game. Yeah. I want to see a bit more proactiveness from them in future, because I think that could really help improve their score lines. But right now, they're absolutely fine. There's no reason to change. There are teams, on the other hand, like we're looking at RRQ, they feel like a team that's been forced to make plays. It doesn't feel intentional, and then they're winning off the back of some gun skill. And I think, honestly, Lepar is massively propping up that team at the moment, because he has some really good clutch moments. But it comes off the back of, ooh, did we really want to be here? Now Lepar's going to have to clutch up.
Yeah, it's true. I think you're right there. It's like, and I'm seeing it from a lot of teams. I'm just trying to think of like all the lobbies that we've seen, all the groups, all the teams rather. It's kind of a lot of the same thing. I think OG in the beginning were doing it as well, right? Not so much today, but certainly yesterday it was a little bit of a let's see what happens if we go here and then see what happens. You know, it's not proactive. It's not. There's no plan to it. It's just kind of a bit random, and I think a few teams have been doing that. Like
for OG, they're not gonna be that upset. All right, they ended up with the first place, third place, fourth place. This is just something that they're gonna keep on improving. And going back to Alula, something that I actually really want, I was hoping you would end up pointing out. I really enjoy how long they took to rotate in, because they were making sure that there was going to be nobody behind them. I really enjoyed that out of them, which kind of allowed them to do that fight that you were talking about with RRQ. Another squad that we actually been seeing now step up, as we're seeing the battle there for first place, is 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives with those 2-2 splits.
It was very nice, and 2-2 splits are their big thing. The 1-3, the 2-2, they love doing it, and we saw it in some really good form there in that last game. I really enjoyed that. Very strong. Again, the same point I was making about Alula is the same for 4 Thrives. Again, they're intimidating the rest of the teams. They've woken up in this game and gone, right, there's 2 games left. We would like to be in first place, so we're going to be
17 Pro Max नहीं 13 Pro Max.
Very strong, not necessarily going full aggro, but being intimidating. Look at what intimidation gets you. 4 Thrives.
Penadol, how are you?
Even just intimidation, just being proactive and making
दूसरा मैच स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ.
Anybody push up on them as KRX was trying to, but 4 Thrives right now overtakes that first place.
क्या बात है?
Orangutan still in that second place. Congratulations, Orangutan. You're going to be going to the finals. Aurora Gaming there.
क्या बात है, क्या बात.
Now we're going to be looking at that.
नैनो का इल्म सही हुआ या
I
नहीं?
want you to see how close it is from 4th
किस चीज का इल्म?
down to 8th. It's just
हंसने तो इल्म रख.
it can even through this, even through Ulf as well.
बिल्कुल सीधा एम है. तुम लोग आओ एक बार बुक हो जाओ.
There's a big opportunity here at the end of the day to make it happen. I wasn't massively impressed with Erin's answers there, though. There was a lot of, we can learn from our mistakes, we can learn from our lessons.
Yeah.
What are those lessons? What are those mistakes? Do they even know what those mistakes and lessons to be learned are? And I think that's a struggle thing for me to listen to, really, because I think Ulf, they have good gameplay. Even watching
यार मुझे सिरे से ओजी वालों का टेंशन ही नहीं है.
It's very creative at the end of the day, but I think Ulf, they have these special moments here and there.
Yes.
Right now, I just don't think we're hitting those yet. Ketch isn't really on his A game. I think Erin's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Scarface, funnily enough, despite having not these massive pop-off moments, he's coming in clutch right now. But Ulf can do it. For Enigma Galaxy, I really want to see them get into top 5. Yes. They have looked very disappointed throughout these 2 days, which I've been, you know, a little bit unhappy
कितनी
about.
खूबसूरत लड़की है, चेक करो.
Very well at certain points in time. I want that team atmosphere to be a little bit up. You've got Coops with you. He's doing phenomenal work.
आवाज चेक करो कितनी खूबसूरत है इसकी. ओ आवाज नहीं है, लड़की.
Because honestly, he has been performing so well. But before we go into the next 2 matches, we're going to be sending it to Kalaris and the man with the big energy.
40 किस नंबर पे? 40 top 1 पे.
That is very correct. We got Miramar on the way, and we want to talk a little bit about that. I've got Hot Jukes with me here to talk about it all and how it's going to go down. Obviously, with only 2 games remaining here, Jukes, some of those teams on the bubble, they've got to make moves on one bubble or another.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what it's all about here. It's top 5 or bottom 3. That's where our eyes are locked, because everybody in between is going to that survival stage. But you're right, we're going into the desert, baby. The last 2 matches, and that is where you gotta clutch it up. One team I gotta talk about right off the rip is Go Team, right? They won the second to last Miramar yesterday. The one thing though was that they land in that El Azahar area. Both circles and both
इसके शुक्र दे अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह सत्संग जोड़े पे खैर है.
So I think that was
नैनो को
advantageous
बोलो
for them
फानी
here, but the zone could go anywhere here.
फा मुझे लगा फानी में वो दोस्त है
Because you know Nick
कोरी
McAllister's
काकू
gonna
की
come
तरह
from.
I think they did such a good job. West side
यार
of
इनका भी
Impala to be
अच्छा
able to
सैलरी
have
है
which
टिकटॉक पे
compound
शो
that they
वालेकुम
did and then
अस्सलाम
be able to rotate south on that.
इनका
So
भी
that was very,
अच्छा
very
वो
impressive.
है
On the
क्या
other side of the bubble, though, I want to talk about Kike just a little
सैलरी
bit, right?
है
Because
जो
they started off
कमेंटेटर्स
the entire tournament for their group stage so far with a win, and since then it's slipping here, slipping there, and I would like to see Kike do a little bit more. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I
मुझे
think that it
इस
was
चीज
really
के लिए
demoralizing for them in just that other match where it
मुझे
went
इस
down
चीज
in
के
military base. They
मुझे
had
इस चीज
such
के
a
लिए ये लोग
great
नहीं बुलाएंगे
position, and they were not able to put any shots on a team flash at all.
Yeah.
They took it and won the game from that spot. So it's all about, you have to adapt, right? You're at the biggest stage ever. You're live here in Paris. You got to be able to calm down, settle down, and make it happen no matter what.
Well, between you and Jackie, I'm never escaping the GOAT team subject here from all of this. All right, no more barring, no more barring. It's time to head over to the commentators here for the 2 last games of the day.
Hey, look, we don't lie, James. We don't lie. Me and Jukes know what's up. It's all about go big. They're going to be out there swinging, but it's Miramar time. And I got
ना
someone
تا
that I
अगर अगर
describe
टीचर
as
वाला
a
वीडियो
goat
खरा था वो
sat
लगे यार
right next to me. And it's not because how he looks. It's because he's the best at casting. Get in there, John.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah, that's right, buddy.
I was looking on the other side of you. I was like, what's going on there? Is someone else sitting on the desk with us? No, he's being very kind to me.
I know.
That's a very strange feeling, but thank you very much. We are going to be heading into Miramar. Lickety
दुबई वाले
split,
नंबर
and
पे
it is
भेजिए
hot bubble, toil and trouble. 5 teams will go forwards and 3 will fumble their opportunity to make it towards even the survival stage. And down towards the bottom of the tables is looking mighty dejected so far. And it is starting to open up a bit of a gap, a 6-point gap between 14th and 13th on that bubble. Towards the bottom of the tables, that's pretty significant.
It is. That was kind of slick with it as well with the wordplay, John. You were giving me some nursery rhyme type beats there, and you're spot on because it will be a crime for some of these teams if they don't get through because they can't make dimes here in PUBG Mobile World Cup, and that'll be a travesty. But with 2 games left, you've got to smarten up quick.
Make sure that you're getting in and amongst it. You cannot afford to be timid, to be timorous, to be shy, and back off when you have a knock to play around, you know?
Oh,
that's
don't
kind of
remind me.
That's
Come
kind
on.
well, look, you know, as long as it's still in my memory, it's going to be in yours too, because it is a real stain on that one. Plane path goes from Minas del Sur over towards La Cobraria up on the northwest side. Fairly chill on this one, waiting for the circle to come on out, and I'm waiting to observe any hot drops, but it looks like for now, we're going to be kept kind of chill. Picardo, though, could be dangerous if Thundertalk do drop down, because 4 Thrives are on top of it, in and amongst it. But no, Thundertalk, we know what they like to do, and it is get away from other players in the lobby.
You got it in twice in the intro, but I can't believe
I've just got to twist that knife.
I know, you really are. You're turning it, you're twisting
Second
it.
place isn't first place, is it?
Yeah, I mean, technically. Second to lose, I suppose. Or first to lose.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Well,
I'll take it.
something like that. We'll run the numbers. That's not our role. That's Max.
No, it's not. It's not Max. Oh dear. They're on the road again with a big bam. They're going on through. It's the GOAT team heading on up on the South Coast Road. Going to potentially move in over towards Puerto Periso and Impala, that sort of area of the map. But the plane path being on the west and the circle being on the northwest is going to make things tricky. But if you want to make things as untricky as possible, make sure you're grabbing those Naruto skins. You saw that flash up on your screens. Jump on into the game. Make sure you go for those draws because you can look mighty fine on the battlegrounds.
Oh yeah, you can look pretty damn slick. Come out there styling on fools with your plays with the mad skins that they've got. Wonderful collab. Everyone's very excited about it. So like John said, make sure you're checking it out and getting your solo peepers, spotting it in game today. And of course, we'll be using our eyeballs to tell you the lay of the land with the teams here. Give you a run through of everything that matters as we get close. Going into the next game, obviously, it'll be a little bit more deliberation, right? We'll know kind of what we're looking like. Top spots obviously being drastically important, skip survival. And then the bottom side of the pack, because otherwise, John, it's not even a matter of survival stage for you. It's just outright goodbye, good night from the event. Yet to come, really, but it might get a bit defined from this very game of Miramar here.
Yeah, if we're going to see early falls from X-Force Reject, Thundertalk Gaming Stars, it may just be a death sentence for them to try and make their way forwards. Obviously, there is always those mathematical probabilities because technically you can get 60 eliminations in a game and get a chicken dinner, which gives you a 70-point match.
The chat
I've
room.
never seen it happen, Jackie. Not legally, anyway.
By
No,
year
but you
tournament
can't see
का room
it,
है
and they say
tournament
that it exists. So you never know, John. That's the funny thing. But hey, probably not, eh? Because that would be crazy.
I hate that you've just said that to me. Because it's right. But only if you're talking about the visible spectrum of light.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can prove it exists, but...
Yeah. Can you?
I guess.
Can you prove it exists?
There's a fan next to you. That seems to be moving somewhere.
You don't know what it's doing.
I can feel it.
If you can't prove air, how can you prove fans, you know? You've got to start from the basics. 1 + 1 = 2. Thunder Talk Gaming can't close out a game. That's the sort of situation we need to be starting from. That's the foundational elements of this universe.
Well, someone's giving you some funny juice today.
Hey, you know what? I had to do a lot of exercise.
You did actually, yeah, fair play.
I'm going a little stir crazy with it.
Yeah, you were
normally
quite
do
up, mate, you know. No one saw the full takes of those as well. There's about half an hour of unedited footage of John getting that clip done, so...
I was rehearsing as well.
You were. Oh, it was good to see, though, bud. Honestly, I think your rotations would be on point now. The amount of stamina you must have built up.
I've lost it all. I used it. I burned through that candle very, very quickly. Let's take a look at the lay of the land now, because it looks like X-Force Rejects with a chance to take a fight against Ulf. And remember, X-Force Rejects, one of those teams in danger. Reverb is down and out of there. So already a poor start for our bubble team.
Yeah, not ideal. That one's going to get popped instantly. Akin to bursting in the verbiage we're using here, which isn't what you want if you want to try and rise up and actually get yourself out of that danger zone. Devil up top side with the Mini 14 as well. Alula, we were singing their praises previously. They started to build a good amount of energy. Some of the fights we saw from them actually look good as well. R3B, that awkward encounter versus KRX, so far away in terms of distance, but hitting beautiful shots. So mechanically, individually, John, he looked like he was hitting some great form. Rest of the squad comes alive into this one. It could be a good reset. We heard in the interview as well, you know, yeah, there were mistakes, but we can fix things. We're going to come out on top. Would love to see that proven true.
They definitely want to. A lot of power from that last match to see themselves up towards the survival stage zone right now. On 41 points, they're in a decent spot on this map, up towards La Cobreria. They do need access to the hills to their south, and if they can win a fight with X-Force Rejects, that would probably be one of the best case scenarios for them, right? If they can take control of the Crater Fields area, get some of that high ground under lock and key against one of their main rivals, there's very few better positions for a team to be in than to be able to find a little bit of confidence right now. That is going to be weighing heavily on the minds. Everyone sat around them. Enigma Galaxy moving in from that western side. RRQ as well.
अभी तक स्ट्रीम है
jump into the mix there.
हाँ मिली अभी तक स्ट्रीम है टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है ना हमने पढ़ ली
See things go really to loggerheads. We've only had that one casualty so far.
Yeah, crew moving up. Obviously, from what we saw, it was a little bit stale from some of the hits, more just getting stuck involved into fights when it was forced upon them rather than taking the initiative necessarily themselves. We'll see if that will change here with the approach. Down towards the compound now, having a bit of a loot up. The tank not too far away. No real read or need to engage onto each other yet. So opportunity to at least get themselves
سعيدة بس انتظار ماكو تخبل الروتي أخرى إذا تبي أدرسم بيها بقول
So Satan will clear distance.
Gets a little bit of a wider berth around the roadblocks.
ये कौन सा मैच चौथा है या पांचवा है
Goat team, really not so much. Already out in the blue, over towards Impala. Coming in from that eastern side for Goat team, they are going to need to get towards it, but it's still very, very early days, especially here on Miramar. Waiting for the second circle can often be pretty impactful on a Miramar. Wait for that small shift and try and play for it later on. Get a little bit more looting done out on that east side. We saw Goat team dropping out and moving quite early on, so the looting phase will have been a little bit offset. Hopefully now, though, they are on the road, and I believe that they are, to try and move in, potentially sweep all the way up to that north side. Could inject towards water treatment, over past Cruz de Valle, but there is Geeke in the way in El Azahar, so could potentially be an unexpected blockage in the system for them. The next zone will reveal itself fairly soon, though, so we'll see what they opt to do with that.
روح وعليكم السلام
see what we're cooking with if this one gets a bit of a shift on the go. Obviously, those later rotates coming up. Condense is relatively central, feeling slightly down. So most sides still within a fairly comfortable amount of territory. What the treatment going to be cut out, so you're going to be giving that up for KRX and looking for an advanced path. You see GK advancing a bit quicker now.
صحیح ده چې درځم ورته لږ په فلور باندې ودرېږه لږ اډرونه ماډرونه واخله لږ ځان ستړی که صحیح ده
to potentially bump into Aurora on the late advancement.
Trying to push in on that south side. There are other options for AGAL here. Maybe not wanting to go past Montenuevo. They could send up. Maybe try and play up towards El Pozo or swing even further north. The side of the map's going to be really heavily occupied. It's a difficult approach, so going straight through may just be the best option available to them. Geeke sort of slowly trundling over the hillsides and have spotted them now. Moxie hops out, looks for the shots, but doesn't quite take it. Doesn't have the lineup with the rest of the team to confidently get a knock, and you don't want to overexpose here. You don't want to be losing players like this, especially with how tenuous GOAT Team's position is in 5th place.
Yeah, and it's not something they generally tend to force the issue on either. Historically, even with the roster being a little bit different to what I'd seen in the past, on Miramar they were pretty good with late rotates. It's something they really enjoy playing, right? If they can avoid early game fights, they're going to be building into a big finish. It tends to work well for them. That sort of situation, maybe with the tumble from Ragnarok, if he had a clean shot, could have got an opening pick there, tried to build off it. Not worth the risk from the angle they were left in. So late chase, calm it back down. That's more the GOAT style. It'll give Geeke a window of opportunity to get into the zone. Is that Reject getting a knockover onto 4-5 shot? There we go.
I believe it was, yeah, but they're a little bit too far afield to really confirm onto this one. And not only that, but X-Force Reject really cannot do too much to get out of their position now. This is that high ground position that I was talking about. With Alula atop it, but actually Nick McGalaxy kind of in the way of it as well. Yeah. You can see there is this cabal of 3 players very, very close by, but they are still downhill from that super duper high ground.
Abdullah Arbi walaikum assalam. यार ये कौन सा मैच है guys? पांचवा है ना?
Interesting lineup, and like you say, obviously not the best position to try and get that follow-up from. So reset from 4-5s, they're going to be more aware and paranoid about the potential angle and not expose themselves. AGAL were slow on the rotate, they were trailing behind Aurora. That started to turn a little bit with them actually pulling up very close towards the Aurora squad, looking to blot out the sun. It's a nice angle on the peak from top. A weapon he's very comfortable with. Takes the pot shot, but not quick on the response. XCZ with a knock, John. Damn.
Now Aurora can't really roll forwards. Doc and Joel immediately rolling back around to try and keep things together. Reapers with some good suppressing fire. There are off angles as well against this position that could potentially be causing worry for AGAL. Do not want to let their momentum slip. Could jump up into the top 5 themselves after this match. But it is still a long way out from the end of this one. As the res comes through. So Top's back to his feet. They can start to control this eastern side, but the hills for Alula are just so beneficial now. This is a brilliant game for them to try and make this one work. It's so hard for everybody else to try and move in. I feel like Thunder Talk are going to have a really tough time here trying to extract themselves from the southeast side where they sit, which is behind this engagement on our screens now, Jackie.
Yeah, this is something that could be really bad for them with the backstab building. Scouting party play from Doc coming in.
صحیح ده زه ومنم درې څلور بجې پرې ومه بس ډیلیوري نه مو کړه بیا رالم همالته بیا به ماښام ورسمه کار کوي یاره داسې هغه نه کوي کار ولا دی اوس ستا خبره صحیح ده خو آهسته 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 آهسته
Leo on the reply, jumps behind the steering wheel. Off angle push on the ridge. Let's see if he can do anything from this.
डॉक्टर अरमान तालपुर कैसे हो ब्रो ठीक हो यार तुम लोगों का क्या इरादा है मैं थोड़ा सा सो जाऊं
regroups up to the top. All of Aurora are here, and Thunder Talk are trying to loop around this one. Okay, put pressure onto the solo. Let's see what Doc's got. He's got backup now, and the rest of Aurora are trying to move on in. It's a breath of life for AGAL, but maybe they want to get stuck in too, because Doc is still fragging out. Nade out to try and find an angle on towards Thunder Talk. And this is a little bit more aggressive. This is a little bit more dynamic. That's what we wanted to see. But do they have the skills to back it up? Not stepping in fire. Kind of rule number 1, though, as Jimmy takes a turn around the corner.
Doc on a move up as well, once again armed with a shotty, but it's Joel with an SMG that puts AJ to sleep on first contact. Close quarters combat, Rufus with a hop up, good to shut him down. TTG thought they'd finally
मुझे अपडेट दिया करो, मैं थोड़ा सा सो रहा हूँ, ठीक है?
an upset versus the lone player of Aurora, but the longer this has gone on, that thunder is being taken away from them.
AGAL moved up towards this fight, but actually took a harrying from KRX. That backstab that you were talking about, making itself known. Maybe AGAL extending in that scenario and losing a player here, but they are in the zone. KRX not so lucky. They don't really have that sort of foothold. So for AGAL, all is not lost, but the fight may be coming to them from KRX on the north side.
You've got Top priming the nade as well up top right now.
बस अगर फलक वालों ने और किया कंटेनर किया फिर बताना.
Right on target. Goodbye Jing. They know they've got to move quick as well with the zone coming up, so they want to advance and try and force the issue. Low HP for Top. Reefus with a bait play opens the door. Holds close on the.
अगर किसी ने शेयर मेर भी मार दिया बताना.
It's getting awkward in the encounter, but it seems like Aurora can hold on for now.
No way to put that one back together. Jimmy just sat there and didn't really do much. Unfortunately for Thunder Talk, they will go down again, and it's good news for our bubble teams once more, who are looking to try and make that chase. As we turn our attention over to the northeast side, it is Orangutan, Four Thrives, and Ulf going at loggerheads to try and push past, because Four Thrives have control of this hill, have control of the ground. It's going to make things tricky in this area.
That respite for Four Thrives has been very different from what we've seen throughout the entire event. Always looking for opportunities to force themselves into weakened situations to get advantage from it. Here, thinking about the big picture, knowing they're relatively safe, they're comfortable, they're happy. They'll see if a mistake is presented towards them before they play their card. AGAL on the wrap back up. That three-man squad that got away, realistically, John, with Liberties in that situation versus the crunch in from Aurora. How long can they survive, and how long can Nigma hold off potentially this crunch from GOAT?
GOAT as well. This is the battle on the bubble. Remember, Nigma Galaxy trying to chase them. They've already found that opening knock. They're going to know that this is GOAT, and they may just be out for blood. Ralph also cooking a nade there, so they didn't have the barrels down range to take on Fuchsman as he peeks wide. A nade sent back on in, but not really connecting just yet. Does some damage, but it's only going to tickle. And they back off, Jackie. They are falling away from this, not wanting to get too far up and caught into this fight. You can get third-partied. Alola up on the high ground, a massive threat.
That's the thing. Killer Joe usually so keen for the close quarters engagements as well. It feels like he's your entry fragger, someone that's going to take those risks. Being knocked early left them more susceptible, so they attempt to backpedal. Lord resets, very elevated angle to peek down. Bullets barraging on target, but the longer he takes that fight, the more exposed he is to the hilltop side there that you've got from Alula. So can't overcommit. Killer Joe with a knock once more, back on his legs. GOAT, it seems uncomfortable.
Killer Joe going down, Fuchsman backed off the angle again. And they are just getting forced into a difficult scenario here. GOAT do still have force out in the open, but Alola just making life so difficult. Nobody's having a good time around these cliffs, but nobody's going down either, which is quite impressive stuff. But Moxie finally clocked by Quick. Able to slide away unnoticed. No, he gets found again. That should be a flush, and likely Killer Joe going down too, so GOAT cut in half here. Enigma Galaxy with a big opportunity.
There's just no exit path, John. You've got to stay close to the wall and fight up in person, or attempt for a quick getaway. Whatever you choose, Alula just leering over the edge, looking to convert from it. This extended battle between KRX and Aurora as well, leaving them worse for wear every minute that passes. The duo attempts to just get out on it, piece away from the situation, but Joel not given that gift. Another connection, that time it's from Flash Gaming, catching them on the exit with a rotate of the vehicle. Only Top left.
Moving in on that south side, a solo for Aurora. GOAT do manage to get back up to 3. I thought they were going to lose Moxie, 2 players. Killer Joe does manage to somehow get res there. A rotate in the shadow of the mountain, but the circle just keeps giving it to the high ground here. This is good for Nigma Galaxy, but Alola will survive for so much longer. The difficulty is the X-Force Reject are just still in this one. Still a threat, still breathing down their neck.
Seemed like that was nearly the go signal as well, called for. Nigma were looking right on the edge, debating whether or not they do swing off it if there was a peek out, a wide angle in play, but Fuchs is trying to keep himself close down to the ground behind the vehicle. Killer Joe in the back line, a similar situation. And they better hope they do it cleanly as well, John. Alula could peer over and attempt to clean up if they take sustained damage from this. No one wants to risk it.
Now RRQ in a really important fight right now. They're trying to push in behind Alula. If they get a chunk out of this team, things could change. But a stalwart hold, an R3B on that long-range backstop angle is so importantly placed for them. He catches them on the crossfire, immediately shreds a player away from them. That is great news. Not only that, but it gets the information over the rest of his team. Where RRQ are approaching from, how many are they, what sort of angles are they playing around with. It is so invaluable to have that sort of stuff on side as Nigma Galaxy look to get rid of the remnants of GOAT.
This time they clear on the edge. They knew Fuchs was knocked once again. The overinvestment from cleaning out the full squad isn't worth the risk though, so they won't go too deep into it. Stay in the angle where they know they're safe from the peak from Alula. Coops looking for a backside read as Killer Joe sits, staying warm by the burning building with Force miles away from assisting him.
Orangutan in the meantime tried to send forwards. They've lost a lot of health bar, but it looks like they may be able to res up to 3 if they're lucky. All while this is all unfolding, RRQ again suffering, but it's back and forth with GOAT, and I think that might just spell the end for them. Only Killer Joe now remaining. The last to stand, Enigma Galaxy all too chuffed with this because they are in that 5th place spot now. GOAT desperately wanting to try and stay in the running for our last match, which is yet to come after this.
Oh, Satan spotting it. Seemed like there was the clear there over towards the vehicle. Good shots on target. Stop Killer Joe. Remove GOAT. They're out here. And that's the dream scenario. Licking your lips for Enigma Galaxy. They know that they'll be able to move themselves up. Cleaning limbs added to the total tally. The 4 players still remaining alive. We saw Force falling to RRQ that are trapped down in a divot right now. Resetting, playing inside of the smoke. Such a wide berth of space though, with Silence keeping his sights on this position.
A lot of open angles for them to play around, but leaving this building is going to be so hard for Furia. With the angles that Enigma Galaxy, maybe not Alula, I think they're a little bit too far away to take shots out there, but the position that Enigma Galaxy have on this, they'll have the information. Actually, it might be pretty difficult for them to actually compete on that angle. So maybe AGAL could be more important on suppressing Furia's route out, but a swing down to the south could definitely be on the cards for Furia if they're able to find an opener, get rid of top in the process, maybe find a shot over towards Team Flash. So they do have options. But again, it just slaps bang on top of Enigma Galaxy right in the middle. And there's a big focus on the 5th place bubble with GOAT and Enigma Galaxy, but AGL are there too. And they are right in that bubble contest as well.
And considering how this one potentially could have gone for them with the run-up onto Aurora as well, could have been a very different game for AGAL. Surviving far later than expected off the awkward encounter with the nades that came their way. The backline play from Doc that could have spelled defeat. But ironically, it's Aurora that are down to just the solo outside of the zone, and AGAL that still look to fight on for another day.
Top trying to creep up towards the hills here, but has to go open broadside towards Team Flash if he wants to make it. Furia up and into the foothills now. Yeah, I don't think the angles are there. Alula picking up more points as well. They're finding shots left and right, doing a lot of damage, but they have to crunch down south now. So leaving that position has kept them safe for so long. On the north side, continuing to just lose a player. Now they're down to 1. And they may not last too much longer. Indeed, they will fall. And it's Ulf out in 9th place.
Finished off there as Devil from Reject gets that last shot in with the Mini 14. KRX being shut down as the zone nips at their heels and the fight breaking out all across the battleground. 4 Fribes coming alive once again. See you later, Top, as that's Enigma Galaxy with the spot from quite some distance. Up on top of the rock, Lord, living his movie. There could be so many free points to steal from the position they've got themselves into, John, and you can't get them out.
Just not going to be available to you, not on the cards. 4th Drive still taking a little bit of punishment on the off angle, but They do have to make a move fairly soon. They have to get these reses coming through. Tops for Flash is doing a little bit of work at suppressing Furious position, but we're hopping on board with X-Force Rejects. This is the team looking to try and displace Al-Ula, or indeed anyone above them, off of that top 13 spot, but they have to lead here with GK in the way. That's made very, very tricky. 4 tries of the long-range angle, but Kevin opens up the bidding. There is damage pouring in, but no knocks are sticking. Not just yet. Finally, the first falls, and now it's 2 of them left to try and put something together.
So many of our squads going at each other right now. 4 Frag seems to be taking the brunt of the damage as they fall one by one. Goodbye, good night. Reject could be going the same way as well, as GK have overwhelmed them on the close quarters engagement and picked them off. In the midst of all this, we saw some pot shots hitting onto Nigma Galaxy and leaving them down to just 1 man. It's only Lord that remains up on top of the high ground.
Some big shifts when it comes to the tables. As you say, Nigma Galaxy going down to 1, and AGAL breathing down their neck on location and on the points totals now. Goats dropping to 7th place as 2 teams have now pushed past them. Al-Ula continue to climb, and they make sure that RRQ is now a buffer place behind them, and GK could be next up on the chopping block if they can transition towards this low ground. So a lot of really important dynamics unfolding here when it comes to moving into this final game, and that is a helping hand of a circle towards AGAL.
The benefit of Al-Ula for so long finally starts to slip through the fingertips. Lord still in a position to play off the angle he secured for himself, whilst everyone else fights at the bottom of the tower, looking to climb over one another to guarantee themselves more from this match, trying to stay as tight to the wall as possible as to not be shot from below or above. Ayala with a vehicle looking for the move round. Al-Ula having to advance as well. You got the split on either side, it seems. A stereo rotate for Al-Ula and GK.
A 2-pronged approach. See if the horns connect. Ooh, OG losing another. I feel like for the teams in 1st, 2nd, maybe even 3rd, they're going to start to feel safe moving into this last one, but everybody else playing for keeps here. Furia wanting to find these shots, but not quite connecting. The nades not quite getting the distance on the arm there for Flash. I mean, it's a bit maybe overzealous to try and connect onto this. But both teams out of the zone need to try and regroup. And AGAL want to be the lobby commanders to make this one work. And nade downhill has a little bit more legs to it, but doesn't quite find the target. Now Flash are up and into the hill, so it's just got a little bit more dicey.
Keeping the pressure on either side. Nades towards the top for a peek over from Lord, making sure it's uncomfortable for him and the solo from AGAL that's looking to defend that engage from Furia. Surprise Flash are still alive, and Lord actually does get the peek in onto Furia. Still no trade back towards him. So although it's only a solo, Nigma Galaxy being a thorn in the side of the squads beneath them here.
Al-Ula on that north side, looking to keep the pace going. Coming off of a strong game on the last one. Now they're up to 9 elims again as well. And on this north side, they've got that high ground command that they were looking to try and sequester away. How high can they climb, though? Furia backs to the blue. They're a little bit more desperate now. And around the corner they go, locking themselves into the vehicle. Team Flash suffering, trying to find a challenge, but it doesn't connect. Is there a third party from AGAL? Doesn't look like they find anything, but Bose steps up. It's rebuffed by Lord. Nigma Galaxy up on high, still here to play.
Stealing away Elim after Elim in all of the commotion. That puts him up to 6 individually, 3 to his name. Make that 4 as he continues to spray. Lord with the eyes in the sky, punishing down now as Nigma Galaxy keep the heat on Furia. Switches the detention round to AGAL as well. They're coming in to close the gap. Goodbye, Flower H. It's uncomfortable. Ayala holds his own. Good defense. Damage done. XEZ trapped.
You've also got Igor to play on the angle as well, and there goes AGAL. Dropping down, they do manage to ladder up, but remember, the placements haven't kicked in for Nigma Galaxy just yet, so they will be in the top 5 going into the last one, and Lord is not done. Is there nothing this guy can't take a chunk out of? Everybody stepping forwards, and everybody wants to find out just who's up on that high ground.
The Lord of the Mountain. Anyone that dares to challenge him has been dethroned. And the longer he lives on, John, the less ammunition remains. running low. The economy now playing a pivotal role. How much more can he squeeze out of this? Switches to the Mini 14, bang on the head. Goodbye, OG.
Wow, goodness me. They eliminate themselves up another place, and 4 teams remain at this stage. It's Al-Ula who have done bits now here to solidify themselves into the top 16. They've almost, well, sorry, so the top 13. It's fairly certain that they may have done enough here, which is a great relief for them, I'm sure, guaranteeing themselves a solid double-digit game coming on in. As Geekcake try to crawl their way around the edges. Quick, oh, you can't be going out that far in the blue. Goodness me. Loses his footing somewhat, and the most of his health bar too.
More of their utility force to be reinvested to get themselves healthy to contest from here. Furia somehow living on borrowed time with some of the awkward fights they've had to even get this far into the runnings. Lord knowing he can't risk too many engagements that won't result in a clean pick with the low ammunition left in reserve. Geekcake and Al-Ula not too far from one another. This could all change in an instant, John.
A single pick. I mean, the fact that Lord is low on ammo is so important for Geekcake here. Their survival would be all but diminished in its entirety if they do find it. But there's a first knock over towards Geekcake. Al-Ula dancing around. Silence does connect, but he has to go for the reload. In the meantime, Lord pitches a point away with some of his precious ammo at range, and he finds more too. Down to his last magazine though. 31 rounds for Lord. He's got 2 nades, but has to back off.
He's got an angle to get his HP back, doesn't need to over-invest. He's already started to break the backs of everyone that's dared to defy him from this angle. Let them fight amongst themselves. Furia putting pressure on, but they're not ready from the peak from the top. Lord, 2 nades in the back. Let's see if these will pay off. Cooked nicely, rolling down the hillside. Al-Ula already still the point on the Furia.
1 more nade for Lord. Drops it right on top of their heads. Looks for the shots, gets 1 knock, but it's now up to Al-Ula, who are looking to charge themselves up. Gain some pace over, and they are able to find it. The high ground was indomitable, and Al-Ula take a 12 Elin chicken dinner.
The twists and turns on the narrative. Miramar delivering with madness in the desert as squads had to desert all hope the longer that went on, knowing the high ground was irrecoverable. Lord up on high, and he saw everything, John. The difference is, with ammunition running low, he did what he could, and he stole far more points than it felt like he was going to get from that one.
Absolutely. I think it was at least 6 eliminations for him, maybe even 7. So the team is going to be chuffed to bits with a 3rd place off of that location. You can see Enigma Galaxy. They are happy. Yeah, okay, yeah, get that celebration in. You love to see it. And they are feeling good because that is going to put them nice and deep into the top 5, Jackie.
That's an unbelievable game of Miramar there, mate. A lot of excitement, right? And you think about how awkward it was for them, constantly trapped with Al-Ula staring at them for so long. They're thinking, do we really commit to the fight versus GOAT? Lord made the heads-up play to climb up. The zone gave them a blessing, and they ran with that as long as they could. Shocking scenes from Al-Ula as well, just always making it uncomfortable for all of these squads. And John, I'm shocked Furia survived that long.
I am too. I feel like they were really on their last legs for so many times. But to get to 2nd place is a real testament to their transitional ability. From that location on the southwest side, they picked their path well. Taking that fight with Flash, it was stymied, it was corralled, but it was fought well and with good heart for Furia. Happy to see them getting later into this one. Al-Ula, though, the big news here is, of course, their ascendancy away from that bubble at the bottom of the tables. And with a game like that, are they not too far off top 5? I mean, it's possible if they could do it again. I feel like there is potentially something on the cards. It would be a miracle.
Hey, man, they said we can fix things in the last 2 games. That's 1 half already secure. Have another big performance, give us another reason to get excited. Come out here and wax lyrical with the plays that they can deliver. It could all change. It's why it's so enticing today. It's why it's so explosive. These teams know. One mistake, you could have your key crushed and your dreams going with it.
Yeah, 3 keys will be listed for destruction. By the end of today, we will have those 3 keys named and locked and loaded, ready to go. We are going to go and take a look at some of what our sponsors have to say before we come back with our final match. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
All right, popped on over to the STC Arena for our final CC update, and I managed to grab 2 people to help us talk through everything that we need to. Of course, we have Ginny, but we're also joined by Blaze. So, Blaze, let's start things off by breaking down what's going on here on your stage.
I mean, so it's absolutely insane. You know, when it comes down to the CC, you got 3 teams here that can really make a run for those club championship points. You got Falcons, 100 Thieves, and FaZe Esports. So when it comes down to those squads on your stage, they're going to be getting some help over here.
Okay, that's actually big, because this is an opportunity for a couple of those teams to actually get some more points that they need, Ginny. So talk to me about the CC implications that this could have, and if there are any other CC squads that might have some surprises.
Yeah, so when it comes to right now, we have 4 out of the top 8 that already qualified. So you got FaZe, you got G2, you got 100 Thieves, as well as Falcons. Very important to note, however, that G2 is not CC eligible because of the fact that they made too many roster changes after the deadline has already passed. They did knock Gentlemates into this lower bracket, and Gentlemates has competed before on COD, where they got 200 points. They competed in Valorant, where they also got 200 points, and they are yet to compete in Rocket League next week, where they have a pretty good roster. So for Gentlemates side of things, like, they have to win this lower bracket game today to even be in the top 8 and get some points. My question then for you is, how realistic is that, considering what happened yesterday with the 3-0?
I mean, it was a 3-0. It was crazy. You know, I talked to some of the players, and they felt like they were playing a God squad over there.
Oh, wow.
But don't worry, the Gentle Suits are in the building, and if I've seen anything out of that amazing group, is that they can wheel their team through some crazy series to push them into the finals.
I love that. I love that, which means that there's definitely going to be some very exciting matches coming up over the next couple of days. Yes. So, of course, as we know more, we'll keep all of you updated and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Genie, Glitter, and Blaze for the update with the CC, because things are getting spicy here at PMWC at EWC 26 as we're going to be heading into our final match of Group A. We will end up eliminating the bottom 3 teams. And talking about those bottom 3 teams, Lays, one team that was able to push themselves out of it from the beginning of the day, Alula, ended up getting that win as well.
Yeah, I just want to obviously mention to you guys at home, they started today with 21 points in the bottom 3. Now, they've had a nice trajectory so far and being able to sort of keep themselves within that middle, but then to skyrocket to a chicken dinner. And not only that, managed to get about 10 eliminations just before the fight with Furia when they're moving their way down off that peak onto the hill, and then they were able obviously to get that, but that wasn't without some help from one of our teammates who was sitting on the top peak there. But for this team, they clearly understand that these last 2 games are incredibly important. They have had a steady run throughout this. I mean, looking at this position here, they are actually sort of moving their way down on top of GK, which I thought, oh, okay. Obviously, they weren't sort of putting out that scout to see where Furia were at that moment. Furia were able to get like a couple of knocks on them, but they were able to reset and then get that win.
I have no idea how Fury just kept getting back up. They get knocked back up, knocked back up, knocked back up, and they got really deep in that game. I did not expect them to make it actually to a top 2 finish. That is very impressive. Just highlighting how relentless Fury truly are here, representing Brazil in Paris for PMWC. But the finishing moments here, Yasser giving it his best shot. But Lord in particular, here Niptura, oh my goodness, making it rain from this peak finish with that mini 14. He was holding on to his resources for as long as he really could, but eventually the circle had a different plan in mind.
No, he was exactly the right teammate to be up on top there, right? I think he was really, really good at sussing out exactly where everybody was. He was really good at getting those nades. Some of them went a little long, but a lot of them were right on target. I love the mini that he had as well. That was a fantastic weapon of choice to be up there. So all around, a really, 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 really good play coming from him. Really, yes.
But really. And really, Lore was able to put up good performance for Enigma Galaxy, being able to secure some extra placement points as well. Putting up those, oh man, look at us, Tomash, let's go. 8 eliminations there from Lord, and the damage there as well. And this is a squad that's currently in contention for that top 5, and they were securing the top of that mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to do that 3-1 split. That's what they had in the mid game. 3 players down below in the thick of it, fighting all the teams. There was Alula, there was even a side of Go at one point just coming their way. But no, Lord was trying to keep his teammates safe. But he could only do so for so long, right? Eventually, teams are going to be encroaching on his 3 teammates. They get eliminated, and then Lord is alone. I like what he did because he knew he was limited in resources, right, Niptura? He was not able to really take too many shots. He just held onto those resources until the very end, where he could maybe convert that into a chicken dinner. As we know, that didn't happen. But Podium, as a solo, that is huge regardless.
Huge indeed, as we're going to be taking a look at the overall. And I want you to keep in mind, top 5 go directly to the finals. Bottom 3 gets in home, and the ones in between get to go to survival. 4th thrives, still in the 1st place, but just like, actually, let's just focus on 4th all the way to 9, because 4th place with Aurora Gaming, they have been playing great today, but they just haven't been able to create such a big gap, as they only have 82 points, 4 points more than AGAL in 6th place.
No, they do. It's going to be interesting. I have noticed that Aurora have been stepping up, right? They felt that pressure a little bit. They've realized, like, oh, it's not really going our way. We got to up our game a little bit. It is working now. So they are at 82 points. Yeah, it's still going to be all down to the wire in this last game, but at least they're already there. You know, teams like Team Flash are also already there, but 2 points ahead of AGAL. GOAT team as well. Furia climbing up those ranks. They were not in 8th place a few games ago, Max.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at the teams in the top 5, 4 thrives, they're safe. We know they're going to make it. They're going straight into your PMWC Grand Finals. Orangutan, I would say, also somewhat safe, right, going out to this one, because right now they're above the likes of Enigma Galaxy, Aurora, Team Flash. We're looking at Aurora Gaming and Team Flash in particular here. They need a big game, Lace. If they do not get that performance here, all gamers, GOAT team, Furia, you know they're going to chase them down for that top 5.
Yeah, they need to make these opportunities for themselves. And what we're seeing a lot of teams do is kind of letting just the cookie crumble how it will. These players need to start obviously creating these opportunities and making the lobby play to their way. And I must say that from that game, Furia did that. I would kind of call them like the mountain goats of PUBG, because what is with them being able to scale up a mountain, absolutely decimate in every way, which form. But it's good to see Alula here, obviously moving up with 63 points, definitely securing that place out of the bottom 3. Now, I do want to sort of touch on, I guess, a little bit more of like Thunder talk out of that game. This is crunch time for them. They're under pressure. And look, they had a push from Aurora in the building, and they showed no presence, Max. They just sat down there. They didn't create any space, no presence, and got absolutely rolled by Aurora.
Yeah, they have the cloak of invisibility, but no one told them to take it off right now. It's time to take it off. They're looking at this one. The point gap is 12 points between X-Force Rejects and RRQ. I would say you are teams in the bottom 3. You have to hot drop RRQ. I'm sorry, it is time. If you don't do it here, you're going right home right away, straight to Charles de Gaulle. And as we know, that is not where you want to be.
We usually hate to see the hot drops, but in situations like this, you gotta take destiny into your hands. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Lace. They have to do it.
Yeah, and look, this is what I'm saying, where create your game. Make these plays to position other players into moving and having you create that space. Like, even if they were to look at, you know, players like Alula, who were in the bottom, they actually forced GK to rotate into Furia. They made that play, and these bottom teams need to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, they need to be able to do that, and they need to be careful with teams that are going to be towards the top, like none other than, who's that? Who's this? Oh, it's the best content creator for PUBG. Come up here, baby. Come up here. You know what? You don't even have to go that way. Just step over the chairs. You got this.
Hey.
Cool. The beast with 4 thrives currently in 1st place. Oh, put him on. Put him on. Oh, you should have told me. I would have brought mine too. But my Naki is here, and Naki, the team is currently sitting in 1st place. How are you guys feeling?
Alhamdulillah, we are feeling great. We are having a great moment.
Ooh, Yes, you guys are. You guys have OG currently chasing you for that first place. Whoever gets first place gets to crush some keys. But how are you enjoying Paris so far?
Paris has been really great for us. The weather here is so beautiful. The city is so beautiful. We are really excited to visit the sites.
You're really excited to hopefully end up lifting that trophy. Max, you got any questions for Naki?
What do you think of French people like myself? The locals.
Bonjour,
do you like
bonjour.
That definitely answers my question. Thank you very much.
That is a great one. From what you guys have seen, going back to the game, from what you guys have seen so far out of day 1 and day 2 here, has there been anything that ended up surprising the squad?
OG has definitely been a surprise for us. Like, they're playing really good. Their decisions, I haven't really looked at them that much, but their decisions are really good.
Yeah, their decisions have definitely been good. And for everybody currently watching, don't forget that you can experience the PUBG Mobile fan experience because it is gonna be open from August 11th through the 16th. Go enjoy some of the exciting activities, not only PUBG Mobile and Naruto Shippuden, the amazing collab that we're doing, but also the PUBG Mobile, Spider-Man, everything cool going on there. You can earn some exclusive rewards, so make sure you check that out. But yeah, I'm with you, Naki. I mean, I'm with what you were saying in regards to OG has been able to surprise a lot of those teams. And then towards the bottom, you're seeing some teams that I thought were going to end up performing better too with extra rejects. But with this one, who's going to be your top 5? I mean, it's pretty much said, but who is actually going to be your top 5? Tell me your predictions.
I mean, there's only last match remaining. So I don't see that there are going to be a lot of changes to the top 5. But the teams on top 5, yeah. OG, definitely. 4 Thrives, as we know.
I mean, you kind of have to pick them. Come on now.
Yeah. And Aurora is playing really consistent. And I hope FL qualifies. They are really my best friends. And one remaining?
Yeah, one. I think, if I'm doing the math, Max, math right? One more? Yeah,
OG
one more.
Be good, yeah. OG 40, FL, Aurora, and KRX.
Ooh.
Oh, nice one.
KRX. Okay, I thought you were going to go with a different one like Enigma Galaxy, but thank you so much for joining us. Lace, Max Benatura, myself, 7WG. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time we go into the final match of Group A. Who's going to end up winning it? Who's going to end up in the bottom 3 and get sent home? Let's send it over to none other than John Allen and Jackie.
Oh yeah, it's time to get stuck into the final map for Group A. 3 teams on the chopping block, but those initials yet to be carved. Who will be taking up that chisel and taking down their opponents? Only time will tell, and 5 teams will rise right to the top. Cream of the cream, or creme de la creme, as they say here in Paris.
Maximum way. That's what I'm expecting to see here live in Paris. It's going to get explosive, John. It's going to get enticing. And from what we've seen over the course of the day, it should all build to an absolute blistering affair here in our culminating game. Our last battleground, Miramar, once again on the cards. And you're right, that sharpened steel of the Butcher Blade is getting ready to chop. And those keys will be crushed. Barney will be there on stage, literally grinding all of these teams' efforts into a pulp.
Well, not all of the teams.
No, those teams.
Yeah,
just
three.
those
Oh,
teams.
yeah, okay.
All of those teams.
You're getting ahead of yourself,
Sorry,
man.
mate. Yeah,
I know we've got to chuck most of them into the grinder. Only one key will eventually remain. But we've got to get there first. And we've got to do it bit by bit. It's incremental, you know. But we do get to do 15 at once over towards the final. So make sure you're going to check that one out as we take our final steps onto the plane with Group A. Miramar is never been hotter. It's time to decide who will move forwards.
Now you can see the keys around the crusher. Our team's deep in fort, getting their last minutes in before we kick this one live. Get back into the playing path and set things off. The players, the organizations, the hopes and dreams. The atmosphere is good here in Paris. You can feel it. Tension you could cut with a knife for some of these squads. And for the top end, John, as much as you're not fighting to lose your chance in the tournament, you certainly are putting your neck on the line to make sure you guarantee a chance to skip that survival stage.
Absolutely. Top 5 is so valuable here. Interesting predictions coming out from Noki back over on the desk as he
as he found himself over the back of the chairs and immediately thrust into doing Max 7 and Neptura and Lace's job, you know. Apparently we had to draft in some outside help there, but I think Fourth Rise OG, yeah, 100% I agree on that. Aurora, I think is a fairly safe bet. I feel like not including Nigma Galaxy in the top 5 was a bit of an outside chance. And then even further beyond that as outside chance, KRX being in the top 5 for him. I feel like that's maybe what he wanted to happen. Not what is probably going to happen.
I mean, that's his personal ideal top 5, right? That's his take on it. So it's fair enough, man. Exciting teams. They've certainly all given us something to rave about over the course of yesterday and today here at PMWC. Live from EWC 26. A big 26, John.
God, imagine. I remember when it wasn't 26. Just last year, actually, it was
25.
Yeah,
and the year before that, 24.
No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it wasn't 25 the year before that. Come on, don't be silly. Southwest Circle, as the plane path goes straight down the middle of this one from Partona up towards San Martin. It looks like we are going to be heading down towards that Chumasera Hills area, the Ladriera dual peak lines over on that western side. Going to be a major feature there. So transitional areas around there, highly coveted. A lot of ground on the south side is slightly treacherous. Potential to see teams rotating down through Partona, trying to get access to the west, but more than likely, we're going to see a long rotate over on the north side, coming down on that west edge, past El Pozo, to try and push themselves towards those Ladriera Hills.
With the stage set and the potential for the best, and the squads at the bottom established, so you know what results we'll be looking out for on this one. We'll delve into it and get an eye line. We heard the analyst saying at times like this, you need to really invest that risk versus reward. You can't play it overly safe. You can't leave your fate in hands of other teams. That goes both ways, John. If you want to try and push into that top 5, or if you're looking to actually keep yourself in the competition, not lose those keys. We'll see if there's any forced fights, if the early game is a bit different. Some of the indecision we've seen from squads. You look back, right, what we saw from TTG. Moments of difference where maybe if they just committed that risk factor, could have given themselves a little bit more stock to play with. We'll see if that changes here and now.
I mean, right now for X-Force Rejects, they're sat 12 points behind RRQ. That is a big gap to make up. It's going to be very, very difficult to do that, and even further behind for the teams behind that as well. So I'm really not holding out hope. I feel like we may already have our top 13. I don't want to jinx it for RRQ, but I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying that, especially given where RRQ are on the map, down towards Biodemar already, pretty much slap bang in the center of this circle. Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and jump up there and change things on that front. Would require something quite special, but there are quite a few teams, I think, who could realistically jump into the top 5 here. Depending on how Flash, Aurora, Nigma Galaxy do in this game, there are potentially opportunities to jump on through and see what you can get done for maybe, I mean, maybe down to 9th, but maybe even Ulf could give it a fair crack, if not Alula, which is a very outside chance. But 17 points, as we were saying, you know, the 12-point gap feels pretty dastardly to try and get past, but with the form that Alula are on right now, it might be doable. 17 points.
Yeah, they've been looking far better, been hitting some good strides, and definitely guaranteeing themselves at least more of a safety net to play with from slipping deeper down into the depths. Rising, though, and attempting to climb does kind of rely, like you say, on a few of our squads that have been those point vacuums, those absolute hoovers towards the top side, effectively just falling early, having some kind of breakdown that opens that door for an overlap for a squad to find a way in. So a lot riding on it on the individuals. A lot of small storylines in this one. We'll keep you dialed in with a narrative.
Trying to play small ball and keep yourself rolling straight down the track to the top 5 at the moment. I mean, the differentials between these teams are really quite small. I mean, even up towards OG, an 8-point difference between 2nd and 5th is very, very much surmountable. A 10-point difference from AGAL up towards Orangutan to jump up towards that top spot. So, very volatile, even at this late stage. 12 out of 12. We're at the full fraction. No more matches after this one, and it is still very much all to play for. Unless you 4 thrives, then you're pretty much guaranteed to be in already.
They've done more than enough with the plays that they've made over the course of the past 2 days, John. Looked very, very exciting to watch. It would be a real shame not to have them there, to be honest, mate. I feel like it would be a big blunder. So glad they've already proven just how hard they're willing to play here live from Paris. We've heard the arena getting absolutely ballistic time and time again when you see pop-off plays. Hell, even just from one individual, right? Falak starts to go huge. This place gets loud.
I feel like Falak does anything, this place can get loud, I think.
True.
But that's, you know what? That's exactly the sort of support that has seen them into the top place right now. It's exactly the sort of support that saw them to first place back in PMGO as well. A global title spurring them on. And a second in their sights. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if they can do it, but it's almost certain that they're going to have a crack. Aurora, in the meantime, a lot less certain, but in a scrap with RRQ and Furia. RRQ, remember, the bubble team at the bottom, do not want to be going down early.
No, you could see that kind of kicking in, the immediate reaction when they thought, hang on, I've got a line of sight to try and take a pick here over onto them. Throws a few bullets out, but doesn't want to overcommit. Far riskier for RRQ than it is for Aurora and Furia. If they see weakness, they might attempt to dogpile on top of that and backstab towards Aurora. It's calmed down off the initial shots that were fired out. But you're still nearby. No safety yet, and that's only the one man from RRQ as well with the split they went for. So it's a lot riskier trying to keep his nose clean and out of trouble.
Ooh, a little bit of trouble finds OG though. Taking a knock over towards themselves, and on the north side, looks like a little bit of a traffic jam between 2 of our teams towards the bottom and our second place team, OG. Having a little bit of trouble here, a little bit of strife. And that's going to be another nade launched over the top. The knock not yet back up, and Swash does get flushed away. Shiva to be able to claim that one. Potential wraparound here for Rolex, but he's spotted and handled. X-Force Rejects seemingly in charge of this fight against Gaming Stars as another flush comes on through. Yusuf and Maniac trying to piece themselves back together, but boom goes the dynamite. Leaves Maniac flagging. Nothing more to be said.
That was quick, it was clean as well, and that's what you need. Good plays made. They're going to be able to shut him down and remove G-Star from the competition off the back of that, make it far more uncomfortable for them, as they now know there is nothing they can do for themselves in this situation to rise up the ranks. They're left dead last in that position, whilst Reject claim 4 points. They've got to do a whole lot more, John, but that's a brilliant start.
They've got to get a whole lot further down south as well now for X-Force Rejects. They have to move from that northern edge all the way out the back. OG, in the meantime, did manage to get the player res, so they are rotating against a full 4 team there, as well as KRX out on their west side. This is a real gauntlet for X-Force Rejects, and if they're going to qualify, this is the sort of test that they need to prove themselves capable of passing, Jackie. So I'm happy, in a way, that they have that opportunity. I'm not so certain that they're going to be able to pass it, but I'm willing to be proved wrong, and I'm ready to be here for when it happens. RRQ are now only 4 points ahead.
Oh, KRX on the ramp over the top, hitting the show-stopping plays, but can they actually punish with the shots? Close quarters combat from Hooksy, good for one, but a right hook straight back in his face. And for Reject, it went from a nice start to a punishing position. Damage done onto 3 players for KRX though. It's just Trey left. Spams bullets onto Reverb. Starts to put them in their place, but recovering from this is going to be awkward. Both teams suffering massive losses.
Shiva not in the fight, a little bit too further afield and already locked down. That's going to be a lot of points added to RJC's total, but they are losing players left and right. Now playing on as 2, they disengage with 7 eliminations. They are getting closer and closer to RRQ as time goes by. And X-Force Rejects with a chance, but yeah, that gauntlet, like I was saying, is such a tough pass. The third party coming through, it's pretty impossible to make that one work. But KRX falling in the meantime as well. A little chime in coming through from OG, helping them out there, adding some more points to the RJC tally.
And OG keeping themselves in a very comfortable position. seeing if they can chase towards 4 thrives. See who remains at the top of the plinth come the end of today. It'll be exciting to see who our lobby leader is when it's all said and done. TTG here as well. Another team that it feels like even the potential of them really grinding from the spot they've been left in, John, is unlikely at this point.
Yeah, it's getting less and less likely for a lot of teams as time goes on. And in terms of top 5 qualification, I'm afraid that Noki will not be correct with his KRX prediction, as he's going to be down in a 9th place spot. But they're going to be seen again in the survival stage. I think I can guarantee that. I'm going to lock that one in. Zypher spots Shiva from X-Force Rejects, and that is going to be a quick flush. Their run may just have been drawn short on the north side, and RRQ, all they need to do is hold their nerve, stay alive, keep things together, and defend their patch slap bang in the middle, although it's got a lot less central now with a hard east shift.
Zone crunching in. Goat already in position. Gike making the move up as well. Alula, Furia, really just the dribs and drabs that remain for Reject over that side as well, with OG potentially in a position to find them on their late pathing in. An Enigma side that looked very talented into the previous matchup off the back of the skillful plays we saw from Lord on the elevated angle towards the mountaintop. Seeing what more they'll get from this. That's the park up from Devil. I mean, there is potential for it, John. RRQ have been attempting to avoid fights up to this point. There's been a couple of opportunities where teams have whizzed near. They haven't risked it, which still means there's a chance. But if Reject can do much, maybe there's an opportunity. It's only a solo, though, so we're looking for a big finish on it with some more elims. It will not be an easy feat and requires RRQ to be shut down by a different team.
And I feel like RRQ's position is just so strong here. It's such a difficult position to try and get up on towards against a full force squad. If they're reactive and fast enough to respond to threats as they come their way, that is the major downside for RRQ, right? You have to play it fairly split in this location. And it looks like they are going to be, I mean, they're spiking out. They are making themselves known, which I think is the right play. Force teams around them to fight against each other as they try and ascend towards it. This is what you need for RRQ. Keep that suppressive pressure, just moving teams away from you. You do not want to give them the idea that, hey, you're a weak fight. But maybe Furia have found their opening. There is AGAL behind them that can make it harder, Jackie. But I feel like Furia, we know how hardy this team is. We know that they've got some real staying power. The question is, can they get up the side of this cliff?
A similar situation once again for Furia then. They've had plot armor in the previous game, but this one might be harder for them. Shots on target towards Liu, so AGAL start to back up. Look to close the distance between their split and play off each other. You've got good cover at least by pushing so far towards the ridge side, so you can't take shots from the top of RRQ. But fighting towards them, like you say, is another story.
It does allow RRQ a little bit more flexibility, I'd say, if you're confident that Fury is not going to push up that cliff, not going to go further in and try and loop around the cliff. You've got some more latitude to send your players to other angles, but there's plenty of angles to try and deal with. As Alona charge on in and take on AGAL and take a huge bite out of their player count, down to 2 now, and that bubble just got a little bit safer. And 78 points for AGAL. Team Flash still 2 points ahead on 80.
Yeah, this is really rough for them, John. If they were looking at the idea of having another game where they could really ramp up those points and push themselves into a good spot, you're down to half your chance now with only 2 of the 4 players alive. They were attacked from the side by Goat as well. And although Furia was safe from the gaze from that top side view of RRQ, it's the roam in from Aurora that's closed the gap to allow them to get shots onto them. Made it more uncomfortable. Got that initial pick over.
Nick McGalaxy getting stuck in on that western flank. They are kind of outside in the cold right now, behind 4 Thrives, but getting a pick onto the open is good, but they've lost Coops on the back line, and he's all the way out in the blue, Jackie. I don't think that they're going to be able to get him back up there. Devil is keeping him company. Zypher in a real sticky spot, so it looks like that trade will be evened up. So, 2 of our top 5 teams taking 1 player out from either side. And it is Devil who picks up the point there. Adds them up to 44. and a little bit closer to RRQ. So now you're still not worried.
That feels like a little, a little subtext storyline. We'll keep our eyes on it. It's not super likely with how it's going.
Okay.
But worth being aware of. I mean, he's still on the move, still alive for now.
Yeah, but the zone's coming to get him. He made a deal with himself to be able to get away with that one. I mean, RRQ with the assist from the high ground, suppressing the angle from NigmaGalaxy that was completely had him dead to rights. But where does he go here? He's got to go up, he's got to go around into OG, in towards RRQ. And there's not really a good choice here. It is stage 4, so the zone is quite survivable. So yeah, okay, go for a long wrap. That probably makes more sense on it. Drops that adrenaline in as well, maxing out the stims, get as much healing as he can get.
We'll see how that pathing goes for him once he gets himself back into the zone, sustaining a decent amount of damage, but he had a few meds to try and buffer it out. Not easy though, not comfortable. 4 Fribes with IQ getting line of sight again to re-engage, so a bit of pressure applied from them. And RRQ still sitting where they hunkered down so long ago, waiting for a team to attempt to force the fight. GK with a connection in the rear. Thundertalk seeing all of this commotion around them as well. As NigmaGalaxy move up towards Alula. That's top taken down by IQ, and Falak getting stuck in as Aurora are suffering casualties.
This is dangerous for Aurora. They're not safe, not in its entirety. NigmaGalaxy a little bit better on the points tables, but going this low, trying to just wend your way on through. Seems like they successfully shack themselves up there. Get 2 of their players across as we hop on board with Alula. A lot of damage done towards GOAT team, and this was a team that was looking good for the top 5 not too long ago, but now their dreams are being dashed at the feet of Alula.
Alula, they formed a fist and they are punching through the defense of GOAT. Moxie takes a heavy blow down on his last legs as the team gets removed from the equation. Goodbye, GOAT. Alula coming alive as they begin to punish NigmaGalaxy. Absolutely collapsed on once again as well. Fragmenting the squad. 5 elims here, John.
Keeping up that pace, Alula have changed something. There is a different team right now playing for them, but losing one, taking a knock to the play zone as well. That's going to slow you down no matter who you are. Playing on us too. I have to see what they can find. It is just too far away to hope for the bubble right now. And Aurora may be breathing a little sigh of relief here with AGL getting cut down to 2 with only 1 of their players alive. This is not the situation you want to be in for Aurora. You definitely want to be putting a little bit more distance between you and that bubble, because 4 points is not enough to feel safe, especially when you think about teams that have the potential to get into this late game, like Furia, who are a little bit further behind, but definitely within striking distance.
NigmaGalaxy go down to a combination of Aurora and 4 Fribes. Removed from the equation as our top team scrap amongst each other. RRQ finally play their card, but it's versus OG, and they come in full aggro. Good shots with the AUG, damage on target. Attempting to reposition RRQ down to 2 players. That's 1 cleanup as the shots hit onto Wizguard, and they are able to repel the initial assault. Aru behind the steering wheel looks to create space and get away. Play on as a solo.
That could have been the opportunity there if RRQ had fumbled the roll-up. It could have been the chance for Devil to make his way on in, because he's completed that wraparound that we saw him go out wide for and is now pushing him from Chumacera. Could have survived a lot longer. Looked to get a point or 2 on elims, get some placements coming through, but now the gap is 6 points, and it makes it all that much harder.
And in the conversation of who'd be on top come the end of the day, it's 4 Fribes that are once again getting the crowd hyped up with the plays. 4 elims in the back pocket, always showing up in the elim feed as the arena here at the Qiddiya City Grid starts to roar. And Devil did make it in, like you say. RRQ found 2 picks onto OG though, and they're looking for the full flash back over. Aru's got something to say about it. Good for a clash up close. They're trying to force him out of the building and do so. Orangutan out of the running now as they'll be left in second.
And RRQ, another point added to their tally, pushing themselves further and further away. Not too long from now, it could be that Geek are up on the chopping block for fourth thrives. The next challenge over towards RRQ. A nade from Lapar. This is the star player that the desk was talking about, bringing him up as a real clutch potential. Let's see if he's got a little bit more left to give in match 12 of 12. As fourth thrives, currently playing a 2-1 split with Falak, T24 on that western side, IQ much further inland. The back-off comes through, and RRQ don't want anything more to do with that high ground, certainly not at the moment.
AGAL finally fall to Furia. TTG trapped down in the ditch with nades being dashed towards them. T24 throwing them in on target. His eyes lighting up with the idea of a prospect of 4 more points for our top lobby team right now. And as the zone eats through them, they are finding success with ease.
Oh, T24 though stays a little bit too long. There is a response finally from Thunder Talk. AJ manages to thread that one through. Fury are getting picked apart in the meantime on the south side as Alula keep chowing down with their 2 players alive. The rest comes through. Falak wants to suppress the rotate, but Thunder Talk have already lost 1 forwards. This is a wild charge from Falak. He is so overexposed on the hilltop. I'm surprised he didn't go down before. And RRQ are going to chime in. So is Doc from Aurora. Putting them back in their place. They may have broken the sentry, but you cannot get a little bit too ahead of yourself there. Either way, they've done enough. They will be top spot by the end.
10 elims and 1 representative of the squad still alive and kicking its IQ that was down towards the low ground, so he's safe. Doc watching that angle, like you say, they just hard commit, wanting to get the extra points and prove that they can bully this lobby. Doc lines him up and knocks him down. That solo representative of Aurora at least guaranteeing some extra boon for the squad. Devil still alive in the back of the vehicle as well. He's pathing around. I mean, Flash have been so quiet for so long, but thankfully for them, John, the other squads that were close to potentially forcing them out of that 5th place are already gone. They've already left this lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be nice and safe for them to feel like there's really not much to challenge them, as Alula also bite the dust. But they've done enough to see themselves into that survival stage. It's likely that the tables have started to solidify. The only moving part here is Devil, and he is caught between a rock, another rock, and several hard places. It is a tough approach from this north side, and it needs RRQ to start going down because the placements are already at 2, which means that even just surviving is not going to be enough for him. And he goes down there. That will be our bottom 3. Locked in, Jackie. X-Force Rejects joins Thunder Talk and Gaming Stars taking the tumble down. So, it's all up to the points now. Who's going to finish, and where is it going to be?
Those keys now guaranteed to be crushed. But the dreams live on for an RRQ side that fought for their right to survive here. Another blow back over to Aurora as Doc is shut down. And they're looking for even more. Eyes honed in towards the setup from the 2-2 split of Geek. Our final decision comes down to who takes the chicken dinner then between these 4 remaining squads.
Geek with the most central position, Flash with the high ground. As you said before, been fairly quiet over the course of this match so far, but they are starting to extend their influence now. Geek in the more central spot, as I said before, but they're much more limited in terms of their maneuverability, in terms of their flexibility. It's a question of if they can force the other teams around them to fight with each other, or in the other instance, allow a team to just get straight up close to you. Now with Team Flash within nading range, it's going to get so much more hard for Geek to hold off this location.
And Flash, after paying passive for so long, know that they can take risks now. So they look to advance down onto Geek. Good first nade connection to blow one of the squad mates away. Present an opportunity to punish off the back of it, but RRQ with a third-party snipe from distance, starting to steal those points and increase the pressure that's mounting on Flash's shoulders.
Secure in their 5th place, but they'd like to go further to try and join on the point scoring, a little bit higher up on the tables. 4 Thrives, OG, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy. These 4 teams pretty much, they have made it into those grand finals directly. Flash will be joining them as well. It's really, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not possible at this stage for Ulf to catch up. I don't think there's enough points left in the lobby to make up the difference, especially when you consider that Flash will also be getting placement points for a minimum of 4th place. And whatever else they're able to purloin from the rest of this lobby.
Just about the showmanship at this point. Giving themselves some extra confidence going into the following games. Knowing you've got the comfortable nature of skipping that stage and coming back in to play your best. GK inside of the split as they're set up. Waiting for the advance to come in from Flash.
On that northern side, they've got that line up. They're allowing the teams to their south on the low ground to figure out how they want to try and manipulate this one as the nades keep rolling down the hill towards GK, making their life very troublesome. Yeah, Ragnarok out in the open is not going to last. You can't really step out for it. And they add another point. Racking up those elims, finding another knock over towards Kevin. And this might be the final dispatch for GK, who will sit right on top of that bubble. A lovely nade posted on through, stops them dead in their tracks. But the 12th place there is going to be locked in. RRQ will be jumping over them with the placement points that they have earned, leaving GK on that bubble, but nevertheless still in survival stages, which is more than could be said for the 3 teams beneath them.
Their keys will remain. And RRQ just proving that they've still got more to show over the course of the competition then. Something that might give them an extra air, an extra reset, some wind under their sails once they get into that survival stage with the pathway they've guaranteed themselves.
Team Flash playing this one by the book. RRQ and Ulf both pushed up to these ridge lines that they have to breach through quickly and open up exposed angles against them. Flash need to be in position, ready to go for the shots, but it looks like they're more preoccupied over towards RRQ's position. And maybe rightly so, because they do find Genfos, but Ulf in the meantime have gotten up close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. The shots can start to ring through, but Posey doesn't have an angle on towards it, as Genfos still bleeding out, but the nades now can come on in. Zeus is in danger, so's Tops. And there's the approach coming through from Ketch and Calci off on the other angle. Aaron and Scarface playing off one another beautifully. Genfos does get flushed away, and Lapar now the last to stand for RRQ, but Ulf have managed to turn this one topsy-turvy.
Yeah, they've really thrown a spanner in the works here, and they jump back behind the steering wheel to keep more pressure on Flash. Calci with a Molotov thrown in as well, giving them a little bit of space to play off on this one. Distance firefight RRQ. They're putting onto it with a good angle to try and punish onto Flash. Got to tuck in behind the vehicle.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's right up in their face, John. Taking it to them.
The wolves at the door, and they will echo with the sound of a shotgun shell, and now it's Lapar. He is in a 1 versus 1 technically. He's got a little bit of time here. Has Calci to deal with on the low ground. He finds it, and now there's only one more player up top for him to deal with, but the vehicle, the death departing explosion there, puts the final nail in. Lapar looking pretty good, but it is Ulf to find the chicken dinner and a place in the survival stage.
You see the excitement, the celebration, in the faces of defeat for some of our squads. They fought as hard as they could. For some, the journey ends. For others, it's just beginning with a battle for survival in our following stage. But for the lucky few, John, that were able to write history for themselves, they've guaranteed that opportunity to go directly through to the finals. In the space of 2 days, the competition has reached an enticing pitch already.
What a treat Group A has been. Group B, I'm hoping, is going to be similarly high octane. That would be fantastic. We've got 2 days of survival beyond that as well, where we'll see the returning middle cadre of teams that played in both of those groups as well, joining once again for another shot at those grand finals. And I think that there has certainly been some phenomenal turns of events here. 4 Thrives have proved themselves to be deserving of that top spot as well. From that PMGO season, people still sometimes had questions. Not me, never me, but some people certainly questioned, are they a mainstay team? Can they keep it going? The answer in this group, a resounding yes against some of the strongest teams in the world.
They've had such resilience, such beautiful individual skill as well with the plays we've seen from the entire roster, passing the baton at multiple times to guarantee themselves more and more inside of these battlegrounds. And I'm very glad that we'll get to see more from them. It's unfortunate we'll have to say goodbye to some of our teams, John, but the ones that go on to survival stage, they've earned that spot.
Absolutely. A big benefit of being in the top 5 as well is that you can really focus on analysis, on really practicing, on getting those strategies ingrained onto your team, as well as researching the other teams more through survival stage whilst being able to keep your playbook a little bit more hidden. So for Orangutan, I am thrilled that they've been able to get up and into 2nd place. A brilliant result for this roster that hasn't had as much international experience as a lot of the players down on the stage here. Phenomenal stuff. We're going to head down to the stage to make sure that we're locking in everything that needs to be done. Barney, what do you got?
Welcome back to the main stage. Of course, taking the top spot in groups from Group A is 4 Thrives, baby. What an amazing performance. The crowd are behind you. That's got to feel good. Now, IQ, let's talk a little bit about stepping into these 2 group stage days and dominating. How does that feel?
To be honest, we are not really proud of our performance because we missed a lot of chickens, and we will improve in finals, inshallah.
Wow, okay. I mean, still placing in the top spot, but still things to improve on. I like that. Now, Falak, the expectations for you guys is pretty high, okay? Coming off the back of a PMGO victory, and now here, you guys must feel like you're in a really good position to take top spot. Did you exceed your expectations by placing first in group stage, or was this the plan the whole time?
I mean, it's amazing to finish #1 in group stages as well, but the main goal is finals, and our goal is to finish #1 in the finals, so we can win back-to-back championships and make our name in history.
I mean, speaking of making a name in history, the PMGO win, if you manage to secure the win at PMWC and then in your home country, PMGO, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it, IQ?
Yeah, of course.
Of course it would be pretty good. Right, guys, we have something special to do, which I'm pretty sure you know. Follow me. We're going to go over to the Crusher. Now, as first place finishers, right here at the group stage for your group, you get to do the fun part. Now, I would like you to come and stand up here, all 4 of you, please, behind the awesome Crusher. Now, before we get into the meat of this, can I get you guys to budge around? Budge around a little bit. Budge around, move around, move around, move around. Now, before we get into the meat of this, we've got to say our commiserations, of course, but 3 teams underperformed here. And it's brutal, but it's fair. Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming, and of course X-Force Rejects will be eliminated from the competition. Is there anything that you would like to say to them before you crush their keys?
Sorry guys for crushing your keys, and bye-bye.
Ah, sorry guys, and goodbye. All right, IQ, can you please press this button, and that will turn on the Crusher and reveal the teeth. Here we go, look at that. See you later, Gaming Stars. Okay, would you like to pull on this lever, crush the remaining keys, and send them into the elimination zone? 3, 2, 1, see you later. Was that satisfying?
Yeah, that's too much.
Too satisfying. Well, you might get to do it in the final with 15 keys. That's the plan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan. All right, 4 Thrives, congratulations in placing first in Group A. We've got so much more PMWC action coming your way over the next few days. You can hear the crowd going nuts for 4 Thrives. That's what we like to see here at PMWC. But for now, let's head back to the studio so that they can talk about everything that happened over the last 2 days of groups.
It's a sight that we're getting used to seeing. 4 Thrives just dominating in, honestly, not being happy with their performance, Lace. That's insane.
That's crazy because they're the only team to hit triple digits, 107 points. 80 of those guys were actually eliminations. they had 0 chicken dinners. They had about 27 placement points, so that is about like a 2.25 average placement. So most of this was made up by pure firepower. But of course, they don't think that's good enough. And look, that's okay. They want to add the wins to that valiant effort as well.
Especially because we're going to have Smash Rule.
Especially you want to make sure you can actually get those chicken dinners. You know, they didn't do it in PMGO Season 1.
One thing we shall not forget. Yeah, congratulations, 4Thrives. You're able to get that first place here for Group A. But this is the first time in a long time that we're going to have an India team at a global final.
So I want to take you guys back to the PMWL 2020 Eastern Region. Orange Rock TSM entity, they made it to the finals and actually did really good back in that event. But now it has been 5 years, 11 months, and 29 days, and that streak has now ended as Orangutan make it to your PMWC 2026 Grand Finals.
And a great performance from that squad, if we're being completely honest. The way that they were able to perform yesterday was impressive in the way that they started off so slow and they were able to become aggressive. This is what we've been wanting to see out of the Indian teams, to match the aggressiveness that the global lobby is currently showcasing. They were able to do that, and they were consistent as well today. WizKid was able to actually get a lot of placement points for that squad in 2 matches.
He really was. It was so exciting to see. And you know what's even crazier, is that Orangutan, out of the 2 Indian teams that we have here, we have Godlike coming up in Group B. Orangutan is the more passive of the 2. Now let's just take a moment and let that sink in. Orangutan are the most passive of the 2 Indian teams here. They're in 2nd place. They've been going all over the place. They've been controlling the lobby. What is it going to happen with Group B? I'm scared for everybody else now.
I mean, I was scared after they got their first chicken dinner on Game 6 of day 1. I was like, okay, we need to see a continuation. I was not expecting a back-to-back win. Okay, that was definitely pushing it to the absolute limit. So they're confident. I hope they can bring that confidence into the next stage, which is going to be the Grand Finals. Very exciting. So Aru and the boys keep it going.
Yeah, they're definitely going to keep it going as we're going to be seeing the top 5. There you have it. 4Thrives, Orangutan, Aurora Gaming, Team Flash, Enigma Galaxy. I'm happy to see that team go back to the finals. And another team that I actually have to give major props to has to be Aurora Gaming. This looks like the squad that we usually expect, Nectura.
It is. I was just thinking that. It's like, oh, finally. Finally, they're not just sneaking their way into the top 5 just by the skin of their teeth. Finally, we have a team that has presence here throughout the 2 days. Maybe a little less yesterday, but look, very even across the board. 30 points, 60 elimination points to make that 90-point total. So I'm really, really happy with this. It gives me a little bit of hope for those finals.
Yeah, and a bit of a heartbreak, too, if we're looking at 6th place, Slays, because all esports, they were expected to go directly to the finals. It doesn't end up happening.
And sometimes expectations really do weigh down on you. And this team, has everything that it takes to be in those top 5. But of course, they just didn't really make those kind of macro decisions when it was necessary. So we did see them sort of fall off, and that brings through teams like Team Flash, who, like I say, throwing stuff at the wall, making it stick, but they adapted, they pushed through, and Ulf just kind of lost that momentum throughout there. Even Team GOAT, we could say the same type of thing, expecting massive things from them as well. I mean, still a valiant effort, definitely, but these teams, it is surprising.
Yeah, I mean, looking also on the first page for a quick second, we had 80 eliminations from 4Thrives. They have 20 more eliminations than the 2nd place at the squad in terms of eliminations, which is Aurora. Absolute raw domination from these guys. Though on the 2nd page, heartbreak has been created for some of these squads. X-Force Reject, Thunder Talk Gaming, Gaming Stars. That is the end of their adventure.
Can I just take you on a little bit of an emotional journey for X-Force
Let me get ready.
Rejects, guys?
Take us on it.
Now, I was watching Devil's little health bar surviving for so incredibly long in that last match. This was after they just obliterated Gaming Star. They set a trap on KRX, and the Shiva was able to escape, got picked off by 4Thrives, and Devil's just traveling around in the vehicle trying to hold on for dear life, but obviously couldn't cement themselves and put themselves in that position. They were able to get 8 eliminations. And they just had to hold on for a little bit more placement, and they could have overtaken RRQ. But of course, that's not how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah,
that was such a sad story.
I know.
It's not how the cookie crumbled for some of these teams. We saw that squads that are also going to be going to Survival Max, Besides Ulf, which team are you surprised by that is actually going to be going to survival?
I mean, Ulf, of course, as you said, but Furia. Like, sorry, the opening day was just not there, but it's fine because you guess what? We got the survival stage, and I think that this is a team that, despite being very aggressive, don't have a massive ego. I think they're willing to reconsider how they approach PMWC. They took a massive L here multiple times this year, right? Not able to really quite make it to second or first place. We had PMGO Season 1, we had PMMI, the Macau Invitational. But you know what? I think here, Niptra, they're going to come back swinging with a vengeance in that survival stage.
Oh, absolutely. We definitely saw some really cool stuff coming in from them today, just a little bit too late. Yeah, so maybe survival stage, they'll just start that same track from the beginning and we'll have a much better result for them. Yeah, I think there's a couple of teams that we could really talk about because there was some definite surprises here.
Which other team surprised you?
For me, KRX.
What?
They were top 5 at the end of yesterday, and they just were non-existent. We could see them trying. There was, a few eliminations over onto the edge there, different sides of the mid game into the late game. They were trying to do something, but they just kept getting caught out. I think they were just too hesitant. They weren't confident enough, and that really ended up messing with them. So for me, definitely going to the survival stage, again, same as Furia, they need to just start that from the beginning.
Another big upset, actually, I want to bring up before we wrap it up on the desk here, is actually GOAT Team, right? They were so high up on the...
They were second place.
They were in second place, but not only that, they had 2 chicken dinners. You are part of the few teams that didn't qualify, and you have 2 chicken dinners under your belt. GOAT Team, we know this team has a lot of potential coming out of the EECA region, but here, you got to go back to the drawing board because this was just not enough to make it out of the group of death.
And one of the main concerns that we had for that squad was what were their matches going to be looking like when they didn't end up getting those wins? Well, we ended up getting the result for that, and now we're looking at the daily MVP, which is just such a big, take this! Because you're not going directly to the finals, and it's none other than Aaron, Max.
Oh, why you got to throw that to me? I like Aaron. He's really good. Well, I feel bad for him, but you know what? Aaron, you're really good. You proved it once again. You've got to come back stronger in the survival stage, which that one's going to be stacked because all the teams that also failed in Group B are going to be there, so everyone is going to be aiming for that heavily contested top 6.
That's going to be the main one, and here at Group A, we have talked about it multiple times. It did seem a little bit more passive than what we're expected to at a global event. I feel like with Group B coming tomorrow, make sure you guys tune in because Group B, I got a feeling, Lace, it's going to be a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, there's going to be a few teams that obviously we've seen, other teams in their region perform incredibly well. And now we're going to have teams that beat them in their original region come to play in this lobby. So it will be incredibly spicy.
It will be spicy. Who's going to end up joining the squads that are now in the finals? Who will end up going to survival? And then we'll figure it out in Sunday. Who's going to get those keys crushed? Coops, man. Once again, we got to give this man some extra props. I feel like that is such a big difference for the squad of Enigma Galaxy, and you can see it because he's just able to secure points that they're usually not able to with their sub 8-0.
Yes, I mean, when you look at the overall strategy from Enigma Galaxy, I would say it's the same to what we saw from them back in PMMI, back in PMGO Season 1, right? Going for those 2-2 splits, that's something they've done before. But Coops enables those plays to just level up to the next level and actually work on a global level. So right now, I would say Coops is like the main reason why they've been doing so well in this group. And going into the finals, Enigma Galaxy, if they maintain what they've done so far, a Mina win, that could be in the cards.
Ooh, a Mina win, maybe a top 3 as well. You got to think about, we're talking so much about Coops, but we want to see Satan, Lord, step it up as well.
We do. I mean, we did see Lord in that one Miramar game coming clutch, but, he kind of had the high ground, which really did help him out a little bit there. But yeah, Satan as well. We really want to be able to, go, where is he? What's he doing? There he is. As we look at the top 5 players, and it is going to be Falak with the #1 spot, 25 eliminations, 5,000 damage. Hello?
You got 3 players or 4 thrives on the top 5 players, by the way.
Excuse me.
And talking about that, I want you to look at number 5 because T24 was not happy with his performance earlier, especially from day 1. And he looked at me at the beginning of the day and he said, 7, today I'm going to show up. And boy, did he end up showing up.
I have so many kudos to give T24. I don't know where he is now. I think he's gone. Aw.
But T24, this guy has been so amazing today. I've really watched him step up. I've watched him throughout the years. I used to coach the guy. He got us to PMGC in 2023. I'm so proud of what he's been able to do here with this team. It's really, really good. And yeah, to just see him be able to pop off the way he has as a fragger, as that support player as well, has been really, really great to see. So big kudos to him.
As Blank says, T24 shuts the door.
He does.
Not only shuts the door, shuts the little box of loot on the other enemies and sends them back to the lobby. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, this does end up concluding Group A. It is none other than Lace, Maxman, Neptura, and the 7WG. Don't forget that tomorrow is going to be the start of Group B for PMWC at EWC 26. Tune in. We might get more surprises.
That was payback.
गाइस गेम किसने जीता? गुड मॉर्निंग। صباح الخير، صباح النور. بس در الله سترګې مې لګېدلې وه. टॉप पे कौन था गाइस? टॉप पे मैं। अच्छा चलो फ्रेंड्स, फिलहाल के लिए अल्लाह हाफिज। मैं जा रहा हूँ काम पे, ठीक है? क्या कंप्लीट? ओके ओके इरशाद, थैंक यू। चलिए मिलते हैं, अल्लाह हाफिज जी।